We're all set to go for the in-season test of Moto GP here at the World Circuit Marco Simoncelli in Misano. Yesterday it was a domination effect out there on the field from Marc Marquez and Marco Bezzecchi. Today it's all about testing which is the best bike. Good morning everybody, we have 1 hour and 13 minutes left of the opening morning session, but we run until 5 o'clock throughout the day here as well on JBSportsXtra. You're watching live coverage. Marc Marquez the fastest at the moment on a 1:30.914. Pedro Costa second, 1:30.919 from Bagnaia, Bezzecchi, Alex Marquez, Marini, Martin. Then we get Zarco, Raul Fernandez in there. Bastianini rounds out the top 10. Aldeguer, Di Giannantonio, Binder, Vinales, Morbidelli, Oliveira. Quadrara's out there on the V4 bike, then Rins, Pedrosa, Chantra, Pirro, Miller, Nakagami, and Jorge Juan Mir as well down there on the field. So we're all getting set then for what's going to be an interesting session, let's say the latest as well. We've brought up our timing screen alongside the blog that you'll be able to keep an eye on everything that is happening out here today in all of the action. As well, Marquez back on top, 5 thousandths ahead at the front of the field was the latest news, views and opinions. So I'll be back later on at the end of the day, but for now, let's go back and listen to the commentary throughout the weekend for the Moto GP sessions, as well as the Moto 3 and the Moto 2 races. The Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya may have been a Marquez domination with Alex winning and meaning the title can't be wrapped up here, but MotoGP moves into the World Circuit of Marco Simoncelli here in Misano for round 16 of the 2025 season. We're underway then with what's going to be a very special event. The green light is on and the first session of the weekend is underway, and the bikes will be heading out onto the circuit now. Let's check in quickly with our colleagues trackside.
Just a way to, bit of a small punishment to for him not do that again.
A special helmet for him this weekend, designed by Aldo Drudy. We went yesterday to see the great designer.
How was that?
Honestly, it was absolutely fantastic. What an amazing human being he is, an incredible designer, obviously. You know, we've heard about him for years. With this track, he designed all the colours around this track and also the Valentino Rossi helmets. But, you know, more than that, he's designed helmets for Johnny Ray, for Mick Doohan, lots of different riders every year. Of course, it started with Graziano Rossi, Valentino's
I bet it's like a full museum there.
Oh,
there must be so much going on.
It's the greatest room that you could ever spend any time in if you're a motorcycle fan, I think. It's beautiful. It's understated, actually. He has got a massive window by his desk where he can see the whole of the coastway up to Cattolica, which is where he's from. And he's kept it real, you know. He doesn't have a computer, so he starts his design just with highlighter pens and pencil and puts his soul into it before they put it, you know, obviously into the computer. Interesting stories, as you can imagine. They were just coming out, oozing out of Aldo, and that's going to come across the weekend, those interviews with him. So we get an insight into, you know, his thoughts about Marco Simoncelli and what's going on at the moment and how he creates his design, really. So it's lovely. Let's have a listen.
That is the brand new Yamaha V4 that is revving up. We've been waiting a long time for it. Megan Birch alongside me in the commentary box now as we get all set. And Megs, I suppose the one big thing at the moment is that they've been waiting 2 years for this bike. It's now here, and this is going to be quite an interesting one to see if it's any good.
It will be, but also, whose bike were they testing that on then?
I think that was Fabi's second bike.
Yeah, well, they need to change the tyres on that because of severe crack in the rear. Because you can see it going down. It's like, that will degrade both faster and also maybe somehow get a puncture. Right. You seem surprised to see me.
I am surprised to see you. I didn't expect you in here for this session, to be fair.
Well, you never told me otherwise.
Oh, right. I thought you weren't going to be in here at all today.
I can leave. I'm not in the practice session later on.
Ah, well, too late now that you said hello. So.
Technically, I could leave right now, easily.
You,
I've made my appearance.
technically you could, but no. Anyway, we'll be back in a few moments' time ourselves. Let's check in with the TNT team still.
Much a change from the distinctive M1 sound of the inline 4. It's going to be more aggressive, so Yamaha's strengths of that initial touch of the throttle, the sweet, smooth delivery. They're going to be going for a different attack, you would imagine, with the V4, but it still looks like a Yamaha M1. There's a lot of characteristics have come across. Obviously, they've developed a bike that turns, that handles, that works. Problem here for Pedro Acosta early doors.
What's going on there?
Something with his leathers.
He's got something inside his leathers.
Yeah.
Like a bee or
After
something.
Why does Acosta's suit, why is it showing
Look
so
like
much
it,
of his
doesn't
neck?
it? Well, Susie said it's got something to be in it, but it looks like there's something inside it that's causing
Yeah.
a bit of jip. Yeah.
And it's dragging it down.
It'll come in soon.
Do.
Especially if it's a wasp, because they can keep on stinging you.
Yeah, they
can't
keep going as well. They love it. Horrible thing, boss. Hate them.
They love it. How do you know?
But they are. They're just there. You can tell with that little antennas. They just love biting people and hurting people. I hate boss.
It's Augusto Fernandez who's here this weekend as a wild card, and he's going to be racing the V4. What can you guys share with us about what we learned from last Monday in Catalonia? They had a test there, and Fabio and Alex got to go on the V4. Track conditions weren't ideal, were they? Because it had rained the night before.
Yeah, and it rained during the day as well. So unfortunately, we haven't got like proper info. We've got, he says, and it's all like non-official, but it seems like they were able to run into like a mid 39, 139 lap time, which is decent. I mean, in Barcelona, it really depends what tires you've used, what fuel load. There's a huge difference. Fabio's fastest time of the weekend was at 137.8, I think, or 37.9. Which is much faster than the race pace he did in the Grand Prix, for example. His best lap was 140.4, so over 2 seconds slower. So yeah, it really depends what configuration they use, what tires and so on, and the conditions were not great. But you could say that with a 39, if that's what it is, it seems like it's a decent lap time. You can't really see them doing full-on time attacks or anything like that. So if that was sort of like a race pace lap, that's pretty fast. So yeah, you'd say that's, let's say, maybe a bit better than expected.
Yeah, prior to that, we thought they were a couple of seconds off the pace. That's what we were led to believe, Michael. But it seemed as though they had a positive test on Monday, and obviously they've got another one this Monday as well. But what will they gain from this race weekend? I mean, this data is going to be invaluable, isn't it?
Yeah. Obviously, for Fabio, I was impressed with the lap times we heard reported from Barcelona. And he'll watch on with interest to see how Augusto Fernandez performs. Augusto's been an important part of the V4 development, as is Andrea Dovizioso. But it's already roughly a second off. That's impressive for a brand new motorcycle. And I can't wait to see Fabio. And I believe Jack will write it. They should all test it on Monday as well, again here in Misano. So yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to see with the proper timing system open to the public and see where it truly is with especially Fabio on board.
Augusto as well signed up for another 2 years as their test and wildcard rider. And it's a great team, isn't it? You've got the speed of Augusto, and no disrespect to Andrea Dovizioso, but obviously not as fast as he used to be, but bringing that, innate knowledge, that incredible experience that he has. And also on the side of the crew, the very serious team they've put around that test team and invested a lot of money, haven't they? And hopefully, fingers crossed, it seems to be coming good, because is there a plan B?
No, I think that's it. It's it's fully committed now to this route for the future and for the new rule, the new rules as well in 2027. So this is it. There's also Carl Crutcher as a test rider, part of this massive effort from Yamaha to try and turn things around. So it is a huge project. Obviously running at the moment 2 different configurations of engines, trying to push both, trying to improve the package on both, trying to understand which package potentially will be better. And Augusto Fernandez there, he's starting. I mean, he obviously he's tested here, but he's starting the first session really well with the V4. This is nice to see. it will be very encouraging for Yamaha as a product. They will be, I mean, they've been working non-stop. They have put the man hours, they have spent the money, and they're still doing so. So for them to see sort of, you know, hope like this, he was catching Jack Miller there. This is great to see. So we can't wait to see that new bike, you know.
Getting Dobby, I think, is such a massive key, isn't it, to making it work.
It's a big investment, and it's also a clever one because it means they have doubled the bikes on the grid. They will get more data, they'll get more feedback from the riders and the engineers, and they've got a great team in Pramac. You know, we know how good these guys are. So yeah, it's a big investment, but something that they felt was needed to sort of accelerate the process and accelerate their recovery.
Because this season with the inline 4, it's been so inconsistent, hasn't it? We've seen Fabio be able to put in a hot lap and get a pole position, but we've rarely been able to see him fight and actually race that bike and overtake. And there's been some weekends where it's been disastrous.
Yeah, well, the problem is the bike is lacking outright speed versus the super powerful V4s like the Ducati, the Aprilia, and the KTM, and well, the Honda is probably, well, the Honda is coming as well. So the problem is in a race situation, it becomes very difficult because it's difficult to defend, because if somebody lines you up, they're gonna, in the straight, they're gonna come next to you and they're gonna be able to attack in the braking zone. And then on another hand, if you've got faster pace, it's very difficult to overtake, because with the Yamaha in line 4 you generate a lap time in the corner speed, so the people are in the way. But then when you get to the straight, you get gapped a little bit and you're never in a position, or it's very difficult to be in a position to attack and gain a position. So yeah, even though Fabio's been able to work his magic on the one-time lap attack on his own, with the low fuel load, with the new grip, he's able to make that magic happen. In a race situation, it becomes super difficult, and if you're in a group, you get stuck and you go backwards, and yeah, before you know it, your race it becomes very difficult. So this is the challenges that they're facing, and this is why they want to go that route V4. They want to have the power. They want to be able to fight during the races as well.
We will talk about all the other riders, of course, out there in this session, but all eyes on Augusto Fernandez, and none closer than Neil and Gav, who've made it out onto the track. What you got, boys?
Myself and Neil have made it out here towards turn 4. That's the riders coming through quite a fast kink, turn 3, about to get up to third gear there. But then it's all anchors on, Neil, for turn 4. And I have to say, I've been out here before, but it's only when you come back out here, and having watched so much through the TV, you realise just how tight this corner is.
Yeah, it's all action, Mizzano. Actually, I've said this quite a lot. On a Moto 3 bike, it's nice. On a Moto 2 bike, it's okay. On a big bike, it's a handful. And you appreciate it more when you come down here to turn 4. You can see how tight it is. The track is really narrow as well. This is an overtaking opportunity, just.
Well, we saw that last year, didn't we?
Yeah, with Ade Bastianini and Jorge Martin on the last lap, there was contact. It's just the nature of this track. And we see quite a lot of the other corners. So to set a pass up, you have to set it up really early. And you actually don't get past the rider. It's more of like you level them and block them.
Yeah, it invites, not contact, but as you say, it invites tight passes, not just here, around the whole track. But you say it's busy, it's physical, lots of changes. I don't say changes of gear, but you just feel like you're working on the bike all the time. It's more banked than I thought, actually.
That's what's interesting when you get out here. You look at it, like when you go around turn 4, it feels completely flat, but there is some positive camber. And as you can see then as it goes through into turn 5, it's quite nice. But then that's such an important corner, turn 6, because that goes onto that middle straight. So.
And if you get the drive there, then there's the other overtaking opportunity is at turn 8 at La Quercia.
Again, it's tight though, isn't it?
Yeah,
so, but that's sort of why we like this track. We see close racing. We see it's all action. That's basically the best way to describe it.
Yeah, we saw Balloton Park earlier this year. This is in a small footprint, but with a wider track, a bit more runoff. So it's just about all right, and we're going to enjoy watching the rest of the session here.
Thanks, guys. As we've got our timing systems back on, apologies that we were briefly off air. We've been having a few data issues up here in the commentary box. Not our issue, just the new timing screens that have come available are playing up ever so slightly.
Also, there is a storm on the way.
Yeah, so we've been fighting our controls, but hello, everybody. Right, Megan. Final technical European race of the year. All systems go.
I'll just be glad to in the morning be able to actually get in the shower at a reasonable time. I have today.
Well,
But
we've got Portugal and Valencia at the end of the year, though, so this is our last one for now.
Yeah, but I kind of prefer the non-European races solely for a reason that by 9 I can get in the shower.
No.
Because I just have to thing on clothes from like the day before, or just not sleep, or sleep in my clothes for the Asia races.
Which is coming up in 2 weeks' time. But Marc Marquez can't win the World Championship here. That's decided. He must do it in Japan. So this weekend, we could go on cruise control, effectively.
Basically, just make sure to keep ahead of Alex and he should be good.
Is it going to be... is Mark going to dominate, or is Alex now sort of on a slight comeback charge?
I feel like Mark will still dominate, to be honest, and as for Alex may come back a bit more in the Asia races. But what happens if Alex crashes out in both the sprint and the race this weekend?
Mark still can't be champion.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah. So it's just a waiting game, really. As I see, Steve Parrish is on the Goodwood Revival stream right now. You can watch that on JB Motorsports, the Goodwood Revival watch along all weekend. Me and the team are going to be on the call for the races. The Parrish Memorial Trophy, which is race 3 and 11 of the schedule. Their practice session's about to start. And of course, Steve Parrish was teammates to Barry Sheen back in the day. 1:31.64 from Marco Bezzecchi. He's your fastest time from Di Giannantonio, Marini, Quartararo, Marc Marquez, Morbidelli, Bagnaia, Alex Marquez, Acosta, Vinales, Martin ahead of Mia, Augusto and Raul Fernandez. Augusto and Raul back in at the same time as Fernandez. And then we get Miguel Oliveira, Bashini, Brad Binder, Rins, Miller, Aldeguer, Aguirre, Zarco and Chantra down in 23rd position as well on the timing screen, as you like to see it. The big question is, I think coming into this weekend, 110% has to be, what on earth is this new Yamaha going to be? We've seen it revving up and it's out there on the circuit. They had their first test in Barcelona where, even though, this is the way I disagree with Simon Patterson. He said, oh, well, we didn't know what was what. I was watching the official timing screens from the circuit of Barcelona. I know what that times are from that V4 Yamaha. Let me tell you something. It's not there yet, but it was 2/10 quick than what the Ducatis were running over the weekend. So I think we've got a good opportunity for this V4 to come in and do well. But this bike, yes, it'll be in the 1000cc era, but it'll also be in the 850cc era in 2 years' time. So they've got to commit to this bike.
I think it will be A, loud, and B, I think it will be faster than a lot of the bikes on the track.
Well, its first times in official sessions is a 1:31.875, as we now see Quartararo coming down into turn 1 here at Mazzano.
I think it'll still be on the same level as like Ducati though.
Yeah. Oh, I think the ride height having an issue there. Just looking at it. Just double checking. Yeah, the clutch pedal slipping as well on him. Just got to make sure everything's okay. His lap time cancelled for a couple of riders coming through. No yellow flags out there on the circuit. If the yellow flag does come out, we'll get told on the 4 sector times that we've got up here in the commentary box. You'll see it go yellow. If the red flag comes out, I believe they'll all go red.
Is that his second bike?
Yeah, it's bike 2. So we've got the normal bike that we've been racing all season, then we've got the V4.
I hope that they have changed the rear wheels.
Yeah, they have, yeah.
Because that was a little bit concerning. I'm wondering why there was a crack in it.
Could just be an old tyre, one of the wet tyres that's here from Michelin.
Yeah, but it kind of looked like, do you know how you see a crack in a wall?
Yeah.
It kind of looks like that.
Yeah, it could be one of the Michelin wet tyres coming in.
It looked like it had already been put on track.
24 minutes to go. Bezzecchi's on top. Here's Marc Marquez. Got a brand new front tyre in of soft.
Oliveira's doing a red sector 2.
Trying to find some time, isn't he, out there, and keep up the deltas.
Most of the riders right now are on a slow lap. About 7, I would say, are currently in the pit lane. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9.
9 are in the pit, yeah. That'll take a lot of time to come through then shortly as well. Our computer's having a bit of a paddy this morning. OBS had a crash. So far it's so good. So we try and work things in. Mark's first sector time's gone red then, Max.
Yeah, that's quite a good sector time, about 79 thousandths up on the times. So he should be estimated to go into first. Now almost 2.5 tenths up on the time of what bsky has done. It's weird how we say up on the time when it's actually less time.
Less time, yeah. Up on time, less time. All of it trying to come through. So Mark's looking incredibly... Oh, it's a 10th up still. It's come around 14, 15, 16.
Yeah, but he lost he lost a tenth in that third sector.
2 corners to go. He's got Aldo just ahead of him. And Mark will open up the throttle, head towards the line, and his benchmark is a 1:31.627. Yellow flags out, Megan, sectors 2 and 4.
That would be... Okay, wait, both 2 and 4?
There.
That's
7.
7.
That's Augusto Fernandez on the Yamaha factory. That's the other V4.
Wait, so why is it in the last sector as well? Oliveira. Oliveira's in the last sector.
And he's hit the wall.
So, don't be a Yamaha, people.
That's at the last corner. Oliveira's gone and dropped the front. He's okay, both okay walking away. Now let's have a look how Oliveira did it first on the Prima Pramac Yamaha. Turns in, the front just dips away from him. And Yamaha 2 off in 1 corner.
Did they just slow that down?
They did, yeah.
So, you're telling me that Yamaha are now doing synchronised other end of the track crashes? Or bike failures?
Makes sense, doesn't it, really?
We have to do everything together.
Yeah, the V4's gone, as they said. That is the V4 bike as well. That was being tested with Augusto Fernandez on the Yamaha Factory Racing as a wild card event this weekend. Quartararo's got a V4. Augusto Fernandez has a V4. The V4 mainly been tested with him, and it's blown up already, then, Megan. Not the best start for a brand new engine and a brand new bike.
At least it didn't fling him off. But I'm wondering why it seems to have failed so much. It's definitely still not ready to be out there, I think.
Still in development, isn't it?
Yeah.
Quartararo, now here's the thing, just to remind people, Quartararo has a V4, but he will not be racing the V4. That's just for practice. Augusto Fernandez has the V4s and will be racing them. That's just to
at least try it.
Yeah. So, yeah.
He's trying to race them, but he can't race them.
Fabi's only using a V4 in this practice session. That's what we got told. So that's it. So for the rest of the weekend, Fabi's going to be on the correct bike. He's using a V4 in this practice session. Then Fabi will be back on the V4 on Monday in the in-season test, which you can watch here on JB Motorsports. We'll have it on JB Motorsports 2, all the action. So yes, you can watch the timing screens.
It's interesting because he was on a slow lap and coming out of pit lane as that is Marc Marquez going wide and losing any chance of improving his lap time. You can see that Augusto was actually 2 seconds slower than everyone else doing a slow lap.
On the deltas, yeah.
Yeah, I'm just going to look at Jack Miller. I can't tell whether Jack Miller is doing a slow lap or a fast lap, to be honest, because I can never tell.
Where's Zarko on the timing screen? It's 21st.
Yeah.
I need to make this a bit bigger than the Moto GP timing screen. It's up here in the commentary box.
Although he's just gone up into 19.
So a few deltas improving out there. As you take a look at the full timing screens available to us up here in the booth.
That's Ralph Fernandez going up into 13.
There you go, full timing screen. So you can see the times that Megan was on about with the last lap time and the best lap time compared to each other and the differences that are out there.
Let's look. Okay, I generally, with all the other Yamahas, I generally can't tell whether they're doing a fast or a slow lap time. All I can say is that I think Augusto was doing the slowest, slow lap.
Yeah.
Out of all of them.
Makes sense though, doesn't it?
Yeah, it was probably already failing as soon as he got out there, to be honest.
Sadly, that is the case.
It must be something to do with how the fluid moves through the new engine. Because I can't think of anything
Why it's
else.
choked up so quickly.
Yeah.
We'll get the official announcement soon about what went wrong.
Because when it's in one place, it seems to be doing fine. But once it's out there on the track and actually doing some more movement, it's failing before the second sector even finishes. And lots of lap times getting cancelled now due to track limits. That's Oliveira. He was doing such a good lap time. Looking at his times, he was doing such a good one. He would have gone up to at least 8th, I would reckon, if he hadn't have crashed out.
Alex, yeah, it is a shame. Alex Marquez looking strong, 13,000's up on his brother Mark at the moment as the bike wiggles underneath him, coming through turn 14 as well.
Anti-slip machine doing nothing for him.
Yeah, this is going to be the weekend where that rear anti-slip machining is going to really sort of come into its own, because he spent so much time on the right side of the bike that it will actually just, if it lets go big time. Didn't work for Oliveira though, did it, the last corner?
No, I think the anti-slip machining is more the I'm going to kick you off your bike machining.
Yeah. Mark, look at that fast lap, 1:31.6. So Alex Marquez has jumped to the top of the timesheets.
Do you know, I call it the anti-slip machining so much I actually don't know what its actual name is.
Anti-slip device.
Really?
Yeah.
I think it was.
Yeah, anti-slip machining. Itsy bitsy teeny meaning anti-slip machining.
It's more fun to say.
Yeah, well, it's Moto GP, remember, they don't have fun. Just by the way, if anybody...
Or 4K.
Oh, hang on a minute. Are we there?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no, we're not. We'll go to battle screen. It doesn't like our camera this morning, it seems, so to keep the stream going, we'll move to battle screen. Actually, no, because look, the timers have gone from MotoGP as well. At the same time that we had our issue,
so that's a them issue.
Yeah, Dorna's TV package graphics failed as well. So I'm wondering if there's just an issue with the bug systems this morning that's keeping a couple of things around. Oh, hang on.
I reckon it's just timings itself that is causing all these issues, you know. Though, if we do end up going off, which hopefully we won't, please do bear with, because it will be sorted.
Yeah, we will always come back when we go off air, so just stay with us. And we'll be back. Yeah, all timing graphics have now gone off our screens in front of us here as we watch Quartararo come through.
You know, if only Oliveira...
He's back, by the way, Quartararo is now back on his normal bike. He'll be on for the rest of the weekend, so he's only used that V4 for this morning's opening 15 minutes. Then as soon as he had a problem with it, he went, nope. And that bike's now come through.
Do you know, oh, that was almost a high side for Quartararo as his bike jumps up on him.
And again, look at the last corner. Do you see the rear ride-height device sort of activate and exit the corner? Came his leg off a little bit as well.
Yeah, that's what happened at the first one as well.
I see he's got rid of his chain necklace where the cross was. Now he's got a pearl necklace on here today. That's just come out from underneath his leathers, I've noticed.
They break easier, so I'm really hoping he doesn't crash, because that's going to be sharp if he crashes.
Yeah.
It's like the chain they could allow, I'm wondering why they're allowing.
I know, it's a bit... I don't know why they're allowed anything out there, really, to be fair. It's a bit of a weird one to try and come through. All timing graphics have now gone off our monitor here in the commentary box as well. We've only got our timing screens available to you. So anything that we see on the pictures, we'll have to confirm what we're seeing as in comes Augusto Fernandez.
Very shiny suit.
Very shiny suit. Brand new suit, of course.
It looks like it's just been polished.
Yeah, and the camera not allowed in. Forgetting that. Oh yeah, we've got cameras inside the garages.
I'm sorry, you're not allowed in. But here he is at a different angle.
And he comes to sit down and goes, yeah, what's going on now then?
It's like saying no photographs and then doing a selfie.
Yeah.
Also, Oliveira had like 2 corners left, and then he would have got a really good lap time.
There's the new V4 powered
The bike's shiny as well.
Yamaha M1. The YZR-M1.
Let's see if we can look at what the wheels are doing.
All the M1's basically had is just cut down the air a little bit and then new V4 power. There's Quadraro's current M1 bike. See the difference? How much narrower and tighter it is?
Yeah.
And Fabio was on that bike earlier on in the session, but he's not allowed to race it, as Melvin points out that he can't race the the V4 since Yamaha already homologated the allowed limits of aero. They can't race that, but they can test it. And they're allowed to do that for a practice session as well, a free practice session, of course. He can't qualify with it, so practice this afternoon, he can't use it. Practice 2 tomorrow, he can't use it. Qualifying on the race, obviously, he can't use it. So the only time he could was the opening minutes of this session. But it's
going out again.
But Ralph Fernandez has been entered this. No, sorry, Augusto Fernandez has been entered this weekend as the official test rider on the bike. So he'll be on the V4 all weekend long.
That V4 is a little bit
Streamlined.
I feel like a lot of air gets into it.
It does, yeah.
And I think that's what's causing the problem. Maybe it's cooling down the engine far too much.
What, it's choking out?
Yeah.
Didn't have a problem in Barcelona.
With hot air.
The temperature here is 26 degrees though.
Yeah, but Barcelona's a lot hotter climate, especially in the time of year that they went.
That's very true.
Maybe that bike is only suited to warmer weather rather than colder weather.
Oh, Wanmia on the Castrol Honda. The factory team, of course, for the HRC. His teammate Luca Marini's up in 5th position at the moment. He himself is currently 17th fastest on the control board. Honda's been having a restarted year, haven't they? It's been getting better and better.
Yeah, they have been getting better, but they have always had trouble with the first 2 sessions of each weekend, and then they seem to flourish in the sprint of a race.
One thing that everybody forgets is that Wanmia is actually a world champion.
Yeah.
And that's what really annoys me. It's like,
He's on a Honda and usually chucked him back.
yeah. He was a Honda. If the Suzuki had stayed, he could have been a world champion 2 or 3 times by now.
True.
I reckon, actually, if Suzuki had stayed, Mia could have been a 5-time world champion. 2020, 21, when Quadraro got it, 22 with 23 with Bagnaia, and 24 with Martin. I reckon he could have been a 5-time champion. And that's just a scary thing. If Suzuki had stayed, that bike was so far ahead of the field. It was so impressive.
Maybe she wants to get there.
Yeah. Suzuki, they could have been 5-time world champions, 5 times riders champions, team champions, constructors champions, the lot. It wouldn't have been the Ducati domination we've had the last 4 years.
Something tells me Ducati brought their plans.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me, to be fair. Honda really should have brought those plans. And then, think about it, if Suzuki had stayed in Moto GP, this is completely hypothetical, we could have seen Marc Marquez riding for Suzuki, not riding for Ducati.
That would have been quite interesting to see.
Yeah. I think, well, one Japanese manufacturer to another.
Given he might win in Japan.
Yeah, that would have been even better. Oh, the hypotheticals of Moto GP. We see Roman Albersinio, the HRC director, sitting in the garage. Oh, Marini was, at that last corner, completely had to check up the front tire, didn't he? He did not want to level out at all coming out of the last corner. He's wide in 1 and 2 as well.
Chantra loses his lap time of track limits. He's not even that far into his track.
He's down in 23rd position. Only 23 riders in this weekend, not the 24 that we've been experiencing. No extra wildcards this weekend.
Why?
Well, it was only Alicia Spargo who was the wildcard last night because it was a good event in Barcelona.
Is anyone missing?
No?
So we're all back from injury.
As far as I know, everyone's back. 23 or 23.
Good. I'm getting really tired of them injuring themselves. And usually it's off the track. Or high siding.
Everybody's getting tired of that.
Martin in 10th.
Actually, can we just touch on something else that has been breaking in the MotoGP world? The fact that Moto E is going to end. It's going to be put on hiatus indefinitely. So the Moto E, the Moto Electric Championship, that has been going for 7 years. We've covered a couple of them on the channel, certainly when it became a World Championship. It's ending because they say that Dorna said that they failed to gain an audience in the modern era.
Well, did they advertise enough?
No.
Then why are they so shocked?
There's not been one post of Moto E on the main MotoGP Twitter compared to... They've got Moto 3, Moto 2 and MotoGP all go through one Twitter account, the MotoGP. Moto E goes through the Moto E Twitter account. It's also got a separate YouTube channel, Moto E. So it's completely separate.
So they're wondering why it seems to have not gained a bigger audience when they gave it no help, no assistance whatsoever.
Because they don't want it. They took it because there would be a bike championship that would be rivaling theirs. So they took it and didn't promote it. They effectively just let it die. But with Dorna now going, same with MotoGP, same with Formula 1, but down the route of synthetic fuels for 2027, they now don't need the electric bikes. Because electric bikes haven't taken off around the world as electric cars have.
It's because no one knows about the electric bikes.
Yeah. So that's it. After Portugal in November, there will be no more Moto E races.
I'm sorry, but that's just so bad to say. You'd think they would have given more respect to the sport.
I agree, but considering how many riders this year have got injured and had to be taken to hospital because of... Our signal's going up here in the commentary box. Yeah, I think the Wi-Fi's got a problem this morning.
Well, there is a storm on the way. I read on the news this morning that it's one of the named storms, so it's going to be quite heavy.
Yeah. Okay, well, that could be fun for the rest of the day. But yeah, what was I saying? Yeah, so Moto E this year has had so many injuries and crashes and riders taken to hospital and horrific accidents and red flags. I think it's the bikes are too heavy. They weigh twice as much as a MotoGP bike.
Jeez, even the riders now have trouble picking up those bikes.
I didn't think it would last 7 years, to be fair, because the first ever race we had in Germany at the Saxon Ring, it was a 7-lap race.
They went to the Saxon Ring for the first one?
Yeah, and somebody fell off. The bike could not be picked up, and the bike caught fire. So we had to red flag the race 3 laps early. Like, oh yeah, that's a great first impression. The first opening race gets stopped. It's like when Formula E had that crash with Heidfeld. Yeah. It was just bizarre.
Honestly, I feel like things aren't done right in motorsports when it comes to the electric side of things.
Yeah. Oh well, that's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes.
Yeah, especially when you burn it.
Still, it'll be nice to see what happens. Rumour is that the WCR Championship could come up to the main package because it wasn't on the World Superbike schedule for 2026. So WCR isn't there at the moment. So the rumour is it'll step up to MotoGP and get a new name.
Be interesting.
Probably Moto WCR or Moto
MWCR.
MWR. Moto Women's Racing. Moto Women, like Women's Series, W Series, that works. Moto Women could be a thing.
5 minutes left of the session. And I feel like I'm quite struggling in this session because I'm not...
A bit chilly, isn't it?
Yeah, but I'm also not feeling that great.
By the way, you know how the Goodwin Revival meeting, every year the bike's getting older and older and older?
Yeah.
I've just looked down at the little monitor because we've got it on our screen here because it's producing the coverage. I've seen so many bikes in this Barry Shear Memorial Trophy practice session. Just stop. Just blow out and put oil on the circuit. It's a bit weird.
Have they done proper servicing on it?
Yeah. If you want to watch the Goodwin Revival meeting, if you don't know what the Goodwin Revival meeting is, it's a UK historic meeting where drivers from all over the world and riders all over the world come and race at Goodwood for a classics meeting.
Don't a lot of people dress in that type
Yes,
of
yeah,
as well?
yeah. I'll be dressed up tomorrow on Saturday and Sunday for race days as well. I'll be looking my best. But yeah, and we've got the team. It's quite fun actually. Me and Omi have got a couple. The teams are me and Omi and JT, me, Owen and Tom, and then for the St Mary's Trophy, which is the classic touring cars, me and Nina in the commentary box. So that'll be fun. We're throwing Nina completely in the deep end for 25 minutes. It's the last race of the day on Sunday. Oh, and also you've got a joy for the classic Formula 1 cars. You loved that last year.
Yeah, it's because they all kept hitting each other.
Yeah, the 1960s and the 1950 Formula 1 cars.
Didn't Horner go in that
Yeah,
race?
he's there this weekend.
Wasn't he hit out?
Yes, he was. Yeah. Are you joining the Glover Trophy and the?
We'll see. I might float in and out like a motorsport ghost.
I love Goodwood. It's one of the best events of the year for the revival meeting. Right. Let's go down to the pits.
It's coming past you. You didn't see it. Oh. P40. No, please don't make anything like that. That's absolutely good. But having said, because we've obviously talked about it. It is such a pivotal session, this, and a pivotal moment for Yamaha, isn't it? Just grab Michael's mic.
Yeah, like you can't believe the importance on it. And when you were talking earlier, I was thinking exactly the same. If there is any way, shape, or form, even if it means they get no championship points at the end of a session, I would be putting my A riders out because, like you say, Rins is absolutely nowhere in the championship. Quartararo's not bothered about finishing 7th in the world, is he?
No.
He wants to win the world championship. So if you can get a leg up, learn something. We know testing's always limited anyway in Moto GP. It's one of the big factors that make it difficult for other manufacturers to close the gaps, even with concessions. So yeah.
The question is, will they actually be allowed to do it? Because it would be like starting the race and not be within the rules. So I don't know.
Yeah, and is it a bad sort of gentleman's agreement as well to do something like that? Because obviously Yamaha wouldn't do that.
Just going to say about the Italian manufacturers would, and as we've seen, European.
But the
Japanese would be like, well, hang on a minute, we don't mind, let's say, getting close to the limit of the rules, but we don't want to bend them, essentially.
And it is a way for the European
Yellow flag's out. Sorry to get across ourselves here. Oh, hang on. Is that Martin? Hold on. Yellow flag sector 1. It's Miguel Oliveira.
Yeah, again, second time today.
I cannot tell Oliveira and Martin apart because they've got exactly the same. They've got the same helmets now.
They look the same, especially given the fact that it's a purplish blue uniform that Oliveira wears.
So that bike's rolled because there's debris further up the track and the side pod's been cracked as well. So
that's both bikes.
Yeah, we'll go back to green now. So we will end the session. But yeah, it's both bikes as well. That's the second crash for Oliveira in this session.
Yeah.
Crashed at the last corner. He's crashed at the first corner now as well. So
Oliveira giving us the only action of the rolling variety.
Sadly so, unfortunately.
It seems fun.
Just a reminder, you can join us on Monday for the post-weekend test, the in-season test at Mazzano. All day covered live on JB Motorsports. You'll hear this weekend again. So if you're listening to us, hello, on Monday. Hello. We'll be going through all of it. Moto GP, Moto E, Moto 3, Moto 2 and Moto GP races. So across the whole 8 hours, you'll hear everything. So hello, everybody listening in to us.
Do you know what I had in my head just then?
What?
Do you know the Simpsons episode?
Hello, Bart!
Yes, that!
Yeah, he's just shy because I tried to kill him once.
I love that line, and it makes me want to watch Frasier all the time.
Yeah. It's one of my favourite lines. Yellow flag sector 3.
I might watch Frasier now when I get inside.
Who's that?
I don't know who that is for. That might just be for debris. Because no one is in that sector.
No one is in that sector as far as I can tell.
Wait. No, Morbidelli is. Morbidelli.
You're right, yeah. We were looking down the timing screen. We forgot to just look at the first name. Miguel, so Franco Morbidelli has... Oh, and look at Quartararo, second fastest, 1:31.591. Yeah, he's done out into a yellow flag in the third sector. But Franco Morbidelli, the man who's topped this session for the VR46 at home, has crashed out of the session.
There was no effort right there from Quartararo.
And now yellow sector 2 as well.
Who's in sector 2? No one is in sector 2.
Are we sure about that? We made that mistake last time. Now just yellow sector 2. There he is. So he's crashed at the data point in sector 2 and 3. He's up and running away, so he is okay. but a brief yellow in sectors 2 and 3 at just the crossover point to get Morbidelli out of the way.
He's just jogging with a marshal now.
Wait for me, I got little legs. Over the line then, so everybody else getting their lap times cancelled. So it is, with a crash, Franco Morbidelli who went this session fastest from Fabio Quartararo, Fabio Di Giannantonio, and here it is, Megs. Oh, look how hard he's braking the front. He's going to release the brake.
Yeah,
Oh,
that front just dips. And he decides he wants... Oh,
the Acosta approach.
yeah,
By the way, look what I found. My version.
after a new one.
Well, that's Mum's, that's mine.
Do you know what I wish they'd put on to like Netflix or Paramount? Full House.
I know, it should be back.
Just putting that out there. If anyone is listening who has that capability, Full House is an amazing show. Please put it back on.
Oh, time is music on plan.
Well, the session's ended. They gave up.
Closing thoughts, Max?
Please get some ice Oliveira.
Oh, our timing screen again has gone dodgy. Oh, well, we'll try and fix that coming up shortly as well. Right, I'll end down to TNT. Thanks for coming. We won't see you later for the practice hour, but we will see you back tomorrow.
Going to see Downton.
Yes. So thanks, Megs. See you tomorrow. Let's head down to the commentary team at TNT.
Was at the Icons.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes,
They-
that,
they
yeah.
had
Very smart.
Yeah, looking smart.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think there was a pair of trainers, which I don't like to see a dinner suit with a pair of trainers. I think they were all wearing proper shoes. Can't confirm that completely.
They all look lovely, didn't they?
But Ago was there.
Smart.
We've got Kevin Schwantz, Danny Pedrosa, so all the legends, and they've got a new. Basically, they've got a new
New
trophy,
trophy.
haven't they? That they've kind of more identifiable with the new branding. So they had a lovely evening last night.
Svale was back. He was racing at Kota last weekend. Cars, 4 wheels, and he won the race, I think. I'm sure he won the race, actually.
We'll be here helping the boys this weekend. As Mark comes into the pit lane, and fifth fastest for Mark around here.
He won't be too bothered about that. Misano is like a super physical track, and one where, yeah, very, very physical, Misano. And we know our Mark can override the bike, and so he would have been doing his homework there. He doesn't want to make a mistake early on, and obviously he's almost got that championship mode on now. He's got to think about the championship. He'll want to wrap it up without getting hurt.
And I think he wants to really, ideally, wrap it up in Japan.
Yeah, well, there's very little chance that it's going to happen here. He doesn't need to go all out to wrap it up here.
But it won't happen.
No, unless Alex Marquez makes some errors.
No, it still can't happen.
Oh, it can't happen here.
Even
but
if Alex now goes to bed for 2 days, it can't happen here.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't realise that. Oh, he's going to get it in Motegi then. That's it.
It's likely, isn't it? Yeah. So Alex a little bit faster than Mark so far today. Luca Marini in 6th. Then KTMs, we've got Pedro Acosta there. And Bez ended up 8th for Aprilia. Ralph Fernandez was 9th. And then Jorge Martin rounding out the top 10. And Jorge Martin also just trying to, re-find the pleasure of riding a bike and getting relaxed and back into it again, Michael.
Yeah, he had some really bright lights over the last few races, but it was a tougher weekend in Catalonia, so he just needs to rekindle the passion that he had when he was battling for victories. It'll come back. It's obviously still early days for him at Aprilia, still adapting to the machine and its strengths. And even we see him in the garage over the weekend, and he's still working on his rider position, so he's obviously just trying to get comfortable with it. And yeah, I think it will come. We've no doubt that Jorge Martin will win a race on the Aprilia before too long, whether that's this season or next. It's on its way.
Because it's been such a long season and he hasn't been a part of it for so long, and he's been so injured, it's hard to forget that this is a different team with a different bike, and still a lot to learn, and he's not had that much time on the bike yet.
No, I must say though, I thought that in Barcelona, in Catalonia, he would have had a real good chance there after a strong weekend in Balaton Park, where he came back from a long way on the grid. I thought it was going to be super strong, and also Catalonia is usually a great track for Aprilia, and it wasn't the case. So it looked like the Aprilia actually, the first thing was that the Aprilia was maybe not as you know, as good as we thought it was going to be, because it has been a really strong track for them in the past. And then yeah, it's just running there for Frankie to go and do the starts. It is an important part. They need to practice that. Even though Neil doesn't agree with it.
This is your favourite shot, though. Look, they're doing your shot for you.
They've listened.
Above.
Yeah. I see. This is the beauty of it.
Then they cut away.
Yeah.
Too soon.
I just want to see it from the top.
Do it every week. Do it every week.
See, when they do these shots, you can't appreciate how fast they go off the line. So we got teased with the drone, and then it took it away.
It's life, I'm afraid. It's the great tapestry of life. So what are your predictions for this weekend? What do you feel? What in your water is going to happen here?
I think the VR46 boys are going to be all out. I think Fabio is going to potentially do well, because it's not really an engine track around here. So if they manage to have that grip and, most importantly, keep it in the races. It was a big surprise for me, Fabio and the Yamaha package in Catalonia. I did not think that he was going to be able to, one, qualify like he did, two, even more keep his race rhythm like he did, and get on the podium in the sprint. I mean, really. On such a low grip track, they did really well. So they are sort of putting it all back together at the moment.
And Pedro's in a purple Pedro patch at the moment, isn't he?
Yeah.
Could have a good shout of a podium around here.
Yeah, he looked good in Catalonia, and obviously chose the wrong tyre in the main race there and went backwards a little bit. But yeah, he's fired up. Obviously, it's a return to form all round for KTM, and this track should suit the boys in orange. And I think I agree with Sylvan. I think the VR46 boys are going to come out swinging, both fired up to be strong at home. And Fabio, pre this weekend, sounded really confident that he could be competitive here on the inline 4, and obviously looking forward to testing that V4. So I think we could have a good weekend set, and I look forward to seeing Enea Bastianini on current form and what he's done around here in the past. I think he'll be very strong here on the KTM with his new crew chief.
Yeah, this is a great track for him, but you know, that session possibly not fantastic down at 50. We know it's a slow build normally for Enea, but obviously a change of crew chief. Weirdly, 2/3 of the way through the season.
Yeah, Steve Day did let me know it's Javi Palasin, who is his new crew chief. He's previously worked at KTM more in the Moto 3 development. I'm not sure of his Moto GP experience, but Steve said Alberto walked away from his KTM contract. So yeah, it is strange to be happening mid-season, but yeah, change of guards leader in there for Enea.
Yeah, great shame when you've had that trusted partnership that's worked so well as a beautiful for so long.
Hopefully it doesn't affect him too much, but it likely will. You know, when you got that relationship, it's like you come into the pit box and it's almost like you don't even need to talk. Like, you know, which is sort of like you know already what's wrong with your rider. You can tell, you can read his eyes, you can read what's going on, and that connection is priceless. You know, because these guys that got the experience together. So yeah, hopefully not, but I genuinely think that this will affect Bastianini's performance.
Yeah, I mean, it's all very well us saying, oh, there's a story, there's been a bit of a spat between Alberto Girabola and Enea Bastianini, and for us it's a 5-minute conversation. That's going to completely dominate what happened last weekend and perhaps prior weekends that we didn't know about. I mean, this is obviously something that's been building, we assume, because you normally can sort something like this out if it's a disagreement.
Yeah, I'm going to do some digging, because I feel it is.
It doesn't quite add up.
It doesn't quite add up
that
the two, that rider and engineer have fallen out. I think it's more likely a contractual dispute, perhaps, and then it's an early walk away from Girabola's side, because he has been scouted by Yamaha, headhunted. It does sound like. So yeah, maybe there's a disagreement, but more likely the powers that be at KTM, I would guess.
Well, it'll be a shame if it does, you know, upset Enea Bastianini this weekend at a track where he has massive potential.
Yeah, he will do, definitely. When your crew chief is your guy, he's the guy that gives you confidence. It's the guy that, even if he doesn't do anything different on the bike, or he does the clicks here and there, he gives you that edge and we know Bastianini needs that, and you know he's really sensitive as well.
Yeah, it's your comfort blanket, isn't it?
Yeah. So
I do wonder, was Dovey to do with the Yamaha coaching Girabola? Obviously, Dovey and Girabola worked together for years at Ducati and knows what he can do. Dovey's definitely, he's the conduit to Japan, it seems.
No, I love is that there, and we've got a really good investigation to get our teeth into. We're going to walk out in the paddock now, and literally we're going to be like hounds, trying to smell the stories, trying to get to it.
The investigative journalist here.
Do you want me to go and get your Sherlock Holmes jacket and pipe?
No, I'd rather be Erkut Poirot. That's all right.
Oh.
Yeah.
I was French. Yeah.
Belgium.
Is he Belgian?
I think so.
Sorry.
Yeah. It's not far though.
I'm not very good Miss Marple, am I? If I didn't know that. So, Fabio coming in to the garage and should be reasonably happy with that. What do you think?
Yeah, well, I think that was an interesting session. It was a good session as well. We're going to be in for a very interesting time here at Mazzano World Circuit Marco Simoncelli. That's it then. The first practice session is concluded here. Apologies, it was slightly bizarre with our drop of signal in the middle. Next up, it will be the practice hour for Moto GP to decide the running order from Q1 and Q2. We leave the Circuit di Barcelona Catalunya and move over back to Italy. But it's the San Marino Grand Prix at the World Circuit Marco Simoncelli. Welcome to round 16 of the season. It's time for the 1 hour practice session that will decide the running order for both Q1 and Q2 at what is the last European leg before we head to the Asia Flyaway races. And we are underway. The green light is on and the riders are heading out onto the field for the first time in this afternoon session for what is going to be once again a very dramatic and very exciting hour. Riders heading out there on the circuit then. We've got the 4 sector times below us. If you're new to us, they'll flash whether or not there's a crash in an area or a yellow flag. They'll go yellow in that certain area, and we'll do our best to tell you who's gone off the circuit before we get TV pictures. Full timings alongside us as well. And the top 10, remember, automatically go through to qualifying number 2. After that, 11 down to 24, or 23 in this case, we'll have to go through the remaining Q1, where the top 2 will be progressed up. I'm Joshua Birch. Megan Birch not with us for this session. She'll be back tomorrow ahead of practice 2 and qualifying. But we're all set then for what's going to be a very interesting hour. The session's underway, slightly warmer as you can see. Track temperature is at 37 degrees Celsius, air temperature 28 Celsius. So not too shabby overall. Not too bad at all for the Grand Prix of San Marino and the Rimini Rivera. So that's the full title is the Red Bull Grand Prix of San Marino and the Rimini Rivera. So for a couple of years we've had the Emilia Romagna Grand Prix here. So now San Marino is the official title, but it's the San Marino and the Rimini Rivera Grand Prix era. So a little bit of an extension. Of course, San Marino is such a small country, they can't host their own Grand Prix, so they sort of move over. Evening, Michael. Says, good evening to you too. Kingsbride says, Mark Marquez 93 all along. Pecco's given up on the 2025 title. Seems like he has as well. Plug says hello to us. Hello, everybody. And this was Hoya Martin coming into turn 3. The rear sliding out from underneath him and just running wide over onto the blue rumble strip area. So the tyre's not fully up to temperature just yet as we are underway for this one. Let's check in with our colleagues over at TNT Sports and see what the latest news is as the green light's on.
I heard that Joan Zarco was not up at Barcelona anyway. He'd not tried that frame yet, so I don't know if he's got it here, but yeah. So obviously the factory boys, Mia and Marini, getting the good stuff for Fabio could use it. Joan could use it.
Yeah, and I expect you'll feel a little nose out of joint of that. I've delivered you your win this year. I've delivered another podium for you. I'm supposed to, be not a test mule, but I'm supposed to be part of the factory setup. I know he's an LCR Honda, but he's an HRC employee. I expect he feels a little bit miffed at that, but that's the way of the world, isn't it? If you're not in the factory team. and that's part of the reason he wanted to be in the factory team. We know now that he's staying at LCR Honda. Yeah, I couldn't tell you whether he's got it on this weekend yet. We'll find out later today when we hear from the riders. Jack Miller, part of the Yamaha troop, was there to welcome Augusto Fernandez in the V4 to the track yesterday. We'll try and get a glimpse of it as soon as we can, but it looks different, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Already.
Yeah, it does. It looks. You can tell it's completely different. Looks longer. It looks different because there's no sponsors on the side of the bike as well. It looks big. It looks a bit bulbous, a bit.
But it's not. I think we've seen a sort of a front-on shot, haven't we? And actually, where the V4, the inline 4, is wide across the frame, they've more margin.
Yeah, well, an inline 4 is much wider, so that gives you less room to play with the aero fairings, with what you can do with the aero. And the V4, so the V4 Yamaha, as we saw, straight on, it looks like there is a lot more room there, and they've done a lot more work with that aero fairing, ground effect fairing, and this gives the technicians, the engineers, a lot more opportunity to sort of play with the aero side. And as we know, that's a very important parameter of the bikes right now.
Yeah, well, hopefully we'll get a chance to have a look at it on track and we can talk about it some more. Aprilia didn't have the weekend we expected of them in Barcelona, a track where they've won in the past. They've regularly featured on the podium, you know, at 1-2s. It's been their track, and it just never lit up, did it? It never caught fire.
No, but it's been a bit upside down for Aprilia, because we didn't expect them in Austria, stop and go track. We definitely didn't expect them in Balaton Park, the mother of a stop and go track, I mean a go-kart track.
Yeah.
And they were good there. And then in Barcelona, where we thought, right, now they've performed on tracks that naturally doesn't necessarily suit the DNA of their bike. They are going to be super strong in Barcelona, and they struggled. So
they've obviously, remember the first comments from Bezzecchi and Martin, or they were sort of mixed. It's a great front end, but the instability, and you just wonder whether changing that feel, changing the way, you know, the front end felt, that has just compromised a little bit there.
The grip, yeah, because it is hard to generate the grip in Barcelona, because it is a very low grip track, and with those long corners, the fact that the bike was, you know, maybe a bit more twitchy in the past, the fact that you take away the grip and then the bike becomes a little bit more compliant and less sharp reactions. And yeah, it looks like they weren't able to generate that grip. They were struggling really a lot with the grip level in the back, in the rear. That's the comment that we heard during the weekend in Barcelona, and it looks like they didn't find it. So to me, it looks like they lost a bit of mechanical grip in the rear part of the bike, and that's helped them for the stop and go tracks.
Yeah, like here.
Yeah, but then it's compromising them on the ones where it's very hard to go and get that grip. So yeah, it looks like they have a longer bike now. They've gone more long, and so you know you got then, if you, for example, if you got a swing arm a lot longer, you're gonna have a little bit less mechanical rear grip. But the rear grip is not going to push your front. You're going to lose a bit of that rear grip, and that might rebalance your grip balance, let's say, in a good way for the stop and go tracks. Like here.
Some commitment there through Coverne for Bez.
That Aprilia looks like
it's spot on, isn't it?
Shopping trolley. It looks so twitchy and nervous, you know that.
But he's setting good times at the moment, because Bezzecchi's middle sectors are up. He's fast at the moment, but he's done a quick time out of the last corner up to the line. Last lap time was a 1:31.342. He crosses the lines at 1:31.166. So more time bettered on the overall delta. It's just getting more and more easy, I think, at the moment. That's the good thing about all this. It's a smooth, calm, nicely operated system as the situation continues to go on. So, Alex Marquez in P2, DG third, Bassini goes fourth, 1:31.721, Marc Marquez fifth, Quartararo sixth, Marini, Acosta, and then Morbidelli goes into eighth, puts Acosta down to ninth, Martin goes into 10th place then, he's just outside of it, Binder in 11th, Rins, Aldeguer, Zarco, Bagnaia, Ayagura coming back into the play. So it's not as done as we thought this session might be. There's still some more delta coming as we ride. Listen in with Bezzecchi.
Got the next turn now.
This is where it gets nervous.
Sixth gear, and Neil's right, and so Sylvan, the rear sliding out as he's coming down into turns 11, 12, 13, and 14, and it's just rear shaking like absolute crazy in order to try and get something right on the delta as Bezzecchi tilts back through, and then full power up towards the line, and let's see what this time is for Marco Bezzecchi. Sector times aren't really improving. I'm on the 2. Is it quicker or not? That's a 1:31.166, so not exactly the benefits that we were expecting to see this soon in the session. So no would be the answer to that delta change question that we were expecting, but then again, I wasn't expecting to see that much this early on anyway. Lap time counter for a few riders now flying through. Bagnaia has shot up the timing screens from 16th place. He goes up into 4th. 1:31.528 now as well. So that's a little bit of a better delta time. As Marc Marquez up by 0.067 in the first sector. Right, Joshua Smith. Hello, Josh. Watching today on holiday from the Indian Rock Beach in Florida. It's super sunny today for me, 30 degrees. Just after 9 a.m. for me, hoping Mark can get the title this weekend. Mark can't get the title this weekend. It's mathematically impossible. He had to be more than 3 points ahead of Alex last time out at Catalonia, but with Alex winning the Grand Prix, that means he was 5 points clear. So Mark can get as close as 1 point away from needing the championship this weekend, but he must have his first opportunity to be champion at the Motegi circuit in Japan in 2 weeks' time. That's the first one, unfortunately. So he can't do it for a while, which is a shame, but that's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. As Marc Marquez goes fastest over the line now, 1:31.026. So he's now taking the top honours by 0.14 over second between the two. So better delta and better pace coming in as we have 48 minutes to go. Let's go down to the pits.
Yeah, I want to talk about the V4, which you debuted in its first competitive outing earlier on in FP1. 1.2 seconds off the pace across 17 laps. What's your overall assessment of what you saw?
Definitely, it's been a good start. Already being here, it's a good achievement because considering when we started this project and thinking that we are already here, it's already a big, an important achievement. Today he had a little issue, the bike stopped and he lost sometimes, you know. Also the test rider, he needs to get the speed. So overall, apart of the little issue he had, things are going well. For me, I can't say something different.
What was the little issue? Was it an Augusto issue or was it a bike issue?
Just the ECU recovery, and they stopped the engine. But the bike was then once back to the garage, they check, and the bike was running again.
And what was Augusto Fernandez's assessment of it as well? First time actually being competitive out there with the other bikes. What did he say to you afterwards?
But he didn't talk much. In general, he said that he was feeling comfortable with the bike. Also because we are trying to avoiding putting pressure on him. For us, this wild card is very important to not results, but gathering information. And I think it will be much more important maybe the test on Monday, when all the factory riders will try the bike and where they will ask maybe to push a bit more. But with Augusto, we are just telling him to do his job and to collect data. For sure, he will try to push as much as he can, but always in a safety way.
I bet the likes of Fabio cannot wait to get on it, especially when he's seen that it can be fast, it can be competitive.
Yeah, you know, they already tried the bike last Monday in Barcelona, and even if the conditions were pretty poor, The first feeling were positive, and overall the test went well. But you know, it's different when you are all together, and you can start comparing the lap times.
Well, I hope you collect all the data you need this weekend and Monday. Good luck this weekend.
Thank you.
Massimo Moroli there as well is telling us all the information about this morning's test on the Yamaha V4. He's got his first official day test back on Monday at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya, and that was an interesting test day as well. Some interesting runs between them, but 9 times out of 10 it's looking good at the moment. 45 minutes to go then. Riders just coming back in and out of the pit lane on their first runs of the session. So there's a few more times still to be decided.
Last thing they need to do is be throwing a bike at a fence and writing anything off. So, yeah, it's to ride at 98% and, like I say, try and give as much feedback as possible.
Easier said than done.
Easier said than done, of course, yeah.
It was a stoppage this morning. Silva myself, things just like the engine gone into safe mode. Something to do with the electronics.
Yeah, it didn't look like it was any major breakdown, and you're gonna get a few like teething problems like that.
You've been in the position. You've been in that position with, you know, helping bring a factory in Moto GP, bringing them up to the top. You know, developing how. You know, talk us through from Augusto Fernandez and Aldo Drudy, who obviously is behind the scenes as well. Talk us through the next steps between now and them making a decision, because they still say the decision hasn't 100% been made to race it next year. We think it has, but they say officially it hasn't until they safely navigate a couple more tests and race weekends like this.
Well, for Augusto Fernandez, the job as a rider is, try and gather as much data as possible, as much feedback as possible. The interesting thing is that you can do that when you're testing, but when you're at a Grand Prix, there's no better like comparison. There's no better way to be comparing data. It's on the same day, same session, same wind condition, same tarmac condition, same tires. You can really get some valuable data for your manufacturer. So it does matter. There is a pressure on his shoulders to accomplish the job. Obviously, try and be as close as possible, even though it's extremely difficult to be as quick or close to the factory riders. But the closer you can be, the more relevant is the data. And obviously, like Neil said, you don't want to make a mistake. You don't want to put two bikes in the gravel or in the fence. So you've got to be sort of sensible with it. But it's a great opportunity for him as well to be riding a bike. I'm sure he'll be really excited, to ride this new. When you can ride a new bike or anything new on the bike that the factory guys haven't got yet, it's exciting because you're assessing that and you're participating into the project. So yeah, he'll be enjoying his weekend.
Yeah, Augusto's got a new 2-year deal to test with the factory on into 27. Good news for him. It's you've got to look at now. You've got to have a strong test team. We understand Cal Crutchlow now. It sounds like that's not happening anymore between himself and Yamaha. If you look at KTM's test team, Danny Pedrosa and Pol Espargaro, HRC, Aleix Espargaro and Taka Nakagami. It's they're strong lineups, aren't they? Ducati, of course, can't actually, because of concession rules, do that much testing. They get a test here with the rest of the field, but Michele Pirro's not been out that much. Many opportunities at the moment, so they haven't, shall we say, strengthened their test team in the same way.
You'd say Ducati have got the weakest probably with Lorenzo Savadori.
And there's talk they're trying to get Oliveira,
but he might go to BMW. This talk, obviously, World Superbikes. But then, and I don't mean this because obviously Pirro's been the best. If you think about it, obviously his feedback must be incredible, and because Ducati have kept him, and he's been the main man really. So, look, but on paper you sit here, you'd be like, well, they've only got Pirro.
They've got 6 bikes though, haven't
exactly, yeah, that's so true.
They got loads of data, every weekend, and they can't. They are restricted.
Yeah, and they restrict with tyres, don't they?
Yeah. That's it. So basically, the amount of tires they can use for testing is much lower than the teams without with the concession. Sorry, and there's no point to test without the MotoGP spec tires because they are so different to the tires they can buy in the shop. So yeah, that's how they they limit the amount of laps and the amount of testing that you can do.
Really good morning for Fabio Quartararo. Yeah, he might be keen and excited to get out on that bike, but there is still a job to do, and actually competitive this weekend, just as Silva mentioned there in terms of the tyres. For example, Ducati get 170 tyres for testing because they are ranked A. KTM and Aprilia get 220. That's another 50 tyres. D, your Hondas and Yamahas get 260 tyres for testing. But that's huge, and that's, of course, you know, also they're able to test with their factory riders as well in that situation.
Yeah. And it's working. I mean, you see, see how Honda and Yamaha are able to use those. I mean, the rules were, and then the manufacturers are investing and making the most of this opportunity to catch up.
And I want to stress this for people at home who think that, you know, Ducati have been given a leg up, and why don't we get a ride height devices? We want the ride height devices gone, an aero. But the fact is they have made concessions themselves, haven't they? To basically say, if you're not performing, Honda and Yamaha, we're going to give you a leg up. They can't have any wild cards from the Michele Pirro like they used to have. They've given away that. You know, got the engine freeze that are on there. They've got that lesser amount of tyres for testing, and it's a handicap in a way, isn't it?
Of course it is.
And so that will bring the field together. And so you can't, you know, if you're Dorna or the FIM dealing with the MSMA and saying, okay, go on, give us a leg up, let's help the other factories. You can't then say, well, we'll take away your ride-out devices. We can't say we'll take away your aero. They can, obviously, on in inverted commas safety grounds, but it's horse trading in a way, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think they've got that balance really well at the moment. Hence, as we've seen with Honda, well, and obviously with what's happening with Yamaha and the V4, it's basically fast-tracking their development. Without it, imagine if the olden days and they decided not to have concessions, and it's like, well, it's down to you guys to
speed up
for the other manufacturers to find out, to solve the problems, how long it would have taken.
You go back in the past and something it's coming into this weekend. Marc Marquez this year has got 87% vintage effectively over the year. Compare that to his 2019 win, 88%, so a little bit better in 2019. Before that, you go back to Valentino Rossi, who was the only rider to have better in 2004 when he won on the Yamaha. I mean, sorry, 2003, should I say? 2004 he was 76%, but on the Honda it was 89 and 88% of points. But that year, how many bikes could win? Realistically, around 2004, 2005.
Yeah,
sorry, my apologies. 2002 and 2003.
Was
talking about
two bikes could win, really.
Him and Ukawa.
Exactly. Yeah. And Ukawa was not his league.
Obviously, Sete Gibernau won on that bike as well. But it was
Alex Barros.
And Alex Barros won.
But in general, it was like the factory Honda, weren't it?
It was the early days of Moto GP, so the factory Honda was the bike beyond.
And then in before that, the best ever in terms of since '93, when the modern point system of 25 points for a win was given.
Was it Doohan?
Doohan, 90% in 2 years. But in those years, Doohan was part of that. But how many bikes were winning?
Well, then it was
Mick and
you pretty much had to be on Honda. But
Crivier and Okada, really.
Yeah.
Or even then. Few and far between, basically, is my point. But now we come to a point of the championship where, actually, in the last couple of years, the Ducati have dominated. But this year, you're looking at it and you think, well, Honda has won with Zarco. Okay, it's probably a little bit skewing the picture. KTM aren't that far away. Bezzecchi's won.
Aprilia.
Yeah. Fabio Quartararo should have won at Silverstone.
It does feel like we have... I mean,
Fabio should have won at Silverstone, and that got away from him. But I'm going to link this back to a comment that Tiggs asked in the chat. It says, hey, Megan Josh. Megan's not with us for practice, but she'll be back with us tomorrow because she had to go away. Which KTM rider do you feel will win their first race this season, if any of them? I can think it's between Acosta and Enea. I'm going Enea. Bastianini, I think, will win. Well, it won't be his first ever race win because he's won races before, but I think between the KTM riders this year, he's going to win the first one on the KTM. I think it'll be an air. If Acosta can win, that'd be brilliant, but he's fallen off the last couple of races.
At BR46 as well, the one with Morbidelli.
Tech 3 last time out with Bastianini's on the podium.
There you go.
So, do you know what it feels like? It feels like next year I think there'll be another step, a small one, and everybody will get even close to Ducati. And then obviously we've got the big rule change, and who knows, with different capacities, obviously no ride-out devices, different amount of aero,
engine,
and then tyres, which is the biggest.
So that's going to be fascinating.
Who's going to be the #1 manufacturer in 2027? It's $1 million question. Obviously on paper you go, well surely Ducati will start as favourites. Not necessarily. Someone might strike it lucky, and
the bikes are going to be so different.
So different. The chassis are going to be so different. So the tyres.
And if we're just talking about the ride-out devices. At the moment, the bikes are designed around it because they're so efficient. The technicians and the engineers had to design the bike to make that clearance in the rear for it to drop. You're going to see it drop. Oh no, cut it. Yeah, the clearance is massive. And
exactly.
They go out along track together, don't they? To say they're in rival teams. They're pals.
There you go.
Yeah, they train together very often. They train very often here with the road bikes. So yeah, they have to make that clearance at the rear. So the more clearance you got, the more you can have amplitude with the ride-out device, and the more efficient your bike is at accelerating effectively. So that they won't need anymore. So they're going to be able to come back to, let's say, more sort of like natural bikes. The bikes are going to be more normal, and it's very hard to call.
Yeah, it is.
Then there'll be the other space age button that someone will develop.
Somebody will develop. Which I tell you what will make it's going to make really interesting is the first half of next year, because it's going to be all about contract talk, because the majority of the riders are out of contract. So who's going to do it? Who's going to sign early, and who's going to sign with who? Like there'll be some big surprises because there's going to be unknowns, and we know the Japanese manufacturers have got a big checkbook.
Imagine you're a MotoGP rider manager now, and you're trying to find out who has got the best, soundest project, who has got the secret key to the technical regulations for 2027.
But if you're on the other side and you're trying to sign the best riders, you'll say you've got the key, because no one can argue with you, no one can tell you otherwise. They're not allowed to start looking at those bikes, are they, until the end of this year?
They've done a sort of gentleman agreement that they're not going to roll them out, until next year.
Yeah,
they've got to be there though.
Yes, we know I mean, I can't imagine any of the Italian manufacturers. I mean, surely no. What? Might just have a little. What? Who's that riding around there? That looks like Pirro. That's
Sorry, what?
Looking back.
I can't read between the lines there, Neil. What are you suggesting? You switch your mic off.
Speak to my lawyer. I'm not suggesting anything, Gav.
They couldn't do it. They'd be photographers. You couldn't do a 100% sealed test.
100%. I think you could.
Could you?
In Italy, I don't think we could, because you'd have to have some marshals.
Where would you do it?
Well, you obviously wouldn't do it at Misano or Mugello.
Cremona. That's where we're going to see the first rollout of Bugatti 850.
Convinced.
Right, let's park that for a second. I just want to head back down to pit lane, because Rachel's catching up with BR46 team boss Pablo Nieta, with both their riders in the top 4 currently.
Yeah, thanks so much, Gav. Yeah, Pablo, so far so good today, especially in FP1. You had a first and a third, obviously both in the top 4 at the moment. I guess that's what we should expect, though, is it, from the Italian riders round here at home? Expectations must be high this weekend.
Yeah, that's our home race. No, this is a very important weekend for us. Very important race. We start feeling that pressure. No, that means that we have something important to do. But anyway, we have to try to be like a normal weekend, normal race, and then try to make our best.
How lofty, though, do the ambitions get for not just the team and the riders? They must come here with so much more anticipation of what's at stake.
Yeah, and then our work office is 5 kilometers from here, no? So we have a lot of friends, a lot of tifosi, no? So it's very important for us to try to make a very good weekend, but the most important thing is try to start working in a good way, because it's very important to try to make a very good Friday. We know that is one of the most important things, try to be in the Q2 directly, and then we will see what happens during the race.
Tell me about Franco earlier as well. Obviously had that off at the end of the session when he was fastest. Was that just a case of pushing too much, or was that anything to do with the bike?
Yeah, sometimes happen, no? Sometimes happen that the riders want to make something important, no? And he pushes a little bit too much, but anyway, when you are fighting to try to make a very competitive lap, it's normal that sometimes happen these things.
Well, good luck this weekend. I hope you give the home fans something to cheer about.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks, Rachel. Thanks to Pablo down there. There are high expectations this weekend, and starting as they have with the boss down in the garage as well, Valentino Rossi, watching close in. They'll be hoping for that double podium again.
Yeah, well, and I think they would have been a little worried about trying to beat Mark as well. You can imagine, you know, the management going, well, Alex put his team in Barcelona last week. So.
Yeah, and just quick, let's go check up with the chat as well coming through. Eddie says, Pecco looks better. Probably recovered from crisis a bit. Looks like he'll go to Q2. He's 6th at the moment, 1:31.413. Definitely looks likely coming through. Pecco should come back at the front this weekend, since it's one of his home races. He does training a lot, as the boys said earlier on. Bezzecchi should have a much better weekend. It's also one of his home races. I feel like Marini has been overtaking Zarco for top Honda in recent races. That is definitely true. Tig also mentioning Binder back down the wrong end of the session. It's just one of the great rounds straight back to disappointment. Yeah, back at the French Grand Prix, took victory. Now Zarco's down 20th place at the moment. If Mark has 148 points or more after the race on Sunday ahead of Alex, he can win the championship in Motegi. That is true, yeah. So he can. It's the first opportunity to come in and take victory for the championship at Mugello, and you can join us for that live in 2 weeks' time here on JB Motorsports. All of the actions. Take a look at the new Honda updated aero exhausts, and it's quite interesting actually, because there's one very large exhaust that sticks straight up. Then just behind it there's a narrower one, both similar heights, but it's sort of a vortex effect, so it goes sort of like a house tree across the two, and the exhaust goes straight up to the top, and the third exhaust, the proper main exhaust as well, alongside the winglets, move to the side as well. So they've had a few other designs to try and generate straight line speed and grip, but making the exhaust part of the aero winglet is a unique idea. But yeah, Honda have been playing around with their ideas going into it. There's Marc Marquez talking with Gigi Dall'Igna about, shaking his head a bit actually is Mark, but he's fastest of all by 92 thousandths of a second. So if he still feels like there's room on the bike to improve and still feels like there's areas, that's going to be a factor. As you can see on the chat, improvement from Vinales, P9, 0.6 off the pace. Has he dropped down to 11th now, 131.638. Top 10 at the moment then, with half the session gone. It's Marc Marquez from Franco Morbidelli, Fabio Di Giannantonio, Marco Bezzecchi, Alex Marquez, Pecco Bagnaia, Fabio Quartararo, Luca Marini, Raul Fernandez and Enea Bastianini. They have that top 10. Further down that order, we go with them having to go through Q1 to begin with, and that is going to be Maverick Vinales 11th, Brad Binder 12th, Pedro Costas 13th, Igor 14th, Juan Mir 15th, Alex Ritten 16th, Jorge Martin 17th, Fernando Aldeguer 18th, Jack Miller 19th, Johan Zarco 20th, Miguel Oliveira 21st, Augusto Fernandez 22nd, and Somkat Chantra in 23rd. If people wonder why I read them out when you can see them, it's because many people here on YouTube and Twitch also listen to us via the radio network that comes in as well. So we like to update everything because Bagnaia's on a better lap time coming through. So Zaigura, the second run starting to approach here for Moto GP with 27 minutes to go.
Where that Mark has said that he does not want to even test the 2024.
Right.
You don't want to try it. Obviously, you wouldn't because you know you can't use it anyway.
No, but
But you can use it next year.
Yeah, for next year.
Yeah, next year.
That's what I was thinking. This is the test.
What's the 26 bike going to be?
Exactly that. This is like
what is it going to be?
The first look at it, isn't it?
Because you think if you're Bagnaia, well, I don't want an evolution of this bike, but they're not going to listen to you, are they?
What would you do for Bagnaia? You'd want to try the 2024 package.
Yeah,
exactly.
But you've got to have the same bike as Marc Marquez. The pair of you have to have the same bike.
Yes, in the factory team,
in the factory team, yeah.
Yep, that's true.
There are some decisions to be made.
That's what I mean. Obviously, those decisions will have already been made because obviously the test is this Monday, so they'll know exactly what they're going to ride. But that's why I sort of posed the question. I'd love to know. It'd be nice to get inside and speak to.
Well, we started the season, we didn't know what they were running. You know, so I'm not sure we're going to find out.
It was at 25.2.
Yeah, 24.5.
We didn't quite know.
24.5.
Look at that, turn 11.
It's all right, but it's not top rack, is it?
No.
Top rack through there, and the reason being is top rack through there, I'd say the electronics.
It's flat out, isn't it?
The way the electronics are set, on maybe on a superbike. I mean, top rack was on the lock stop through there, wasn't it?
Yeah, he was drifting all the way. But different bikes, different tyres.
Where with the GP boys, we've not seen them drift. Now, bear in mind, we know a Moto GP bike's got more horsepower, so essentially you should be able to light it up, but they're not doing.
Yeah, but you can't. The superbike, you can sort of like make it drift and muscle it around, make it pivot like yourself. With the GP, if you try and do that with superbike, with a GP, it doesn't quite work because the bike is sort of stronger than you. And with all the aero and it's heavier, so it's harder to drift actually.
When you think a top rack through there was just ridiculous.
It was
ridiculous.
Ridiculous. Yeah. It'd be exciting to see him.
Yeah, we all can't wait. We were discussing earlier, weren't we, about him testing. It's at the end of the season. Obviously, if he goes on to win the title for BMW, do they release him to? You know, we expect they will, but they'll probably still use him for promo.
Yeah, usually you'd think, you know, any manufacturer that is in the game to win the championship, they'd want to use the rider, you know, for the motor shows and for the promotion. Obviously, you want a title together, and you want that image, you know, you want to use it as much as you can.
Yeah, so I'm sure it'll be a gentleman's agreement where they release him from his contract or allow him to test the MotoGP bike.
Unbranded. And he's not allowed to make any comments.
Exactly.
Yeah,
because
something like that. We've seen that in the past.
Yeah, and it's the right thing to do. It's the fair thing to do. And he will continue up to the end of December as a BMW employee and, like you said, do all the PR attached with what appears like another world title.
Did you see that then? So Piero Taramasso, Michelin boss here in the paddock. Davide Tardozzi looked like he was giving him an earful. And then Davide Barana comes past the techno and just sort of patted him on the shoulder and say, "Don't worry, Davide's just het." That kind of thing.
Yeah,
Piero looked
fine.
like he'd got both barrels out of Tardozzi there.
Just a little V4 watch. We've got Augusto Fernandez is in 22nd, just 1.5 seconds off after 14 laps.
And he was, what was it this morning? This morning, 21st, but he was only 1.1 off.
What time did he do this morning, Silvan?
He did a 32.5.
No, so yeah, so he's stayed at the same lap time, which is actually something that's could quite easily happen, as in
because he's been testing here, so he's already sort of got his limit, and he's got his rhythm. That's his rhythm. Yeah.
That was the benchmark we thought, wasn't it, at the start of the weekend? That's where we were thinking
1.5 seconds. Yeah, and then you'd say you'd then put a Fabio on it, Quartararo, and you'd expect him to be half a second quicker. So
the fact remains, and it was a question that I put to them yesterday in the press conference. Honda have got a V4 and have grip problems. KTM have got a V4, and
it's not a straightforward solution.
It's not a silver bullet.
Absolutely not. No, and they've had to work very hard at it, and they will have to work very hard at it to, you know, to catch the gap. They started from far away this year, well, end of last year. So yeah, they've already made massive inroads with this, and to bring the bike, you know, so close. Obviously, we would have to assess it properly. You'd have to have, you know, if they can try it here on Monday with good conditions, that would be the dream. They weren't able to do that, unfortunately, last week in Barcelona because the conditions were not great. It started raining on the Monday, but hopefully they can do that here and back-to-back the bikes, and that's where you really get an understanding of the strengths and the weaknesses of your package.
Christian Pupolin down there with Casey Stoner inside the Honda garage. Casey having a good chat with Christian. Works with Luca Marini now, has worked with Casey in the past. Of course, he did a lot of his work with Christian Gabarini, but he was in his squad's at Ducati. Was a long-term Ducati man.
Don't you just think Casey could still throw his leathers on and be quick?
I was exactly thinking that.
He knows. He knows as well.
I was thinking if he was to go out now on a GP bike, how far do you think it would be?
I don't think it'd be far at all. Give it.
I don't.
Do you know what? I feel like give him a day with a few sets of tyres. By the end of the day, I think he'd be right in the ballpark. He's not going to be. You just know it.
Do you remember when he stopped riding and then he came back as a Ducati test rider?
Yeah.
But he had a couple of years off, or some. It was 2 years, I think, or something like that. We got to Sepang and it was the test riding test.
Yeah.
So we got on track, and bear in mind, green track. Third lap, he was on a 201, and I remember that vividly. And that was back in, was it 2017 or something? I can't remember. Anyway, third lap, he was in 201, and a 201 around Sepang
on a green track, on a not rubbered up track.
Very fast.
Yeah.
And he was instantly. I remember being shocked by that, and that was some time ago.
Did you, at any point during that test, go past him and tap your seat?
Yeah. just show him a bit the lines and stuff.
Yeah.
No, he was miles quicker than me.
Oh, look at that.
Always was.
Always
will be.
It was miles quicker than everyone.
Look at that, the way he picked the bike up there.
Picked it up and turned it and slid it. That was portrait motion, wasn't it? That's what he does.
Stoner will be 40 in a month's time.
Wow.
Yeah.
They're old now.
That's the best age, isn't it?
He still looks at about 25, doesn't he?
Yeah.
I don't know, Sylvan. I've not got there yet.
But 40, I mean, you look at Bautista's still really competitive, racing at the front of World Superbikes.
Yeah, Max Biaggi, Carlos Checa, they won World Superbike titles at 40 plus.
Valentino retired here when he was 42, wasn't he?
Was he 41, 42? John McGuinness is 65 years old now and still lapping faster than he's ever lapped anywhere, pretty much. I'm joking, John. I'm sure he's listening, actually. He'll hear that.
He's still doing PBs wherever he goes.
He is. He's actually. And John's is 52, I think, so...
Never give up.
I'm waiting for your phone to light up with the views.
No, I think he's at the Goodwood Festival and Revival, so...
Revival, yeah, it's on the screen
they
now.
They were over in Italy, aren't they? And gone back over there for Goodwood. Bsky down there running fourth.
A little plug, if you want to see some classic bike racing as well with the Barashi Memorial Trophy, you can join the watch along on JB Motorsports, the main YouTube channel, where we will be covering all of the Goodwood races this weekend. It's on now with practice. Race one's this afternoon at 6:30 UK time.
Second.
Absolutely nothing. Look at that for some style. That's poetry in motion. Using his body correctly, standing the bike up, applying the power.
It's out of the final corner. Yeah. Curbs. See where the green paint comes in there. Judge that one to perfection, because you can.
Got a bit of margin there. You have about
3 millimeters.
Yeah. That's nice. It was nice to see you say, Neil, the way he picks up the bike. That's a great thing to watch. Great technique, and they all do it. Kono makes it. They keep their bodies in the same position, but then they push the bike away from them to reduce that lean and get more traction out of the corner. But the body helps still turning.
Is that going to be you next weekend at the Boulder? Are you going to be doing a bit of that?
Elbow down and a lot of picking up the bike.
I hope for good weather for you down there.
I've not checked yet, but it's usually quite nice in September, still south of France.
But you had was it last year the bad one when it rained, or was it the year before?
No, I didn't go last year, but it was. We had one where it rained in the night a bit, on and off. Yeah.
I just remember there'd been lots of spills.
Yeah, that was a while ago. 2021.
All right.
2021. It kept like raining in the night, which was great. You're out on slicks and then it rains, and you don't know if you need to come in or not. So, because obviously, effectively, a 24-hour race is a 24-hour flag-to-flag race. So you always have to deal with the conditions. Makes it challenging.
I know Bastianini is a local lad, like Marco Bsky from Rimini, on the coast. One here, remarkably, remember, on the Factory Ducati from Jorge Martin. Martin scrapping for every point he required in the championship, and Bastianini turns up and barges past him at turn 4. It was one of that.
Impressive.
It was impressive. It was a hard move.
It was
borderline.
It was a borderline pass. I remember when Bastianini won his first ever Grand Prix here, when he was racing in Moto 3. Got
the Grassini team.
Yeah, and he got the hair painted
in
up.
the tricolor.
He was down at Parc Fermé, me and you, Gav. I remember looking at him thinking, wow, that sort of came from nowhere.
The hair or the result?
Bit of both, really. Yeah, he just one of those characters sort of throughout his career. Early on, if you think in Moto 3, there were races that he won, but he weren't absolute standout through his Moto 3 career. Well, it wasn't Bastianini, but and then progressed up into Moto 2, and it was sort of similar there, but then ended up fighting for that World Championship and getting it over the line. And I actually thought at that point, I don't know, he got the chance to move into Moto GP with Grassini. I wasn't too sure, genuinely, if he'd make it as a Moto GP rider, Bastianini. And he's done well, hasn't he, really, you think about it?
Yeah, he has transformed himself now into one of the top, and on latter stages of the race, I mean, he matches Marc Marquez in terms of pace that you have and
when he's got that
race.
front-end feeling, he's very, very difficult to beat. Really strong. Quite a great rider, actually. Doesn't happen. It can be up and down though, and he was up and down when he was in the factory Ducati team. But when he can produce it, when he's got the feel, amazing rider to watch.
We sort of smile about him over the years, me and you, Gav, haven't we, especially. When you see him in the paddock, he does not have a care in the world. He doesn't seem like he's not too. He's like just pretty laid back. Doesn't look that bothered. As in, you know what I mean? Like not too stressed.
I once called him. Always called him the Space Cadet.
Yeah, just sort of wanders around.
Yeah,
not intense. Tell you what, when it comes to let's go time, he's got bags of talent. I like him a lot.
Yeah, it's the career that's got better, hasn't it? I know he won the Moto 2 World Championship,
yeah, but
even then,
like I said, he wasn't sensational, was he? Right, well, these are your first goals at your proper time attacks. Everyone's out. Well, everyone's gone out with soft rears in. This is time attack mode, and it's not a guarantee you're going to be in that top 10.
Look here at Pecco Bagnaia, who, I'll remind you, was on pole here for the San Marino Grand Prix, was on pole for the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix.
Doubled
Some time as that lap went on there, actually.
Yeah, but I feel like he's going to have to go faster than that if he wants to be in the top 10 at the end of this session with 13 minutes to go.
1:31.281 is Bagnaia's time. And now we're getting into that zone where everyone's going to start pushing. As Neil just said, 13 minutes left. This will be the go point. Track temperature is at 36 degrees Celsius. Air temperature at 27. There's a 13 km/h to wind that's just blowing around. This is the go point. Let's see what they've got. Replay of Bastianini.
Still, like, well down on laps in general. But I thought it was going to click for him last weekend.
Yeah, but in Balaton he did a great race.
Yeah, that was it. Because of Balaton finishing 4th.
And then we thought coming into Barcelona, Catalonia, that track that's used to Aprilia, coming off that great comeback, loads of positive energy, carried the momentum there, and he wasn't able to do that. They didn't quite get enough rear grip to do it, and then here looks like he's it's not quite coming yet together.
We'll get on to Enea Bastianini's crew chief change.
Hey up.
I was just about to say we need to watch this because Bagnaia
New tyres, second lap. That's looking better. So that could be the first 30 of the weekend.
Let's see then. Bagnaia will come out of the last corner. We've all been saying, is he going to have differential times? Can he fight back in a circuit? He tests out most of all over the line, and he goes to fastest. 1:30.794, the fastest time so far this weekend, and that is great news for Pecco Bagnaia, who seems to have finally found something back in himself at the top of the timesheets. Quartararo goes 5th, 131.133. Marc Marquez is up by 0.2 of a second at the moment. He's got a medium front, soft rear tyre combo as he comes through turn 14 now. In the third sector, trying to just pull that throttle ever so slightly. Did he touch the green there? I'm not too sure. We only cut to that camera angle on a late charge as he comes down into the braking zone. Into turn 16 now. He's up by 0.3 of a second, 0.293. He's setting them alight. So is Franco Morbidelli. So is Marco Bezzecchi actually as well. As they come over into the last corner then for Marc Marquez. Pulls the throttle back up towards the line. Doesn't keep the wheelie down, but it's a 1:30.480. That's 0.3 faster than Bagnaia. On the same bike, the same tyres, exactly the same. Medium front, soft rear, both done the same amount of laps. And Marquez is 0.3 of a second faster. Tell me there's a problem with Pecco Bagnaia. That is a clear advantage as to what is going on with the three-time world champion. Over the line then comes Morbidelli. He goes into 4th position. That's only because Marco Bezzecchi's jumped to 2nd, 1:30.643. So more time has been found out there. Bagnaia is coming to the pit lane, so is Raul Fernandez and Enea Bastianini. Alex Marquez then into the last corner, the last one, up towards the line. He's estimated to go 5th. He's currently in 10th position, the man who won at Catalunya as well 5 days ago. Up to the line now, and Alex Marquez, 4th, 1:30.838. So he goes safe, but not safe enough. Pedro Acosta looking strong as he comes through down into the hairpin at turn number 16. Hug the right-hand side, 17, 18 then. Let the clutch go, let the throttle go away from you and just build up the speed. Another heavy stopping braking point for the 90-degree left-hander last corner. Up to the line now past the pit and paddock complex. That's wonderful here at Mazzano. And Vinales goes into E12th because Acosta's gone 6th, 1:30.889. They cut to who we were following there, mid-corner, so that's not great TV direction there from Dorna. They could have done better there. Here's Juan Mir into turn 14. He's 0.071 of a second down. He's 10th fastest at the moment. Johan Zarco is 0.7 of a second down, to go back to what we were mentioning earlier about how differential the times could be. The rear sliding away. Zarco over the line goes 14th, 1:31.499. So that's a bit of a shame. Over the line we go now for Juan Mir, and does he appear 10th, goes 4th fastest, 1:38.19. So the first lap time's complete with 8 minutes to go, and we have the top 10 of Marc Marquez, Bezzecchi, Bagnaia, Mir, Alex Marquez, Morbidelli, Acosta, Di Giannantonio, Quartararo and Binder.
He's dropped out again. I wonder if his lap was taken away from him. Yeah, he's suddenly down in 18, so I think he might have exceeded track limits.
Martin's got a track limits violation,
on his lap. Easily done round here. There's lots of places for you to do it. Got turns 1 and 2, obviously, out of turn 10. Between 11 and 12, between 15 and 16, between 13 and 14 actually is another one. As you can see on the outside there, between 11 and 12. Now we're into 13, more on the outside of the track. Johan Zarco looking to get himself inside that top 10. Has he been just grafting away on the medium tyre? And now we're starting to see a little bit of more pace with the soft in.
It's the sort of thing Zarco would do. He'd be just spending the whole day working towards his Sunday setup.
Goes 8th, knocks Brad Binder out of the 10.
Yeah, it's not going to be enough in that, you wouldn't have thought. Like you say, 0.6 covering the top 10. Most people are back in, putting a fresh set of boots on. Bagnaia's gone back out. He sits 3rd, and with that time, you'd say...
I think he's okay.
He'd be safe, yeah.
I think it's Zarco, Di Giannantonio, Quartararo, the ones who will be...
Yeah, maybe even Pedro there.
Pedro, yeah, fumbling for another lap.
Yeah, you're going to have to find some time. Because when you look at the riders that are outside...
Like this man.
Yeah.
Martin. Bezzecchi's currently second, so they've sent them out together. This is an important race. We talk about Ducati being an hour up the road in Bologna, in Borgo Panigale. You come down on the motorway, pretty much a straight line then, to here at the Misano circuit. Well, Noale in the Venice region, just to Veneto. So, but it's still an important race. This is the closest racetrack to them. So it's a huge weekend. So very keen, I'm sure they'll be, after a tough weekend in Barcelona, to get both riders into Q2, because that changes your weekend all of a sudden. As their big ambassador Max Biaggi watches on. So this is an out lap through Curvone. Let's switch to a rider on a lap here with Pecco Bagnaia. Good second sector in overall time. Not enough for him to make inroads. What about in sector 3 though now? Third split comes up just at turn 13.
Seems like they got a good 2 laps in those new rear tyres, and yeah, the second lap performance is just as good, maybe even a little bit better. That's the first time I thought from Pecco that second lap was better, and then here it looks like he's still building his pace, even though he's on a quick one. Let's see what that second lap delivers now.
You know, it's almost like he needs a fast installation that to get some trust in the bike, and then he'll go again. Martin, meanwhile, always been one of those to be straight on it.
Yeah, he's, say, just hanging on to his teammates, isn't he? Trying to learn something.
Absolutely rushed in on the brakes.
And that's what happens a little bit. You see the gap starts to grow, so you try and make it up on the brakes. You risk a little bit more, then you score a fraction wide.
But even then, pulled it back round. It offers that, doesn't it, La Quercia corner?
It does.
Yeah. You could just see he's fighting the bike. It's moving all over the place.
He's overriding it a little bit.
Overriding it a bit. It's come off a Ducati that's so stable as well. Everybody says that. Smooth power. And then you get onto the Aprilia, which is just that little bit more nervous. But he's pushing. Someone's gone down.
Yellow flag out anyway.
Yellow sector 1 has come up on our timing screens. So who has it? Let's slow it down. It's at the first 2 corners. It's Augusto Fernandez on the V4. So this will spoil everybody's run into the first corner then. And that V4 bike is broke down this morning, and now it's crashed this afternoon. Not a great. Let's have a look. Middle of the corner at turn 2. It's at the crossover point from 1 into 2, and just hits the curb. That's not his fault. That's not even the bike's fault. That's just the track's fault. The curbs here are so treacherous. It sort of comes up out of nowhere. Alex Marquez goes to 4th, 130.752. He's found some more delta time that nobody else knew about, and that's exactly what they want to find out. Mark Top, Bezzecchi, Bagnaia, Alex Marquez, Mia, Mark Marquez. Sorry, Alex Marquez coming down. That's Quartararo. It's got sort of taken out of it because Quartararo's run wide at run wide at turn 1. That took me completely out of the commentary there, people. Because Quartararo was just, we cut to him on board and he was drifting off the racing line at the shortcut at turn 1. Lap time's cancelled now, flashing through for track limits. Yellow flag, sector 3. Someone else has, oh, it's a big one there. And that is Juan Mia, who has gone off of the hairpin. So he's gone straight on into the barrier. Well, he looks okay. He's gone on his ripped leathers. He's up and moving his helmet around, so he's okay. Turns in, front dips away from mid-corner. That's a big one. The bike would have hit the barrier with a bit of a thud there. So that yellow flag's out with 2 minutes 19 to go. I hope they don't have to red flag the session. That would be quite something. Get Mia out of the area. He's up and now he's sort of bent over trying to get something out of his helmet, looks like. What if a bit of gravel's gone in there? But get him out of that area. It's a fast part of the track. They've gone back to green flag running. But it's at turn 10, so it's where the long lap penalty loop is. Not the place you want to go down at all there. 2 minutes to go then. So everyone gets a reset lap time. And Bagnaya's coming to the pit lane. 1 minute 30 lap, 2 minute out lap. Bagnaya's into the pits. Let's have a look what's happened here. Right, this is why I got confused, because that's Bezzecchi and Martin having a disagreement, because Bezzecchi's held up Jorge going into turn 1, and then Quartararo got held up on it as well. That's why he's gone off the circuit as well. So I was wondering what exactly the deal was between them. And now it does kind of make sense. So, yellow flag sector 4. Someone's now crashed at sector 4s. We know Bagnaya's not going to do another lap time, but I don't think anybody else can have a go, because we've got another yellow flag out there. Turn 15 we're hearing. So who's gone down there? It's at turn 15, but there's no one there. It's on the driver tracker. Oh, hello. It's Raul Fernandez. Raul Fernandez has gone down. So Augusto's gone down. Raul's gone down as well. And that is at turn 15. So this will stop everybody else improving on their lap times. They'll have to keep their throttle pulled back, as Quartararo knows that it'll be a cancelled lap time, so gets out of the way. No one else is going to improve. Yellow flag's rescinded. Well, this is going to be controversial then. That yellow flag rule, if it comes out and you're in that sector, here we go, look, the 79, the 23, the 1, the 49, all having lap times gone, and the 12 and the 5 due to yellow flags. Aldo moves up. 35 had a lap time deleted as well for track limits and yellow flag. Yellow flag sector 1 now. Feels like that. Well, the checker flag's out, so it's Jack Miller. Miller's crashed as Morbidelli goes third fastest. 1:36.73. Where's Miller gone down then? It's not actually telling it. It's turn 1. Miller's got off at turn 1. So this new yellow flag system that they've told us about on our driver trackers, that's brilliant. 42 and the 10. Lap time cancel for track limits. Over the line comes Pedro Acosta, 8th fastest. Stays 8th. Doesn't improve. Nobody on an improvement lap time as things stand. Digi's at the cusp right now. Binder's in the pits. So's Raul Fernandez and Augusto Fernandez. Well, of course, those two are. They crashed on the circuit. Bagnaya's going to make it through. He's now gone back out, but 4th fastest. Digi goes up. Yellow flag sector 2. This is a joke. Absolute joke. Vinales goes 13th. Doesn't improve. But now we've got a yellow flag in the 2nd sector, and race control are not telling us why. It's flashed up. You can see it yourself. Yellow flag sector 2. And everyone's lap time's getting cancelled. Marini over the line, goes up into 7th, 1:30.848. So is Marini's lap time going to get cancelled? Aldeguer's gone 15th, Quartararo stays 12th. Aldeguer goes up, as I said. Lap time cancelled for the 43 due to yellow flag, but he caused the yellow flag. So the top 10 as it stands is Marc Marquez, Marco Bezzecchi, Franco Morbidelli, Pecco Bagnaia, Alex Marquez, Juan Mir, Luca Marini, Jorge Martin, Pedro Costa, and Fabio Di Giannantonio. That's a solid top 10. But lap time for the cancel for the 35 now. Lap time cancellation is going to start coming in. I don't think we're going to know fully who's where just yet.
But it's all helping.
Binder was down, apparently.
Meanwhile,
Binder's
at
crashed.
the front, Marc Marquez, faster than anyone.
Yellow flag sectors 2 and 3. It is indeed. Brad Binder's crashed. Oh, and I think Alex has gone down. Yeah, I think Alex has crashed because he stopped in sector 3.
Chance at the championship in Japan.
So, Fabio Quartararo going through Q1 again. His last few rounds he's done that and it's worked for him. So, it's not the end of the world. Bastianini is a surprise down in 18th. Not hardly mentioned him.
Yeah, the KTM's looked a taller order this weekend, and Costa 9th, the best of them. Binder 13th, Vinales 14th, Bastianini 18th.
I don't think losing his crew chief would have been of much help there. I mean, Bastianini is coming out of a really good, last few races, and coming here, he's sort of like a specialist around here, isn't he?
Yeah.
He loves it, really. So that's, I would say that is a bit of a surprise. I expected him to do better. Yeah, because he's on a good roll, and yeah, coming here, I think he would have expected better as well.
The talk is that Alberto Giribwola will become top rack, whereas Gatliolu's crew
And
chief.
it's effectively resigned with immediate effect, hasn't he?
Yeah,
That's what's happened. So yeah, Bassani's current
Or
crew
been
chief-
resigned.
or been resigned because he's moving on.
Moving to a different manufacturer.
Yeah, that's not, obviously Enea Bastianini and Alberto Giribwola, they have this long-term relationship as rider and crew chief, and they can really put you off when you lose your man. Effectively, the crew chief is he's the guy that's going to give you that confidence. He's the guy that's going to give you that little edge, you know.
It's your right-hand man, isn't it, Sylvain, in the garage? It's so important, that relationship.
Very important.
But it's the most important relationship in the paddock. In the, you know, from a rider's standpoint, that connection you have with your crew chief.
Yeah, to improve the setup, but also to improve your confidence. And I would say that's maybe even more important.
Well,
he's the guy that if you trust him, he's going to tell you, look, I've done 2 clicks on that suspension, and now it's going to be much better.
I mean,
Trust me.
they're celebrating this like pole position.
Well,
Jorge Martin.
It's a step, in it, and that's it's sort of, it's changed, hasn't it, now? It's like, it's quite common now, we see teams almost overreact like this, but it's all about trying to make the rider,
give him the confidence,
feel wanted, happy, and give him the confidence. You're right.
Do you think that was set up and Bez sort of agreed to tow him around?
Possibly.
Yeah.
Yeah, possibly.
I don't know why I don't picture them two as best mates.
I don't, but I picture Massimo Rivola going,
listen,
this
we
is,
need you to do something.
This is Aprilia's home race.
For the team, yeah. Good, that's fair enough from Bez.
Look, and they're all celebrating like it's a pole position, or...
Well, it feels like a pole position because it is critical. What a run. That's it then. We'll be back tomorrow for all the action. We've got the Tissot Sprint, the Moto GP practice and qualifying, and the Moto E races. From us all here, though, from a wonderful race here in Misano, this is going to be a fun weekend. We'll see you then. Take care. Bye-bye. We move away from the Barcelona circuit to San Marino. Welcome to Rimini for the Misano World Circuit. Marco Simoncelli and the San Marino Grand Prix, a pivotal round in this year's World Championship. It could be the day Marc Marquez secures he can wrap the championship up in Japan in 2 weeks' time. Let's go straight over to our commentary team then, as the session is underway. And let's join TNT Sports.
He said a lot of his issues, he doesn't really feel quite as bad on this track because the grip level's much higher. So this man went well. Luca Marini had a good day. That Honda is getting better and better. Again, you can see they've been playing with the aero. They've got those seat sort of side pods on it.
Yeah, there's been a lot of work going on what the Italians would call the cycle part of the bike, on the frame and on the aero that's been around there. That we've seen the last couple of rounds. Michael, there's a lot of work going on. We've seen Aleix Espargaro as a wild card. Takanaka Gami's going to do, they are investing. Like Yamaha have got their V4 project, Honda are putting all that into getting this bike back to where it is. And you would not count Marini out of a shot towards the podium.
No, obviously enjoys being at home here in the Misano World Circuit, but also his rhythm around here, and of late in the recent rounds, the bike's working so good, and he's come really stepped up to the plate after struggles after the injuries, and he's really arrived. And that's combined with the development from Honda's side, the work that's going on in Japan. It's clear to see the development is working. The signing of Romano Alpiciano has been key on the aero package. They've also got a new engine developer in-house with pitching KTM's Kurt Triep, and I think you can see it's clearly, it's all lining up, and there's a lot more development to come.
And you obviously talked just before about the V4, but it feels to me, Neil, and you've been there, you've ridden for the Japanese factories as well, there has been a big culture shift. And for me, Marc Marquez has prompted a lot of this. By jumping ship out of a long-term contract with Honda, they've suddenly gone, we need to change. We are being beaten to our game by the Italians.
Yeah, absolutely. and it's all stemmed from this man, really. the boss of Claudio Domenicali. I mean, he's ruthless back there, back in Pogo Panigale. When you're there, I've sat in the offices with Davide Tardozzi, with Paolo Ciabatti back in the day. They expect results, of course, but do you know what they expect? They expect from everyone involved in designing the Ducati, everyone involved in making their bike better. They expect a maximum. There is no clocking in and clocking out. You're not clocking at 8 in the morning, clock out at 5 at night. It's if you work for Ducati, you work 24 hours a day. And essentially, sorry, Gav, but that's why Ducati are where they are. They're dominating across every championship. And the Japanese have been caught napping, but thankfully they were caught napping 5 years ago. The knock-on effect now is things are changing with the Japanese manufacturers, and they are getting there.
Yeah, I mean, Ducati is a factory that is born to race. That is the whole point. We sell what we race. KTM similar, as in they're a company that comes out of mainly off the off-road world and winning, going out and winning races. And with the Japanese, it was we race because it's it's an important part of things, but we expect to win. We race to win essentially, and that hasn't been happening. And they have had to have a shift, had to have a look in the mirror, really.
Yeah, 100%. They had it almost too easy for too long. That it's taken a number of years in the doldrums to realise actually we can't go about things in our old fashion. The Europeans have changed the game, and we need to up the ante on our end and actually follow suit. So the Japanese engineers are typically quite a proud. Their approach to it, they're proud of how they've worked over the years and how they've had success in that manner. So it has been a big shift, a cultural shift to do so and really get feet on the ground here in Europe, have a stronger test team, develop parts in race trim, which they never like to do because there's a risk in that. If you bring unproven, untested parts to the track and they break, it looks bad for the manufacturer's reputation, but they can't afford the luxury of putting it through the test bed, through long cycles. They have to bring it and try and improve on the hop, on the bounce hole every single round of this season.
Slightly off day yesterday for the KTMs. Pedro Acosta, the sole KTM, going directly through into Q2, especially after a good run recently. They've looked good. Obviously, Bastianini had the podium last time. Acosta has been up there. Obviously, went with the soft tyre in Barcelona. But you feel like it might be one of those in race trim on Sunday. It might look a little bit better for them.
Yeah. Do you know what, in a way, though, in reality, it sort of sums up where KTM are, and a lot of the other manufacturers, apart from Ducati, is at some tracks, the Aprilia's working really well. At other tracks, the KTMs work really well. At every track, the Ducati works. It's just got that base setting, the base sort of DNA of the Desmos Adichie just works everywhere. And that's what's frustrating them for the riders, because if you're the KTM riders, if you think Binder was fastest on Friday a week ago in Barcelona, and yesterday, where was Binder?
13.
And not a million miles off, but 0.6 of a second.
Yeah. Marquez is the fastest, isn't he? That looks clear. Alex Marquez not had the greatest of success here over the years. I would say he's not the closest challenger this week. Just how it looked on paper, in terms of the analysis of their lap times yesterday. Who are his closest challengers then, Michael? Who do you think is going to be nearest Mark? Undoubtedly the favourite.
Yeah, Mark's the favourite for sure on a racetrack that's not predominantly been his happy hunting ground, but I do think the challenges are going to come from each manufacturer. I think Bezzecchi on his current form is looking good on the Aprilia. I think the VR46 Ducati boys, both Morbidelli and Digi, they've got a part to play in this. And I think from the KTM side, Pedro Acosta's close enough. Enea Bastianini won round here last year. If he gets a good qualifying this afternoon, then I think he'll be in the mix.
Oh no, yesterday it was just a bike switched off engine safe mode. That's an actual a crash, isn't it? Another one for Augusto. Yesterday, same place, isn't it? Yesterday, yeah.
Same corner.
And again, we held our breath, didn't we, when that bike crashed yesterday?
That's weird. Looked like the exact same crash.
It could have been a replay from yesterday afternoon, couldn't it? Thankfully, it looks like the bike's not gone end over end. That was on. We were watching that yesterday afternoon. Nervous that's what had happened.
What was your question to me yesterday morning? So what's Augusto Fernandez's role as test rider here on that new V4? The first thing I said was, don't crash.
Don't crash.
Well, that's his second. I think they were looking for a new test rider.
We just signed a new 2-year contract.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm not quite sure if that's going to happen. Alex Marquez looking a little bit better out of the box this morning. He's top of the tree. Joan Mir made it through, but then had a crash yesterday afternoon. Not as happy as Marini.
No time set. Sat in the garage. What's going on there?
Oh, that was down towards through 9 into 10. That's yesterday.
It's fast there. Luckily, as in it went later. I thought that was going to be one of them where he face planted really early on. Seen some big crashes there over the year into turn 9. It's the worst part of the track. I always hated that section.
Yeah, the barrier's a bit too close for comfort.
Too close.
Yeah, I remember being there and watching. Actually, my brother Eugene hit that barrier.
Yeah, a massive one there.
Massive one, and yeah, it lost the front as soon as you touch the brakes. But there is room on the outside of that to move a little bit. There's a flat track area, but yeah, they've never pushed that barrier back. But for me, it's a little too close.
On board with Fabio Quartararo up to final corner now, turn 16. Or is he going to stop the clock here? Yeah, not too bad on pace. But it's interesting, isn't it? We come from one of the least grippy tracks, well, the least grippy track in Barcelona to one of the best in terms of grip, Pecca Bagnaia. Again, we've heard it a few times, Dromo, Jarno Zeffeli and his crew, they put a good asphalt out there, don't they?
Yeah,
Can't believe we're going around singing the praises of people who lay asphalt, but, you know, they do a good job. Don't everywhere we've had them lay the asphalt, we get good comments from the riders.
Yeah, which other? I don't know which other tracks.
Well, there was. Did he do Balaton? I can't remember. He's done a
Reed on Silverstone.
Yeah.
Yeah, Silverstone obviously is
the big one.
Second time round was fantastic.
Sepang as well, Malaysia.
Yeah. Reprofiling a few of the corners as well in the process.
Do you know, the Silverstone one first time round, me and Michael did that. I tell you what, that was a hectic week, wasn't it, for us? But the money was half decent.
It wasn't too bad, was it?
No, we did all right.
Yeah, apart from the court cases afterwards.
Well,
we will not get involved. We do not have a legal team on hand here.
There's only so much cash you can spend as well, but that's another story.
Right. New helmet design.
What do we think about the helmet? I quite like it. Wood. It's a wood effect, I'm guessing. Is it?
I'm not sure. I haven't had a close enough look at it.
I've seen a few helmets that are supposed to look like wood. I quite like it. It's a bit different.
Not sold.
I can tell you're not a fan. What do you think, Michael?
Yeah,
council.
I need a closer look at it, but from a distance, not a fan either, gotta say.
Yeah, often when it comes to fashion choices and apparel.
Whoa. There's only one person sat in this commentary box with a pink linen shirt on. That looks like it's not seen an iron for 6 years. It looks like it's been in the bottom of his bag when he first started working with us.
If you'd seen got it out, trying to iron it this morning at 6:45.
Apparently, Michael was heating a spoon up over a candle this morning, trying to iron it.
I've never seen anything like it.
Yeah, me neither.
It's a travesty, Michael. It's a travesty.
Bezecchi's got pace this weekend, hasn't he? Complete contrast, what we're talking about here. Barcelona, we expected that Aprilia to be right on the money. They've won races there. They've always gone well. Pole positions, the lot. And yet, it didn't work for them at all. We thought, we'll turn it around on Saturday. Never happened. 2 DNFs. Obviously, he was taken out. They both effectively. Obviously, had a collision with Morbidelli in the second one, which I can't really lay anyone blame at. But, he went down with collisions. And then we come here and you think, this wouldn't have been necessarily one for Aprilia. It was always, obviously, both the home race for them and for Ducati. It was always Ducati that did the business here. And yet, the Aprilia's working, not just for him, but for Martin.
Yeah, really good to see. Really good to see. And like you say, the Aprilia's normally works well on really fast, open corners, flowing tracks. That's certainly not what this Misano is. Tight, twisty, technical. Lots of first, second gear corners. So, yeah, it's definitely encouraging to see.
Morbidelli just went up into 4th place. Morbidelli is feisty this weekend. He's had a little bit of a tete-a-tete with the media out there. We understand that he has been given basically a last chance saloon warning from the stewards. Any more transgressions, anything. You look at a marshal the wrong way and you're getting a ride-through penalty, pit lane start, you're getting a draconian measure dropping on you.
Well, there's an argument to say he needs it. Obviously, we've talked about him on too many occasions. being a little asleep at the wheel in practice sessions, making ultra-aggressive passes when he just needed to give half a metre and keep both riders on 2 wheels. Then obviously disagreeing with the marshals last weekend. And it's weird, he's the calmest, coolest individual you'll ever meet. And then for some reason the visor goes down and it's a different Frankie that comes out. But yeah, I think the stewards have to take the hard line with him now. And obviously he'll be frustrated, but it has to happen.
Am I right in saying it's something like there's been 12 different sort of indiscretions?
Infractions.
Yeah, over the last 18 months. I mean, that's more than David Munoz.
Yeah.
Just to put it in perspective.
Yeah, it's...
Chain off, which is unusual.
Oh, yeah. I was looking at his paint on the back tyre.
Well, I say it's unusual, but Aprilia have started to develop something on the end of the swing arm that is a guide, a runner, to keep the chain on. Because of the lowering device and the speed it goes down, there is always a chance for the chain to hop the sprocket.
You'd have been impressed if he just got off the bike and put the chain back on, just rolled it back, you know, like we used to on your motocross bike.
He might still do it. It's Brad Binder, after all.
Yeah. It'd be a hero in Moto GP. And stayed out and carried on. And set his fastest time.
The one thing about the surface, I was just thinking then, I was thinking about bumps and the bikes being jostled about. There are a few bumps around, aren't there? There's one in here that we saw yesterday. More for Moto 2, I noticed it. But there are a couple of spots. You didn't ride the track last night, did you, Neil? I saw you. Actually, it was weird because I saw you were out there. I thought you were really fast. I was looking out on the track and saw your leathers going round, hitting all the apexes really quick.
What it is.
What was the track like?
Look, there's no point in me lying about it. Sylvain, for quite some time, has said, "Oh, Neil, I'd love to wear your leathers. Can I please, like, just one time wear your leathers?" And I went, "Look, Sylvain, no problem." So no, I was slightly under the weather yesterday, and Sylvain jumped at the chance. Luckily, we both use RST leathers, and we are similar sizes. Obviously, I'm much more muscular upper body, so he said they were flapping around a little bit. But no, he enjoyed his lap, he said.
Yeah, but a few more bumps out there was the general message
from everybody. Yeah,
from everybody. Really good grip, but yeah, just a few areas where it does get a lot of use. This place, not as much as Barcelona, for example, but it gets used a fair bit. Of course, I want to remind people, Marc Marquez cannot win the title here this weekend. He just needs 3 points here. So if he collects 3 points here this weekend, the title will be up for grabs for him in Japan. And actually, if he collects 3 points between here and the next race, he's going to be the champion. Sorry, 3 points more than Alex Marquez, then he'll be the champion. Is that true enough? Needs 3 points for it to happen in Japan. Needs 3 points more than Alex. And the champion.
I'll save you all the mathematics. Marc Marquez is your 2025 Moto GP World Champion.
Oh, finally, someone said it. Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah, we joked yesterday because actually mathematically Pecco can win.
Yeah.
I was going to talk about the comeback of all time. He'd have to win obviously every race, and Marc Marquez would literally have to.
No score between now and.
Yeah.
Christmas. I've been to back out. And Alex Rins following him. Still no Joan Mir.
Odd, it wasn't a big impact for him physically. He's in his leathers. And
he did go out. He's come back straight back in. And just not reappeared. Have I missed something?
I missed what Frankie had to say to the media. Was he quite harsh?
Adam Wheeler was saying he stared him down.
Really? Down the barrel of the gun?
Yeah, probably stared him down. He was just asking the question, what's the story? And we know for a fact that he's had a talking to.
Hey, there's if there's one man though who doesn't mind a pause in a conversation,
an awkward pause.
An awkward pause.
Just ask Nat Quirk.
Oh, poor Nat. She's interviewed Frankie Morbidelli quite a few times, walking down from the garages to the grid. And Nat will ask a question, and then there's what feels like about a 5-second delay before an answer, and you're like, is he going to ignore Nat? Is he going to say something?
It's usually one-word answer comes back.
There's some classics.
He's lovely, he's funny.
We love him. He's so nice. So we've all spent a bit of time with him, but for example, when I've done track guides with him, I've done track guides around here. you will not meet a more polite. He's an absolute gentleman.
But he's got an edge, and we see it when he's on the racetrack.
Not quite as rude and arrogant as Andrea Iannone. Did you see the great interviews with JT last weekend? It was appalling. Oh, it was so bad, Iannone. I don't have a massive amount of respect for him at the best of times, but I lost all respect after that one. It was just beyond rude.
It's funny because one of the number one questions I've got since doing this job, what are the riders like? And then you go, oh, do you know what? In general, they're all
95%.
Exactly, probably even more than that. 98%, they're lovely. Go on then, who's like the worst? Is there anyone who's really rude? And every time, I've always gone straight to that one person. I always gone, tell you who was awful back in the day was Andrea Iannone. He was so difficult to interview. He'd be very rude to everyone around him. So yeah, I didn't see the interview with JT, but I can imagine that does not surprise me. And what was funny is his persona was the opposite. A lot of people was like, "Oh, we love Iannone, Crazy Joe. He's a real character." You're like, he ain't.
Yeah, there's been some tricky ones over the years, I will say.
Have you had a standout one, Gav, over the years? I mean, you've been doing this job for 26 years.
Andrea's one of the hardest. Do you know what? I always got on really well with Max Biaggi. It was really strange. Everyone had problems for some reason. I remember chatting to Federica, who used to work with him. She goes, I don't know why, but he doesn't mind talking to you, Gav. But so many people had really bad experiences with him. You know, over the years, there have been some people you've just got to find the right moment. Joe was really hard, actually. I remember, 2004. And what would happen was he'd hide away in his motorhome. I can't remember who he was.
I did nothing.
He rode with a number 50. What was it? Silver? No, because he was a number 50. No, who rode with a 50 in 2004? Oh, the name will come back to me.
Oh, Gav the Shuttle.
One of the hardest people to interview at the time was, in Dantine colours.
Michael Laverty.
Michael Laverty was a dream.
Of course he was.
Eugene was a dream.
Of course he was.
No, it was a tough year for you, Neil.
Yeah.
I admit that. It wasn't easy. And I had to try and interview you, and there were a number of times where it was like, you thought, what have I got to say?
I know. I'm
riding an oven.
It was funny because when we started working together 12 years ago, it was one of the first things you said. You went, you were so difficult to interview. And then I don't remember it because it's almost like I tried to blank it out. It was such a horrible season for me. Yeah. And then I felt sort of embarrassed because it's like, because now I'm in a position of interviewing people and I hate it if someone's rude to me.
And we were talking about style earlier. You've got to say those leathers. I know it's probably nothing you could have done about it, but that colour scheme was ugly.
Oh, yeah. That's why I can't remember much about it.
Exactly, block it all out.
I think the counselling's helped, though.
Yeah. Interesting.
I mean, he did say that he had that thwack on the neck, but it was the fact he was down there in his leathers. Obviously, that's been taken after doing one lap. How do you feel? Get on the bike.
Doing out and in. Yeah, it can happen. It was quite a violent crash.
And it was one of those that whiplash.
And maybe it's one of those, do you know what, I'll just wait. I'll test on Monday because that's actually more important.
Yeah, that's the priority.
Yeah, that's the priority.
Obviously, you want to do the race, don't you, on Sunday, because you need a comparison. You need something you can refer back to. There is a possibility of rain tomorrow, isn't there? It is in the air. There's a distinct chance. I'm not saying it's going to be wall-to-wall rain, but I looked at the forecast this morning and it did say possibility at some point of a shower or two. And as we know, this time of year, it's not necessarily a shower.
Yeah, as we saw here last year, it can be a light sprinkling, it can be a downpour at other times.
We've got floods here.
Oh yeah, there is a chance. From 9 o'clock till 1 o'clock, there's a 50% chance, in fact. Which, I mean, be okay for the Moto GP boys, but Moto 3 and possibly 2 could make it interesting.
Sean Zarco just a bit off colour recently, isn't he? How much of that is down to not having the same kit?
Yeah, sounds like he doesn't have the latest and greatest from HRC. Still missing the new chassis, which when you watch this man, look at Marini, could well top the session here with a good exit from the final corner. He looks a different man. Look at the size of those seat wings. They are massive.
Side pods have gone though.
Oh yeah.
The little side seat wings don't look to be there this morning.
Do you know, just thinking of Zarco, like, he has been Honda's #1 for the past 2 seasons. He's really helped with the development. He's got the best results. He's pushed harder than anyone else. He's crashed a lot. And his reward is he hasn't quite got the latest and greatest chassis, which is clearly a big step. Do you know what that does? It drains your motivation. And I'm not saying he's riding around not pushing, but that last 0.1% you give, you're like, well, there's no point, because I know that if I want to get that chassis, there's 0.3 in it, which hopefully is coming maybe after the test. Okay, Martin's down.
Yeah, Martin's crashed out. He's okay, up and running away.
Is that in turn 2?
Turn 1.
Turn 1.
Is it over the bump? It is right over the bump. We've seen that happen a lot over the years. Just in that period at the moment, Jorge Martin, thankfully after his injuries, he's trying to adapt to that Aprilia, and his comments yesterday was really interesting. He keeps riding it like a Ducati, which of course he's going to. If you think every lap he's ever done in Moto GP, he's been on a Ducati. It's when he first rode as a rookie when he signed for Pramac. So it is taking just that little bit of adapting, which is normal, but it just seemed worse because obviously he missed the whole of the pre-season and missed the start of the season. So yeah, he'll be looking forward to the test, I'm sure, on Monday. Try some different things, get some more miles under his belt.
To the final corner for Pedro. Good session being put in here. The interesting thing here is it's all soft tyres that everyone's using. Obviously, that's what they're aiming for the sprint. Yesterday, the sort of pace they're running here now, that's what Marc Marquez had on the medium tyre. Popular artist Luis Fonsi down there inside the Ducati garage. You've got all his 7-inch singles, Neil, haven't you?
Oh yeah. I went for something to eat last night, and I walked through across underneath the train station through like the subway area. I'm sure he was busking. It looked just like him anyway.
He was Despacito. I know that. You know that song. Come on, Neil. Okay, we'll leave it there. Let's not get into your music tastes. To turn 4, we were out there at the track yesterday, and I want to reiterate that from this angle, looks like a 90-degree corner. It's much, much tighter than that. Comes right back on you. And so just bear that in mind. But you saw that Bastianini Martin move last year, and you look at it, and it is such a narrow apex, basically, you're aiming for.
It's so one line, hence when there are overtaking attempts, we'll call them there, some are successful, some not so, but it normally involves the rider that's being passed having to really pick their bike up. It's a block pass move.
What should we be hopeful here? That in sprint trim, soft rear tyres, there's a few riders able to stick it to Mark. I'm going Morbidelli, Bezzecchi, Marini, Acosta, all ahead of Mark this morning. Am I getting overly excited?
No, you're not. Morbidelli has looked unreal, and sometimes it's that little bit of a bee in your bonnet with everything that's been going on with him.
And one thing we know about Frankie, he will not give a quarter. He will attack.
That went early, didn't it? Look at speed he's got into the gravel there.
But he's going for these limits now, isn't he? He's pushing things. That was the bump. We saw it. You saw the front way went over the top of it. But Martin's starting to push on.
Oh, Jack.
Parked it underneath. That's at turn 13.
Oh, yeah. Big one off for Jack Miller. Gone underneath the air fence, but he's okay. Pulled the bike out, but not the greatest one to go down.
I'm not quite sure.
Looks like he maybe rode it through. Yeah.
Oh, you're right.
Oh, this will be a fast one.
Horrible experience.
Oh,
he's
he
done well
did go
there.
into the barrier.
He has done so well.
That is a horrible... Because, look, honestly, 1 minute you're fully in control, the next minute you're on the gravel and you're going towards that barrier at a high speed. Jack's one of, if not the best off-road rider. and he dealt with that situation really well. If you pause or hesitate or panic, before you know it, you've got into the barrier at a right angle, and you're on your way to hospital. So yeah, he couldn't have dealt with that situation any better.
It's fast. That's there.
Yeah.
So what was that there? About 100, more than 100 miles an hour?
Well, yeah.
Well
as he went into the gravel, he'll have been doing well over 100 miles an hour.
And suddenly this big air fence barrier is coming at you.
Yeah, and you're like, uh-oh, there's nothing I can do here.
He must have locked the front at first grab of the brakes or something, 13 to end up out there.
This will be a lap time.
Really good, 130.6. This is get me ready for a qualifying attack.
Yeah, you're right.
This is a prep for pole.
Well, you feel
brand new. Rear in.
Yeah, you feel. And look at them. It's done quite a lot of laps on the front as well. So to that lap time, that's impressive. What he needs to do, he needs to stick it on pole. Minimum, he needs to be on the front row, but to take it to Marc Marquez, because we know what Marc will do. He's going to be on the front row. He's good at starts. He's aggressive on the first laps.
Well, Bez has already shown, hasn't he, Austria and Hungary. He's got the wherewithal to get to the front, be at the front. Rough it with Marc at the front. Can he hold out? This is, I'm not going to say a tougher track, but you know, as tough as Hungary to get past.
Yeah, it is.
Bez has got a chance here, particularly in the sprint perhaps later on this afternoon. I'll remind you, sprint coming up from 1:30 UK time. Before that, we are going to be going qualifying next. Bez is safely through. He was the closest challenger yesterday to Marc Marquez. And that lap time he's just done, 3 thousandths quicker than the one he pulled out yesterday afternoon. Fabio Quartararo, you'll expect him now, I suppose, to come through Q1. Is this a moment for him at the same place?
I took a lot of curb there as well.
That's not turn 1, is it?
No, it's turn
12. It's 11 on to 12, isn't it?
Just shows as he gets high on the curbs. Wow, what a great shot. I wonder if that stayed in, didn't it? Just that's the weak point of the Yamaha, is it's super nervous. And what that feels like at that point, at 160 miles an hour, that's what it feels like. His body language has shown you the frustration of, I can't quite do what I need to do. I wish this bike was more stable in those positions. Yeah, explain exactly what it feels like. Tell you what though, you'd want that man riding your bike, wouldn't you? Or you'd want it as a manufacturer, you'd want him on board.
We discussed last night, we had a chat with Josh Close from MCN, we had a bit of a round table, and we said one thing that this year has perhaps taught us, obviously Marc Marquez is top of the tree. You know, you didn't know last year, did you? At the end of last year, you couldn't say necessarily that Marc Marquez was the best of all the riders out there, just because of, you know, the last 4 years or what have you. Now it's been cemented, he is the best rider. For me, this year has given us one thing, that Fabio Quartararo is possibly our number 2.
Looks like it. To end of the session, it's Bezzecchi, Morbidelli, Marini Acosta, Marc Marquez, Alex Marquez, Quartararo, Bagnaia, Di Giannantonio, Aldeguer, Bastianini, Ralph Fernandez, Martin, Aguirre, Binder, Miller, Vinales, Rins, Oliveira, Zarco, Fernandez, Chantra, and Juan Mir as well down in last position. Well, for those of you watching on JB Motorsports 2, we are about to switch over to JB Motorsports. You'll be redirected. Those of you on Twitch, don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly for qualifying for the San Marino Grand Prix. Welcome to qualifying for Moto GP and the San Marino Grand Prix of 2025. The World Circuit Marco Simoncelli and Mazzano in Rimini is home to Valentino Rossi. Several of the riders also call this place home. But today, it's all about, can Marc Marquez dominate in the land of his hero turned rival? Well, this will be the question, won't it? Morning, everybody. Welcome up to the commentary box. We're underway then. First time we've been up here today in the booth. As we get our practice concluded, qualifying begins for round 16 of the Moto GP World Championship, the San Marino Grand Prix. Last one before we go over to the European races, Japan, in 2 weeks' time. We'll take a look at Fermin Aldeguer, 20 years old out there. This is who's in Q1, by the way. Johan Zarco, Augusto Fernandez, Maverick Vinales, Fabio Quartararo, Anea Bashini, Raul Fernandez, Brad Binder, Sonkat Chantra, Alex Rins, Jack Miller, Fermin Aldeguer, Ayagura, and Miguel Oliveira. Hello Tig, hello Sean, hello Plug, and everybody else watching as well. Hopefully you're all having a wonderful morning. I'll wait for Megan to say who our top 2 picks to go through to the next session is, because it's a very close field, this one. There's a lot around the whole area that we're not going to be 100% sure on. So this will be, I think, a new revelation as to who's going to go up front, who's going to improve. But the fast times are coming. Apparently the internet and the media centre is not that great. As over the line comes now, Fermin Aldeguer down towards turn number 1. Okay, I'll say my picks as Megan's running a bit late. Evening, Michael. Evening, everybody. So I think the 2 going through will be Fabio Quartararo and Johan Zarco. So I think it'll be Quartararo and Zarco coming through. As Megan comes into the commentary box, we see Fermin's girlfriend, who always looks like she's petrified, coming through here today.
Wouldn't you be?
That's a good point as well. Good morning, Megan. So into qualifying we go. And Aldeguer just hugging the inside line down into turn 8.
See, Goodwood's got it.
Goodwood is wet, safety car, yes.
They've got that one started again.
Yeah, that's the number 11. That just restarted the race actually as well. It was running in 4th position. Reminder that you can watch the Goodwood revival meeting, the first race, and also after the weekend there will be all the races combined into one program.
A long one.
Yeah, and that'll get premiered on Tuesday. Tuesday. Oh no, actually I'm wrong. The schedule is it'll premiere on next Saturday. Yeah, so it's next Saturday, in between the, during the weekend. There's a different one, so it's next Saturday you can join us for that. I think it's after the Formula 1 qualifying.
Right, so...
There's Aldeguer's girlfriend. Yay, did it, P1.
Yay.
131, 156. Bashini second, Miller, Oliveira, Chantra, Rins, Zarco, or Quartararo.
So, Raul Fernandez is looking quite fast in his sector. Got sector 3 time of being a red one.
I don't know if Megan will agree with me or not, but I think it's borderline to having the heater on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we need to sort this out.
No, apparently Mum says that we can put it there if we run a cable. So
no, we can't put it there because then you get 0 heat.
Oh, I don't mind. I don't care about the heat. He'll heat the box up. She also talks about putting it on the wall. Yeah.
No, we're clean.
Bashini then, looking stronger. He's up already as he comes into turn 14 by 0.145 of a second.
Because when we clean that up, we can put some of those on there.
I want the chair back.
Then behind them.
Yeah. And AM Fabi says Julian. That's his 2 to go through. Sean saying, I'm saying Quartararo and Aldeguer. Tig saying either Anea, Fabi, Raul, Ogura or Fermin. And Bashini and Binder for sure presenting red sectors. Picks of Raul and... Well, Tig's now gone for picks of Raul and Miguel. Who are your picks to go through?
Raul and Miller.
I went for Binder and Quartararo. So, yeah, Binder's top at the moment.
Different thoughts all
No, I didn't go for Binder. I went for Zarco and Quartararo. I'm changing my mind already. Binder's just got top there, 131.015. Yeah, so I went for Quadraro, who's third, and Zarco, who's seventh. So who knows who really well at the moment.
Do you know what I'm really struggling with the past couple of months? Do you know there's this one spider in our bathroom? It's tinier, not like the one I had to get rid of yesterday. And it's, for some reason, it only comes awake when I go in the shower. And it's a constant battle to make sure it doesn't just like go down on a web. I'm constantly just being like, no, go back up.
That's you all over.
Yeah.
But Binder's done a... No, well, Quadraro's in red sector 1, so is Vinales, but...
There used to be 2. I wonder what happened to the other one.
Not having completely the run. This is the San Marino Grand Prix, of course. Held in Italy, in Rimini, because in the Emilia-Romagna region, because... Oh, Zarco went straight off the track there as well, so he'll have his lap time counter for track limits.
Yours ain't looking that good.
Yeah, Vinales already had that. And Quadraro, however, is up by 0.13 of a second, so it's looking stronger. Yeah, Alex Rins is looking good.
I reckon he might go like 5th.
There comes Aldo Drudy over the line. Second fastest at the moment, goes to P1. It's a 1:30.852. Quadraro's just behind him. Rins does go up there into 5th place, but Quadraro's gone fastest by 10,000th of a second, a 1:38.42.
Rao seems to have messed up in the second sector. And that's Quadraro.
Yeah, he's cut off turn 1.
They always do that for some reason. It's like they're just like, oh, I can't be bothered with it this turn. Turn
1, yeah. Well, the one thing we need to be looking at is watch out for the number 7, Augusto Fernandez, running that Yamaha V4 engine. Let's see what that is going to deliver in a qualifying session. Remember, Quadraro did test it in the opening 15 minutes of practice 1 yesterday, but he'll get his first proper runs on the bike all day on Monday. And you can watch that post-season test live, and that'll be on JBMotorsports 2.
Yesterday it wasn't such a good run for it, though, was it?
No, it hasn't been today. Augusto crashed in practice, the hour-long practice.
I think it's definitely a bad idea.
And he crashed in the practice 2 session about 20 minutes ago, yeah.
So, not good reviews so far. Definitely requires improvement.
Yep.
Oh, that's the pearl necklace you're on about. Okay, that seems more dangerous. Especially since if Pearl breaks, it's really, really sharp. And if he crashes, especially into gravel, then that's going to break so easily and end up giving him loads of mini cuts.
Do you want to give him a call? Tell him?
Tell him go back to the chain.
Here's the thing, Simon's there this weekend, obviously, as he always is, but Maddie's actually in Mazzano as well. So I could give
Can
Maddie...
they let him know about how breakable and sharp pearls can be?
I'd give Maddie a dial-up and say, Maddie, can you just go down to Fabio and tell him to stop wearing that necklace, please?
Yeah. Because...
In fact, here, tell her.
No. I'm sure it's been safety checked. Hopefully.
I'll dial her up in between the practice, in between the qualifying sessions.
But if he crashes and end up getting really, really poked by the pearls, just saying. I said it first.
I'll send them both a text saying, could you just tell Fabi? Thank you very much.
To look at what happens when pearls break. Hold on. I shall look it up myself quickly and show you.
If it's graphic, remember?
No. It's just broken pearls and how sharp it can be.
Look at Aldo Drudy. Just like, what do we do here? Where do we go? As Raul Fernandez. 4th after run 1. Be an interesting run to see how that's going to change over. There's so much more intrigue and degradation coming to this. By the way, if you're a bike fan, and you are because you're watching Moto GP, tune in to JB Motorsports coverage of Goodwood at 11:05 British Summer Time, so 11:05 AM British Summer Time. The Barry Sheen Memorial Trophy. Bikes of the 1930s. Oh, big one there!
Oh.
Straight off, it's one of the KTMs. Straight into it, Anea Bastianini.
Yeah.
Sliding off, and that bike has hit the air fence. And that's a fast one at turn 15. We remember Mia Ruskin went through there as well. And
it basically chucked him off and did reverse high side.
It's hit the air fence, but it hasn't popped the air fence, which is good news.
No.
But that was a weird accident for him. Sort of landed on his shoulder.
That would be uncomfortable.
Yeah. Yellow flags are out. Sector 4. Next.
Pearls are softer than gemstone and they can chip or crack with age and wear. These broken pieces can create sharp, jagged edges on the pearl. Imitation pearls, made to look like pearls, might have sharper points or rougher surfaces than real pearls, and they're often made from glass or plastic. So, please go back to the chain. I'm really concerned now for Fabi.
If anybody knows, it's you, isn't it?
Yeah, and I should be the safety regulator at this point.
The Moto GP safety regulator coming in, yeah.
Yeah. It's like, it's normal chain, it's fine.
Well, we've just added into our qualifying stream, it's not already, the yellow flag graphic. I know it's on the top of the screen anyway, the timing screen, but this will tell you more simpler if there's a yellow flag out in sectors 1, 2, 3 or 4. So we just made it a little bit simpler for you back at home to identify where they're going to be.
Do you know, the thing is, even if I think Fabi was told,
yeah,
he'd just ignore it.
He probably would be, yeah.
He'd just still wear it.
Just to go back to my comment then, yeah, so 11:05 a.m. British summertime. Join us on this JB Motorsports channel for the Goodwood Revival, the Barry Sheen Memorial Trophy, up to 1939 to 1966 motorcycles.
Woohoo!
And some classics, absolute classics being ridden. So if you want some proper bike racing without any of these rear anti-slip machinies, ride height devices, aero,
in
then
fairness,
come watch.
Anti-slip machine doesn't do anything. It's a slip machine at this point. It's a I'm gonna kick the rear of the bike machine.
Yeah, it's basically the buckaroo.
Yeah, it's here's a rodeo bull. See how long you can last on this.
Taking of KTM with the Red Bull as he comes over the line, literally goes up into, well, stays third actually, 1:31.6. He's not improving on his delta time. His fast time's 1:31.015. He's over 6.5 tenths of a second slower on that lap time alone. Raul Fernandez, however, is estimated to go into first position. He's up by 3 thousandths of a second alone in the middle sector. Old medium front tyre, brand new soft rear compound, the same gamble actually that Johan Zarco is going into right now. So there is time for improvement. There is delta for that improvement as they come through.
Do you know, Igo has just lost his lap time.
Yeah.
That is unfortunate.
Here comes Raul. What have you got then, Raul? Over the line?
Third.
Third fastest. Good time, 1:39.77.
Now get second.
Maverick Vinales has yet to set a lap time in this session. It keeps getting deleted, as you said, Megan. And he's done, how many laps has he done? 5 laps, I think, on the timing screen it's showing as.
It's like he can't catch a break.
Yeah. And don't forget, he's fine now. So this qualifying is a bit of a weird one.
Oh?
That was Binder going a little bit whoops coming into turn 3, wasn't it?
Almost fell.
Rear was stepping out like crazy. You could hear Kevin Emmett screaming behind the commentary audio.
Oh, yeah, I was just like, did someone crash?
Yeah. Binder's really going crazy. Over the line now and doesn't improve.
In fairness, he would have almost lost a lap time anyway, because he almost went off twice.
How many laps have those tyres done now for Brad? 5 front, 2 rear.
Yeah.
He just can't find the grip. Maybe it's the front tyre that's got more of an issue for him at the moment. As Fabio Quartararo continuing on now, and he's up by 54 thousandths of a second on his own best time with 58 seconds to go.
54 and 7.
Time and time again.
I'm just going to read out the numbers from now on that go with the track limits because it's just so much easier.
Yeah.
12. Oh, gotta be kidding me.
Maverick again with track limits. This is getting insane. He's going to start this race last at the moment for both the Tissot Sprint and the Grand Prix.
He has no more give.
He doesn't, does he? Igo moves up into 4th place ahead of Brad Binder. 1:39.77. Quartararo goes faster still. 1:30.6. And look at Oliveira going 3rd. 1:39.
I'm starting to think that Vinales is doing this on purpose.
Yeah, I'm starting to think the same thing.
20.
Oh, look, this is quite fun, actually. In the Goodwood Trophy right now, they're 9 seconds away from the checker flag coming out. but both first and second are just letting each other stay in position because they don't want to do
Crash.
another lap. No, they don't want to do another lap, but it's going to end anyway. Checker flags out here too. So Binder goes 6th, best laid effort, and all that lot doesn't work out for him. Maverick Vinales is 38 thousandths of a second up at the moment. Here is Maverick now, and he is charging like absolute crazy.
Stay off the green.
Like that's gonna happen.
You gotta live and hope.
He's 2 tenths down at the moment. This would put him 6th place, so
at least he'll do a time.
Oh no! Track limits! Best lap time cancelled for Quartararo for exceeding track limits, but he's on a faster one now.
Yeah, I saw that.
So that's Aldo Drudy in P2. Over the line comes Vinales and finally gets a lap time on the board and he goes 7th fastest.
Oh, yellow, sector 2.
Yep, so who's gone down there?
Literally no one.
That's a weird one. Over the line, Raul Fernandez stays 4th.
I don't know why there's a yellow.
That is a strange situation for a yellow flag to get activated, but there isn't one. Quartararo goes faster.
Wait, Augusto has already crossed the line, so he won't come up if there was a yellow.
So it's a 1:30.481. Quartararo's fastest, and everyone else has gone through that sector.
Shortcut 88 and 79. Oh, so they've gone off, I think.
Yeah.
But why is there a yellow?
Zarco's taking the flag.
My bet is on if someone calls it, it's Augusto.
Unless it's a practice start situation, but that's not usually how it works. You don't usually. Oh, hello, someone's. Oh, beautiful Mercedes.
It's fine.
No, it's not. The front wheel's off. Just looking down at the Goodwood screen.
They can put it back.
A beautiful silver hour Mercedes from 1939 has had its front wheel taken off, and that's going to break my heart. Oh,
they can put the front wheel back on.
Look, his accolades. Oh no!
They can put the front
and
wheel
the
back on.
rear wheels come off as well. Oh.
But the bodywork is still fine.
Oh wow! They're racing the 19. That's the Maserati 150, the 150, the Alfa Romeo 150. That's the first ever Formula 1 car.
How yellow in sector 3
That won a
as well.
Grand Prix. Wow! I didn't know that was there too. Oh, I don't believe it! The man who crashed, it's Lord March, the owner of Goodwood. He's crashed. The owner of Goodwood has crashed. Lord March, in his own race, has crashed. So there he is.
He can get back up again.
Yeah, Lord March.
He'll get back up. It's also, I think it might be gravel that's on the track.
Yeah, that's why the yellow flag's been out there. End of Q1 then. It's Quartararo, Aldeguer, Oliveira, Raul Fernandez, Aguirre, Binder, Vinales, Zarco, Rin Zarco, Bashini, Miller, Fernandez, and Chantra. That's the order at the moment, and that's Q1 concluded. Let's head back down to Susie.
Committed, and yeah, this is just as he crossed the line. Even he's surprised by that lap time, but he came into the weekend thinking that this might be possible. He's already had 3 pole positions this year and narrowly missed it last weekend, so I think he's in a good position in 1 lap trim. But it surprises me, in the free practice session just 30 minutes ago, he was frustrated, he was angry, he was ready to punch the screen, and then he turns it around and delivers. So yeah, it's good to see him animated, on form, and passionate, and looks like he could do something here in Q2.
Yeah, all the emotions we had there, didn't we?
Yeah, that's Fabio. He just puts it all on the line, and you've got to think that in those laps, as a rider on the bike, when you've got that grip, the light bike, there's so much adrenaline. It's even more than at the race. It's than at the start. You just have to put it all together, and you take so much risks. And yeah, you can see that he was really fired up, and then all the emotions came out. He's pouring his visor. He doesn't know what to do himself because he's produced a lap, and he's one of the best, I've got to say, at this exercise. I mean, how good is he?
Yeah, I mean, it's phenomenal, isn't it? How much now, with that advantage of Q1, does it give him for Q2, do you think?
Obviously, it's a dry run, a dress rehearsal. He now knows what the bike feels like with the low fuel load, with the grip, because obviously temperature shifts, they do affect the grip and how the bike turns, and even when to pick up the throttle. So he's fresh in his memory, and now gets another go at it. And I think he could maybe nudge another 1/10 of a second, which he'll probably need to do to better mark. So they could even elevate it even further, but yeah, it will be a fast Q2 session.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this one. And Firmin as well, throwing himself into the mix. Good session for him.
Yeah, good session, and you know, Firmin, and he's a rookie. He has to adapt, and even though obviously he knows the tracks, you still come to the track, and you have to get all those markers. Obviously, very, very different from Moto 2, the braking points and the way the bike behaves around the track. So for him, it's always a little bit of a catch-up, you know, when you come to these to every single track. So he's doing a good job again, you know, building his weekend up, and we know that he can. You know, he's made it sometime during the season where he can be competitive during the races. So, yeah, that was really important for him to get through.
All the Ducatis in the mix then. Obviously, the two factory boys through. Let's find out what their team boss, Davide Tardozzi, is feeling, how he's feeling this weekend with, well, Pecco looking a little bit brighter.
Davide, Pecco yesterday in practice, of course, went fourth. It looked like there was an upturn in form. What do you put that down to?
Yeah, I think that after suffering a bit during the first part of the season, now it seems that we found something that it helps in the confidence, mainly in the front. So I think that Misano could be the turn race. So we'll see.
We know this is his home round, and obviously he actually came out and said he hasn't really changed anything. So what setting have you gone back to?
Yeah, I think that some different setup, it helps him, and yeah, for sure the home race track it helps a lot, and we really hoped to see Pecco back on last year's shape.
It was lovely to hear Mark say to Pecco he needs a reset. Do you think he's managed to do that coming here to his home race?
Yeah, I think that he can, but what makes us very happy is the confidence between the two riders, and Mark now is looking forward to have Pecco back on really his speed, because it helps both riders.
As are we. Good luck this weekend. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, Davide, brushing around that question about what's changed on the bike, because clearly it become more of an issue for Pecco rather than the actual settings.
And it happens. Obviously, Pecco has had to look inwards a lot this year and not finding those answers either from himself or from the setting in the bike. So it has been a bit of a reset. Not getting too involved with changing the bike so much. He knows how to ride around here. And yeah, he's just turned up on Friday, looked better. The confidence is coming back with it. It's perhaps not the feeling he's after yet, but it's a much stronger Pecco. So yeah, good to see that he will be troubling the scores this weekend. I think he's going to have a good lap here in qualifying because he's a good one-lap pace man, especially around Misano, and then he sets himself up well. I know the sprint's always tough, but a good race tomorrow.
And in terms of this session, how much does he need really to try to put himself on the front row to make that turning point?
I think for me, if I was his team manager now, I would have just advised him to just try and disconnect and again try and just feel everything with the bike. Don't look at the lap time too much, and just try and get those feelings, you know, that being at one with your bike come back to you again. It looks like it's what he's done yesterday, and it looks like he was yeah, a lot happier on the bike. So you know, a happy rider is a fast rider, and for Pecco, hopefully he's touched that bottom, you know, that really low point in Barcelona.
And he's bouncing back up again.
And he's bouncing back up, and here he can find, you know, his mojo again, and found the pleasure of riding his Moto GP bike. You know, the two-time world champion. The talent is not gone anywhere. It's all in the head. He just needs to rebuild it.
I tell you what, though, it's hard to pick a pole position here, isn't it? With the lineup that we've just seen. Bez has been on fire. Franco Morbidelli's got a point to prove. Mark's Mark. Then you've got Pecco in the mix. Fabio's just had a fantastic lap time.
Alex Marquez to throw another one in.
Throw that one in, yeah.
Yeah, it is probably the most unpredictable session of the year, this Q2 session. Everyone's got a roll of the dice. Fabio Quartararo's already had pole positions this year coming through Q1. I think I'm going to go for a Fabio exceptional lap time and pick him from a pole man. But yeah, you could, any of those names you just listed, Susie, you could back them for pole position today.
Yeah, and that's great to see. What about Marco Bezzecchi? Because he has looked pretty special this weekend, hasn't he?
He has. He's got really good chance. Bezzecchi looking good, and yeah, playing the team game as well with Martin. So Bezzecchi's got a chance. For me, Marquez is still the favourite, but it's going to be super tight, just like we've seen in that Q1. You know, the lap times are really close around here, and it's hard to call.
Yeah, hard to call. A little bit of an advantage for the home riders, or not?
Yeah, still an advantage, I think, when you look at Morbidelli, Pecco, Bezzecchi. They spend a little bit more time here than their rivals, so it just gives them a little bit of a buoyancy coming into the weekend, track knowledge, where everything works and how the track evolves as the temperature increases.
As they head out, and a bit of extra power from the crowd, I think. But what can this man do? Fabio Quartararo, from Q1 to Q2, can he stick it on the front row, Gav?
Thanks very much, Susie. Here we go again then. Time now for the next session. to venture out onto the circuit. Green light, and away we go for queue number 2.
Jared, you said green light, and for some reason now I want to watch Squid Game. Because I haven't dared rewatch it since June when I finished the final, so now I'm going to have to watch it again.
Well, Megan actually really had a go at me once because I think it was Moto GP, wasn't it? Where it was just after Squid Game came out, and I went red light, green light, because there was a red light and then green light, wasn't there? I think was it Spain?
I think.
Yeah.
Now I really want to watch. Okay, I've got to watch it. I love Squid Game.
Of course, they mainly now just have the lights. Beautiful safety cars, by the way, at Goodwood Revival. If you want to watch our coverage alongside us, we've got a beautiful Bentley and an Aston Martin DB5.
Oh.
Yeah. I've always thought that would make an amazing safety car. Marc Marquez will have a title chance in the Japanese Grand Prix if he outscores Alex Marquez by 10 points in the Tissot Sprint today. Do you know what that basically means?
Crash.
No.
Win?
Oh, well, yes, you're right. Mark has to win, and Alex needs to be there. Alex needs to be outscored Marc Marquez by more than 34 points to deny Mark a title chance in the Japanese Grand Prix. That's over today and tomorrow.
That ain't happening.
So, yeah.
I think Mark is going to be trying desperately to do everything he can to make him crash.
It's 37 for a weekend. 5, 6, 7. So, even that, yeah.
He's going to want to make him crash. It's probably going to psych him out constantly.
If Alex crashes, the title can be won in Japan. If not, it goes on to Indonesia.
Mark's going to be sending him pictures of people crashing bikes. He's like, have you seen this? And then just like, don't psych me out.
So Japan, 26th to the 28th of September. Followed then by Indonesia, 3rd to the 5th of October. Australia, 17th to the 19th of October. Malaysia, 24th to 26th of October. Then we go over to Portugal, 7th to the 9th of November. And Valencia, 14th to the 16th of November. So effectively, we are 2 months today until the season ends for Moto GP. Yes. We're 3 months away from Formula 1 ending.
No.
Yes.
No.
90 days.
No.
Yes.
No.
Less than 60 days.
Ah.
Still, who do you think is going to take pole position then, Megan? Yeah, but can I just point out, we're cramming in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 races in those months.
I know, it's still.
That's 7 races inside 3 months. It's insane. Go on.
2 months.
September to October to November. Yeah, count the month, remember?
That's not a lot of breaks.
It's not.
I'm gonna say Acosta
for pole.
Yeah,
that's brave. I'm going Mark.
I'm being brave.
Mark's gone top, 130.624. He's 24 thousandths of a second ahead of Alex. Morbidelli's gone third, 130.878. Bezzecchi, Acosta fifth. Digi, Marini, Martin, Quadraro. That's the 9 so far. As they will continue to fly in. Now, if Marc Marquez gets pole position, by the way, it will be his 75th career pole position in Moto GP, but he's 103rd overall.
Good start.
Good start, yeah. I think everyone's just going to close out now as much as they can.
Yeah. For a minute, I thought there was horse racing at Goodwood. But
there is horse racing at Goodwood.
It's just an app.
Yes, but there is horse racing at Goodwood. Goodwood has the festival speed.
What, do they have a chariot race as well?
Yes.
Yeah. What on the ancient Greece?
Goodwood, mate.
They really are going for the old cars.
Goodwood
Chariots.
Festival of Speed, Goodwood Members Meeting, Goodwood Revival Meeting, Goodwood Air Festival, Glorious Goodwood, the horse racing.
So, Goodwood BC era.
I'm being spammed already. Yeah. What's just happened? Jimmy Johnson. If you're an American fan, by the way, you can tune in to watch Jimmy Johnson, who is racing this weekend alongside his friend Dario Franchitti. And Marino Franchitti is racing as well, actually. Second lap times coming through. Yeah, he's racing the AC Cobra Le Mans Coupe in the next race that will head out there. That's at 11:05. Oh no, the Madrid Cup.
Deleted.
Say again?
Marini.
Oh. The St Mary's Trophy is going to be an interesting race later on today as well, just as a heads up.
I remember that being quite interesting last year.
It was. It was the British Touring Car event. That's what you were there for. Comms lineup for that one is going to be... Well, I've got the Barry Sheen Memorial Trophy at 11:05 if you fancy coming in. The bikes, the classicals.
I have stuff to do.
Madrid Cup is me and Naomi. St Mary's Trophy is me alongside Owen and Tom. Ford Water Trophy is me and Owen. The Whitson Trophy is me, Owen and Tom again. And then I've got the Sterling Moss Memorial Trophy along with the guys. And then it is trackside audio for the Chichester Cup and the Sussex Trophy. Barry Sheen Memorial Trophy Part 2, I'm there as well going through. And yeah, Royal Oliver Club TT Celebration and everyone else going through. The Glover Trophy is the F1 cars, so is the Richmond and Gordon trophies. And then the St Mary's Trophy Part 2, that's me and Nina in the booth.
Oh, a bird almost got hit, but it was missed.
So,
yeah. Cotteraro almost did that.
So, first lap times, Alex Marquez gone fastest because Marc Marquez's lap time has been deleted by the stewards. Yeah.
At least they don't favouritize people.
So, Alex on top, 1:30.222. Bezzecchi second, Acosta third, Morbidelli fourth. Then Bagnaia fifth, Gigi sixth, Mark seventh, Quartararo eighth, Marini ninth, Martin in 10th. Mia and Aldeguer not yet set a lap time on the timing screen. Let's hope both Marquez's off the sprint podium today. That's wishful thinking too.
Speaking of, here's Alex.
Yeah, here's Alex on the back of that time. Let's have a look. Where are we going? I've predicted Frankie for pole today. Had the pace this weekend. Frankie Bezzecchi, I think it looks like they've had the pace of a Mark and Martin. Sorry, Marini isn't far off Mark in pace terms. And then we get Plug saying 129 is coming. Sean says as well, I'm saying Bezzecchi. Mark will be guaranteed match points in Japan if he doesn't lose 10 points to Alex in the sprint later. And Indy B has said, hello, stumbled onto this channel. What a gem. Thank you, smiley face. Thank you very much, Indy. Hope you enjoy it out there as well. And let's have a look. Sean also saying, well, you could only dream for Mark to be off the podium because he finds ways to win even if he doesn't start on pole. He's won 15 out of the 16 sprint races this year, Marc Marquez. The only one he hasn't won at Silverstone, Alex won.
Can a Marquez just give up at least one?
He's saying that nobody's perfect. But in fact, Silverstone was the only weekend when Mark didn't win anything. Alex won the sprint and Bezzecchi won the Grand Prix.
But the Bloodline still won.
Yeah. Well, then again, Mark crashed in the race. Before that red flag came out, Mark crashed on the oil of his own bike at Silverstone.
Quite funny.
Yeah.
Also, why was Bezzecchi looking like he was questioning his life decisions just then?
If you're Marco Bezzecchi, wouldn't you be questioning your life decisions in your home soil and then going like, oh, I'm second and I could be on pole position?
A little.
Yeah. Oh, Alex goes out in front and Mark's right behind him. Mark holding his hand like an Italian.
He's channeling. He's channeling the track. That's how he gets into the spirit of things and how he wins so often. He channels the track itself.
But this, I know we're in Italy, in Rimini to be precise, but this is technically the San Marino Grand Prix. We just saw blend an eye.
Yeah.
We're in the Emilia-Romagna region.
We just turn a blind eye and just be like, Italy?
Yeah.
I don't see any difference.
All fine by me. The Royal Ornament Club TT Celebration practice is underway. That's their qualifying session, by the way. Heading out there to the circuit. Right. Oh, hello. There's
He's
Alex.
in Alex's box today.
So, where's F? Is it there?
He was in Alex's box for qualifying last time.
So he's saying Saturday in one, Sunday in the other.
Yeah. So basically, he spends time in one box in the sun that he thinks might win that day, and then the other one.
Yeah. Because Alex probably could win as well, the sprint. Although it was opposite way round, wasn't it? Alex won the Grand Prix last time out in
Yeah, but he had to run.
He had to run, yeah.
It's been like...
Oh, Bagnaia's had his lap time cancel for a shortcut, so even he's had to back out that run. So Davide Tardozzi looking a little bit worried.
I think he's just naturally always like that for Bagnaia at the minute, given how Bagnaia seems to be so disconnected from the bike.
Yeah. Well, they're saying that in the test on Monday, they want Bagnaia. He wants to run the 24 bike because there's an engine freeze, so nothing's improving. Next year's the last year of the regulations. He wants to run the 24 package, but Mark doesn't want to ride the 24 package because he's happy with the 25.
Well,
so there's a split going on. Yeah. To be fair, they need to sort of... They can't run separate bikes because it's a factory team. They have to run the same spec between the two of them.
How about this? They run both bikes during the test.
Which they can do.
Each seeing which one they do better on, and whichever one has the overall most improvements, they go for that one.
See, they did that as well in pre-season testing, and they couldn't find any difference. That's why we started the year with the GP 24.5.
So what are they both complaining about? It's basically just picking and choosing which child they prefer.
Because Mark has got so much better on this version of the bike, which is now developed into the 25 with all the aero packages.
But he hasn't properly tried the other one yet.
Yeah, he hasn't.
Might be just as good there.
But if you're Marc Marquez and you're getting along with this bike and you're dominating the season and only lost out on 3 races in the entire year, do you really
don't want to give it to a person who dominated
on last year's bike? Yeah. It's such a trick. Oh,
Yellow.
hang on a minute. That's down. That's behind Marc Marquez. That's Pedro Acosta. Pedro Acosta's just dropped the bike coming out of turn 15. That brings out a yellow.
Still holding on.
Mark was past that point, so he should be able to be okay to take this lap time, but he still doesn't go faster. Ooh. Mark goes second, 130.352. You said Acosta, didn't you? Look at his sector times. Fastest sector 1 and 2 anyway before he crashed. So watch out for Acosta to maybe pick something up, because he was only a drop in the front. There's no real problem.
What's going on there?
Morbidelli goes 5th.
Yeah, though, what's going on with his front tyres?
It's wobbling around like crazy. He can't get the stability down, can he?
No. Hold on, here's a replay of Acosta. Around turn 14, just comes into it and then mid-corner just loses it. Still holds on.
Yeah, hit the bump.
I'm wondering, when he was a child, did he just always hold on when he fell over on his bicycle?
I think so, yeah. It's sort of like instinct. Although Simon just agreed with you, by the way. That Acosta could have been pole position.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah, because that was a pole lap time on it.
Next time. Oh, Bezzecchi's looking quite strong with his positioning right now. About 500, sorry. So I'm about to say 50,000. Technically, that would have been right as well.
Yeah.
Either way, I would have been right. Though he's looking quite up on the time.
Well, 1,092 thousandths down is Pecco Bagnaia. 130.412. So
is he okay?
Down. He's 2 tenths down on the overall run. Here comes Digi over the line. He's 3 tenths down at the moment. Can he improve on the 7th with the 49? No, he can't. 135.35.
Is Bagnaia okay?
I can see a prototype out the circuit in the GT Challenge. I wonder.
Trying it out.
Yeah. Look at Quartararo. He's up by 33 thousandths. Morbidelli goes from 6th to 3rd. 130.383. My eyes on quali.
That looks like a car from either The Simpsons or James Bond.
It's a Porsche 906.
That explains why I think it looks so James Bondish. But the front of the car is giving very Simpsons vibes.
The car designed for Homer.
Yeah.
The Porsche 906 is a beautiful livery of the car, but yeah, it's just being a bit slow now. Right. I don't think it's meant to be out there.
I think they're just giving it a test run in the wet.
Look at Quartararo, up to 2nd position, 130.318. Fabulous lap time for Fabi. But we got Digi and Bezzecchi improving.
Woohoo! And Aldo as well probably goes up into 3rd, I would say.
Should do on his timing screens, but Digi's down by 2 tenths of a second. Now he's only estimated to go 6th place, but Bezzecchi's there by 19 thousandths. Oh, not again.
Bagnaia loses his lap time, Aldeguer goes 9th, and Bezzecchi goes slower in the 3rd sector.
Digi goes over the line and improves up to 6th position with a 130.395. Bezzecchi goes over to pole position!
Woohoo! That's with a slow sector through.
88,000, that's all it takes. 130.134. He looked nervous coming out of the pit lane, but he's put it brilliant to top dog. With 20 seconds left, I think that might be it.
Ooh, look at Quartararo.
Martin's not even there, he's in 11th. Martin's backed out the lap time. Look, Martin gave the toe. and wanted to help Bsky go through.
Why is Mia just...
Martin blocked Bsky. Martin blocked Bsky.
That's 63.
Yeah. That's
You blocked him and he still got faster than you. I think that's karma.
Look at Quadraro, estimated to go fastest. Is he going to take pole position? He's keeping it nicely down to the last corner. He's been a surprise, hasn't he? Over the line comes Fabio Quadraro. Is in pole position? No! Stays third. Time, not position.
Well, at least Bsky's got the pole position.
He's 6 thousandths away from Alex. He's inside 94 thousandths of a second to Marco Bsky. That's nothing in MotoGP.
The top three are separated by a tenth.
It's insane. Here comes Bagnaia. Does he improve anywhere?
No.
Stays seventh.
Mark's fourth.
Second week running, he starts fourth on the grid for both races, and he won both of them last week.
I'm beginning to think he prefers being in fourth position.
Juan Mir didn't set a lap time at all.
Yeah, he just didn't come out. Sector 2 again, I think gravel.
He wasn't feeling very well. He was going to have issues, so I wonder if that...
Food poisoning?
Well, he can start the race, but we'll see what happens. He's not doing qualifying, so the worst he starts is 12th. Personally, if you don't take part in qualifying, I think you should be put to the back of the grid.
Yeah.
Because that's just cheating the system. Marini's got 6th!
Woo!
Lap time cancelled for the 54 for track limits of Aldo Drudy. So that puts Marini back to 6th position.
Oh, to go. It's not so much questioning his life decisions now, Bsky.
No. That is his 6th MotoGP pole and his 10th of his career. 2 poles in Moto 2 and Moto 3 each. His 6th MotoGP pole position.
Woohoo!
All like it. What did you make of that one then? Oh, hang on a minute, what's that? It's in Italian anyway.
Yeah.
What did you make of that session then, Megs? As they are going to do some practice starts on the track.
I thought it was quite good, and I'm really happy that Bsky got pole, because given the look on his face before he started that quali, I think the man really needed it.
MotoGP kicks in for round 16 of the 2025 season with the Mazzano World Circuit Marco Simoncelli for the Red Bull Grand Prix of San Marino and the Rimini Riviera. And this is going to be a classic sprint race as we will head down to turn 1. What is a 90-degree right-hander. Anything can happen. Let's take a look at the starting grid then. Marco Bsky on pole position from Alex Marquez in second, and Fabio Quadraro takes third. It's 4th for Marc Marquez, 5th for Franco Morbidelli, 6th Luca Marini. Fabio Di Giannantonio in 7th, Pecco Bagnaia is 8th, Pedro Costa 9th, Fernando Aguirre is 10th, Jorge Martinez 11th, Miguel Oliveira in 12th, Raul Fernandez 13th, Igor 14th, Brad Binder 15th, Miguel Oliveira 16th, Alex Rins 17th, Jan Zarco 18th, Anea Bashini 19th, Jack Miller in 20th, Augusto Fernandez 21st, Sonkat Chantra 22nd, and Juan Mir will not participate in today's race, but he will be here tomorrow. That is a promise that the team have said to him, that he will be joining us for the action then. So we'll wait to see whether or not that stays in contention or not. But right now, as things stand, it's an option that either could be contend with or might not contend with. We'll see how it fades overall during the contention of today's racing action. But still, this is going to be a fierce, fast, competitive, unsure race that you do not want to leave the room for at all. Megan Birch is walking into the commentary box shortly. Let's check in with our colleagues.
The grid in 8th place. The sprint is not his territory, we've learnt this year.
No, we actually did say we showed him on the line just before the start of the race, and you could see that he didn't look, let's say, didn't really look up for it. No, he struggled with the sprint, doesn't like that small fuel tank, doesn't like the feeling that gives him. It's certainly a major issue, but like you said, definitely looked more like the old Pecco Bagnaia this weekend, pretty fast.
Yeah, we're just a mile and a half or so from the coast here in Italy. The Misano World Circuit, Marco Simoncelli.
So here we go then. Oh, Sarah's asking when will Nina make a debut. Tomorrow in the Goodwood races. She's on the last race of the day. And plus one before that with the action as well. Megan's here. Megs,
Hi.
pick me a winner.
Quartararo, just because I want someone who isn't a Marquez to win at least one.
Good pick. Well, teeth gritted, eyes focused. Green flag in the back. The Tissot sprint for round 16 at the Mazzano World Circuit for the San Marino sprint. Lights on. Lights out! We're pulling the throttle back down to turn 1 with Alex Marquez getting a good getaway down towards the first corner. He's going to lift off, but look at Alex. Under attack from Mark already. Bezzecchi has somehow kept the lead of the race. Mark's going round the outside of 1. Can he go around the outside of Bezzecchi as well? No, he can't. But Mark will force out Alex wide. He'll take second. Digi's going to the back of Quartararo to try and find some action back and towards turn number 1. But it's Mark to second. Bezzecchi held the lead.
I'm very surprised by that. Also, the fact that Mark managed to pull off that move going into second. That was so close to both Bezzecchi and his brother.
It's nearly close to contact. Let's go down into turn 8. Let's compare what we're going to have. No one going off too distance either at the moment. What's happened there to one of the VR46s? That's Morbidelli dropping back, and that's allowed it to go through. Augusto Fernandez was up the order. Now he's dropped back several places at the restart. But look at Marc Marquez looking very racy indeed. Coming down towards turn 14. Can he try and get the inside line on Marco Bezzecchi? No, can't, but Alex Marquez can. Look how close he is behind his brother. Absolutely nose to tail. And Aprilia seem to have got the momentum in the early stages of this race. And Alex is charging down in the older Ducati compared to Mark on the newer Ducati.
Zarco has just, Oliveira's just gone down a couple of places. I think he's gone really wide down at that last corner, but I also saw someone else change position there. I can't tell who it was. Did we not get the screen thing, or is it just because we've got so much on the screen to keep an eye on?
Can't have the lap chart because we've got so much on the screen to keep an eye on, yeah. So still on a bit of battle. And Mark's trying to go around the outside as well to take position over. It's still not going to happen down towards turn number 1.
So who got the worst start? Vinales went down at least 4 places.
Bagnaia down to 11th from 8th. He's had a bad start as well.
Worrying.
Oh, there you go.
Mark had a good start.
Who got the worst getaway? Bagnaia down 3.
Zarco down 5.
Oh, yeah, okay. Well, I can tell it here, can't you? Yeah, Zarco up 5.
No, it says down there. Oh, they lied on there.
Yeah, it's wrong way round. Yeah, Zarco up 5, not down 5. Zarco's up into 13th position. Oliveira down 4. Binder down 3. Vinales down 4.
Vinales had the first initial... Oh, that was a lot of wobbling there from...
Aldeguer trying to get through on Marini as Mark still closing in behind Bezzecchi, and Acosta's getting through on Aldeguer as well. Good spot. Sorry, I should have trusted you on that one.
You were already speaking. I was just trying to signal just like, Acosta's moving.
Yeah, Acosta's moving up the diamond screen to come through into it. As they come through.
I'm very surprised no one crashed out on those first 2 laps, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm surprised as well, actually. It was a smoother start than what I was expecting it to be.
Something tells me that won't be the same for the race start.
Well, I'm not kidding here. I generally thought we would have a safety car red flag at some point here. As I'll just correct that blog because it's gone wrong again. Look at that! 131.199 compared to a 131.97 for Alex Marquez. So fractions separating them at the moment, but Mark was a 131.204. So he wasn't faster that last lap time by.
Alex is fastest out there on the track right now. And also, I think this is a relatively not crashy circuit. I still can't believe it was shot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think this has... Oh, gone wide there, though somehow managed to keep position for Digi.
Yeah, Morbidelli's trying to come back through underneath him as well. They're both on home soil, of course, the VR46s.
So it's really see who gets first.
Yeah, and really... Also, let's not forget that Pecco Bagnaia has been given sort of an orange card from race control, and so is Franco Morbidelli. Do not continue doing what you're doing with how much bad stuff they've been doing in the last couple of weeks. Zarco passes Bagnaia. So Zarco down 5. Sorry, Zarco up 6, Bagnaia down 5.
Is it ride better, otherwise you're fired cards?
No, it's more like don't dilly-dally on the racing line and keep getting penalties.
I mean, they need to stop doing both.
Yeah. I'm impressed with Marco Bezzecchi here. Just like at Silverstone, he seems to have snapped with this circuit, and he is closing back up time after time. On to lap 4 then of 13, 10 to go. Bezzecchi leads 1:30.970. 5/10 of a second between Marc Marquez and Alex Marquez, and this is just looking beautiful. The Aprilia, this is like it was last year as well, when it won a couple of races. Do you remember? It's fast in the corners, it's smooth in the straights, and Bezzecchi, finally, just like when he was back on Ducati, he's clicked. He's got it. He can take off again.
He has, and I really hope that he maintains this dominance throughout this sprint race, because honestly I think it is greatly needed.
Would Martin have as much, would be as far up compared to next year? Do you know what I mean? Like, Martin has only had, what, 4 races on this bike?
Maybe.
If he gets better and better going into next season, can Martin jump to where we're seeing Bezzecchi?
I think it's a possibility. Acosta passes Marini for 7th place, and also Bezzecchi is currently the fastest man out on the track. I think Martin might take a little bit of time to get ahead of him. Did they just set the same Sector 1 time?
Look at the Sector 1 time. So Marco Bezzecchi and Marc Marquez, 25.497 for the pair of them. They've matched completely in Sector 1. Marc is just trying to follow every single sector. I've never seen them match sector times before.
No, in fact, it's quite rare. Times, yes, that's normal, but sector times, that is very rare to do. And Oliveira drops yet again a position, and it's Bezzecchi still fastest man out on the track.
Yep, it's on to lap 5 and 13, but of this one already, so...
What's with down here? They're almost like a second slower. Augusto is...
Oh, that's Quartararo!
Oh, so much for him winning.
El Diablo has crashed out of the race. Is there someone else there? Because look, he's going like, what?
No.
What?
I think he might have got pushed out.
Well, let's have a look. The front stepped away from him mid-corner.
Oh, and he was forced to watch as it just went away from him.
Who's he gestating to then? Is it the bike?
Life.
Yeah.
It's like, did you see that?
That's a shame from Quartararo. He's had such a high weekend so far. Now the sprint race is out. Yellow flag's out, Sector 1.
I was just about to actually talk about Augusto Fernandez, who is about 2 seconds slower than the rest of the field.
What a surprise.
Yeah. And then all of a sudden Quartararo decides it would be a fun idea to crash.
Yeah. Green flag's gone back out again. Marc Marquez is closing down Bezzecchi.
He's rejoined.
Oh, okay, so he's got that bike refired, the V1 as well out there.
Well, there goes my pick.
Yeah, sorry.
Did I accidentally pick him to go down first?
Well, I picked Marc Marquez back in the Grid Network's Grid Tonight show on Wednesday, so it's a sprint race. You've got to go with Marc Marquez. He's won 15 out of the 16 so far.
He might crash out.
Let's just see, shall we?
Depends what Alex has in store.
Down we go into the braking zone for turn number 1.
Oliveira track limits.
Look how much... If Marquez wins here on a Ducati, I think Rimini might erupt. This is valet country.
I don't think they'd be happy if one of the VR46 did get a podium.
Yeah, they really want... Oh, well, then again, Ducati's looking strong. They don't want Aprilia to win here, is that? Look at Marc on the inside! Down in turn 4 and 5! Fabulous move! The crowd cheer on Ducati leading, they cheer Marc, but here comes bang, bang! Oh, bang, bang, bang! Down into turn 8!
Bezzecchi, for some reason, lost 0.2 of a second to Marc there.
Out of nowhere!
What happened there? Did he go wide or something? Is that how Marc managed to get somehow ahead of him? Because we were just watching him. How did that happen?
Marc literally picked the bike up, coming out of turn 4 into 5, and just went, whoop, thank you very much, I'm going through now, take care.
Already 0.2 ahead. What happened then? Also, he's 1 point away from 500.
Yeah, Marquez is going to romp away with this. Tomorrow he will reach the 500-point marker. I wonder how many he'll have with the season still remaining. Marc Marquez leads then on a Saturday in a sprint race. Balance is restored, and Marquez will win the sprint.
Yellow, sector 4.
Oh, he's crashed! I don't believe it!
No!
I do not believe it! Marc Marquez has crashed!
I said that as a joke!
I don't believe it! The first time he's crashed down in a sprint race in 2025! And look at this! The fingers are up from the valet fans who hate Marc!
Well, they're on the podium now.
They've just cheered that Marc Marquez has crashed out! The front drips away into turn 15.
So you don't get your pick either.
The curse of the commentator from the JB Motorsports booth.
I think it was mainly me because I joked about him crashing out.
And I literally just said about balance restored to the universe, and Marquez is leading a sprint race on course to win again, and then the next corner, down he goes.
He hit the air fence as well.
Yeah, he just drips the inside line. I cannot believe it.
I'm very glad. Oh, look at that. Oh, he's going to have to get checked out at the medical centre. I mean, it wasn't that hard, but still,
it's
they're going to
flat out, though, and it's in such a small gravel trap.
Bagnaia goes down into 12 after getting passed by Bastianini, and it's... Well, what was that smile there?
Gigi Delignio, I don't know. It's just unbelievable dumb luck. So Marc Marquez, who's won 14 of the 15 sprint races this year, won't make it 15 out of 16 here today. But will it be 16 out of 16 for Marquez to win the sprint race? Because the man who beat him in his only defeated weekend back in Silverstone, only won 2 in this race, Bezzecchi and Alex.
And then we've got Didier Morbidelli just happy to be on the podium because that placates all of the fans.
What on earth? What on earth is going on? Look at this, though. Alex now needs to outscore Mark by 10 or more points in the Tissot sprint to deny Mark a title chance to Japan.
Well, he's not scoring any points this time. Alex Marquez has a track limits warning. He's trying so much right now. And he was already outscoring Mark by 10 points. So he's already denying him unless he himself also crashes out.
You get 12 points for winning the sprint race. You get 9 points for finishing in second. Alex has got to win this race. If Alex wins the sprint race now, the title can't be decided in Japan. It has to go down to Indonesia.
Oh, but Mark so loves celebrating in Japan.
This is absolutely insane.
And it'll make it worth getting up in the morning.
Aldeguer getting ahead of Luca Marini.
He sensed that Mark was down and Alex needed someone else to play with.
There's Marc Marquez. Well, he's just prolonging the inevitable, isn't he, as well, about when he's going to become world champion in 2025.
Maybe
that's his second crash retirement of the season after... Because he got back up in Spain, didn't he?
Here it is again. I'm very glad he'd let go of that bike. And yeah, I think he did crash out in that.
He crashed out in Spain but got back up. He crashed out at Silverstone, but the race got red flagged, so he got another go at it.
Yeah.
But so his only retirement of the year I can remember that didn't get a restart was back at Kota. Well.
Vinales is a track limits warning.
Well, you're right about one of the VR46s getting a bronze medal. But we're running out of laps here. 5 to go. Lap 9 of 13. And Alex needs to pass Bezzecchi. He needs to stop.
Still stick
the title chance. Is
Still
Alex
6 tenths down.
Is he going to... Yeah, on per lap. Look at that. 131, 101, 131, 289. So I don't think Alex has got this.
He's actually going slower than Bezzecchi right now.
By the way, there goes my £20 bet for Marquez 1-2. Bagnaia's dropping down again. He's been passed by Binder. Bagnaia's dropped several places.
6, to be precise.
Okay.
That's a lot. Also, it's 53% chance of rain.
Yeah.
I don't think it will rain yet, though.
I agree there from Simon Patterson. Real classic move from the Dora TV directors, cutting to the fans of the VR46 clothing, cheering Mark's crash. Also, a woman sticking her middle fingers up and cheering and going, well, Vapa Napoli, I think you can say. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know.
Why?
Absolute insaneness of Madonna's TV direction there. But still, we carry on with a interesting... Look at this, though.
Alex is increasing.
Yeah, he's starting to close up. For third sector for Alex now was faster by a tenth. And he's now starting to close in. But Bagnaia is struggling out there.
And right now, I think for the first time ever, Marc Marquez is hoping that his brother does not win a race.
Yes, because if he doesn't, that means that the title chance can still be on going into the next time out in Japan.
He's probably looking at the screen right now saying, come on, Alex, also fall.
Yeah.
At least if Father chose the right pit box this time.
That is true, that is true. But it is Marco Bezzecchi, who held the lead brilliantly for Aprilia, Going to hold the lead here now.
I hope so. It'd be nice for him to get away. Oh, he is generally just watching, probably hoping that Alex does not win.
He's on a... Yeah. The bike just dipped underneath and there's a bump coming into that part of the track. He hit the bump and it just goes down and it just drags him along. I must say, Maddie Patterson, every time she is in the media centre this year, Marc Marquez crashes.
True.
I'm not even joking. Every single time.
Marc Marquez is Maddie's version of Brendan Hartley.
Yeah, I'm going to give him a call. And it's a complete and utter coincidence. But
that's not what you called it every single time I'm in the box when Brendan Hartley's there.
Oh, it's the curse then. Yeah. Maddie's cursing Mark. I will send her a... Maddie, if you're listening. Stop. Oh, Binder's gone down a couple of... Binder's off.
I think his bike's died.
I think you're right, yeah. Binder's off into the kiddie litter, but he's just rolled it into the gravel. He's gone... Yeah.
Yeah, his bike's died.
And you have a go at me when things go wrong. He's just gone to the bike.
At least you didn't try to hit the bike to make it start working again. Because technology does not work like that, Joshua. You saw Doctor Who do it, and then as a child, you just picked it up, and I hate that it actually does kind of work.
It wasn't just that.
Well, machines... Do you know for TV remotes, Mum and Dad tell us off for that, but it actually does make them work again.
It does work, yeah.
It's like rebooting them.
For instance... never mind. Still, yes, Mark will still get match point in Japan if Alex doesn't win this sprint. Yes.
Well, he's a second behind and 3 laps to go, so I'm going to say
just makes it harder for Mark to be champion in Japan.
He likes challenges.
Yeah.
Also, why am I hearing, I think, your old ringtone? That... Are those bagpipes?
Yes.
Sheep, bagpipes. Are we in Scotland?
It's the Jim Clark Memorial Tribute. That's why it's on the screen.
Is he Scottish?
Yes, Jim Clark was Scottish.
Was he Scottish?
Yes. Although we claim he was British because, you know, he won something. So he was British, but no, he was
UK.
Scottish. Yeah. Jim Clark Scottish. Jim Clark British. David Coulthard Scottish.
The opposites.
Andy Murray, dual citizenship.
He was born on the border of both.
Yeah.
I actually wonder if anyone ever was.
Probably is somewhere on there.
I'm going to look that up later. Wins, track limits.
Just trying to look at the timing screen. I don't think... But yeah, Bezecchi's pulled out a second advantage. That's it. Alex needs to fight this, and he's not fighting. Come on, Alex. Push hard.
Maybe he knows that if he wins, then Mark won't be able to win in Japan, and maybe he wants him to win in Japan.
Maybe he does. We are on a quick off, by the way, as we have to get back to Goodwood for the first part of the big race of the weekend, the St Mary's Trophy.
Oh, look at there.
Which is the classic touring car action. Oh, yeah, there's a lot of action going. I'm going a bit dizzy. I think Mark's thing has actually blown my mind.
I think you got the concussion instead of him.
Just got very dizzy all of a sudden standing in the commentary box.
Would you like to sit down?
I'm all right for now, but I generally think that the Marc Marquez accident has sort of gone... Oh.
You are actually a little bit warm.
I haven't eaten anything that much today, and also
no wonder you're feeling dizzy.
I've been needing an inhaler for the entire race, and I didn't expect this to be doing so much shouting.
And the man wonders why he feels dizzy.
Yeah, shortness of
breath.
breath.
And you don't have a drink. Water.
I reckon Alex will do what his brother does at the end about the end. But he's only got one more lap. They got to actually, he's 6:10, so it might do.
Not unless Bezecchi decides he also wants to see what the barrier's like.
Well, this is the last lap of the Tissot sprint. Let's find out what's going to happen.
Mark didn't even make it a lap being first before he met the barrier.
Still going to be pushing as hard as they can. This is
you go.
I was going to say, Fernando Aguirre's on the back of Pedro Costa for 5th.
I forgot to mention, Quartararo entered the pits a while ago, just after Mark crashed.
So he's out of the race.
I think he saw it as an opportunity to, I may as well
just
go in.
Yeah, just 19 left in the race then.
Yeah.
On the overall times. Shame, but we'll get that.
And for some reason, Augusto Fernandez and Chantra are right next to each other, and they both seem that far away that you'd think, if you looked at it just newly, you'd think they'd both crashed and got back up again. But no.
Well,
they didn't.
No. Look at this, Aprilia are watching on. They've won 2 Grand Prix now. They're going to be on course for winning a sprint as well. Ladies and gentlemen, here in Rimini for the San Marino Grand Prix, the curse is lifted. All season long, it has been a Marquez who has won on a Saturday. 14 of them went to Mark, 1 went to Alex. Welcome a new name to a sprint winner in 2025. Marco Bezzecchi wins the Tissot Sprint. It's not a Marquez domination. Nobody's perfect. But today, definitely, Marco Bezzecchi was.
Woohoo! And that also means that Mark still has a chance
to clinch the title.
And Digi gets on the podium, which means that tomorrow Morbidelli must get on the podium to make it fair.
Who else but the hometown hero of Marco Bezzecchi, born and bred in Rimini? He's won on home soil and he's defeated Marc Marquez and Alex Marquez in a sprint race.
Even if he doesn't win tomorrow, I think this would mean a lot more.
Oh yeah, I think he can win tomorrow. I think Bezzecchi can do the double now.
Thanks. Well, this will be a special moment.
Well, there's the audio coming through there. Get a flag out in Sector 4. Who's gone down now?
No one. It's just everyone's on the track.
Fair point.
Oh,
Megan?
there's a big cracking.
Oh, there is also as well. There's Valentino Rossi, who will cheer his fellow countryman Marco Bezzecchi. And, of course, Digi finishes in 3rd place.
It's all happiness for him all round.
Well, we've got to get over to the first part of the St. Mary's Trophy. Megan, your thoughts on a thrilling Tissot sprint? It's not a Marquez on a Saturday.
I'm very glad that finally it's not a Marquez. Also, both of our picks went down first. Did we accidentally pick them to crash out rather than win?
I think we did. It's a bit annoying, isn't it?
Yeah. It's like those two were the first of the 3 to actually go down, so I feel like it was just rubbing it in our face.
Full results then from the order. It is Marco Bezzecchi from Alex Marquez and Fabio Di Gianantonio, Franco Morbidelli, Pedro Costa and Fermin Aldeguer, Luca Marini, Jorge Martin and Raul Fernandez, Anea Bashini, Johan Zarco and Ayagura, Pecco Bagnaia, Jack Miller and Maverick Vinales, Miguel Oliveira, Alex Rins, Augusto Fernandez, Somkat Chantra, Brad Binder, Marc Marquez and Fabio Quartararo, the 3 non-finishers. A strange race here in San Marino. What will tomorrow bring? But for the first time on a Saturday, it's not a Marquez victorious. Marco Bezzecchi, hometown hero, takes the win. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Good morning from San Marino and the Rimini Riviera. We are ready for race day here on the Adriatic coast of Italy. We've got our warm-up sessions this morning and then 3 action-packed events coming up for you. It's round 16 of the World Championships. And it's a beautiful morning now here at Misano World Circuit. Marco Simoncelli, good morning and welcome along. We've got a really action-packed day ahead of us. We've just had a cracking Red Bull MotoGP Rookies Cup race, which took place on a damp track. The rain that had been forecast, I'm pleased to tell you that it seems to have gone. Should be okay for the rest of the day. It came through overnight, damp track this morning, and so we've got 10 minutes here. In terms of track conditions, probably a little bit different to what we've seen at any point already this weekend. I've got Neil Hodgson alongside me, and as you can see, Neil, when we go with this drone shot, still a few damp areas around the track, but nothing, I'm sure, too concerning. Maybe out on the curbs, perhaps.
Yeah, maybe out on the curbs, and obviously they're quite difficult to see. So I think the lap times might be, you can see some dark patches there. And the lap times might be a little bit off for this morning warm-up, but I think in general, track conditions shouldn't be too bad. Like I say, it rained overnight. It wasn't a huge downpour, so it might have washed a bit of the rubber away. But you're right, I think the conditions will feel slightly different for the riders.
And they did in the race yesterday, obviously. In the sprint, Marc Marquez was beaten for the first time since Silverstone. Aprilia, a non-Ducati one for the first time since Barcelona last year in the sprint format. Marco Bezzecchi took only his 2nd sprint win, and he did it. He was having problems at the time we saw a couple of moments from him. He said he was looking down at his dash and suddenly Marc Marquez was past him, but he'd made a couple of mistakes. A lot of riders reporting a nervous feeling front end, that grip wasn't quite the same. So I just wonder for this morning warm-up, one, we know they've got to go with the medium tyre, although maybe, just maybe, someone could think about the soft tyre. But there's a few things to try and sort out in this session.
And the problem is then the conditions, because it's cooler, obviously you'd think a bit of the rain's washed the rubber away. So, yeah, tricky. To be totally honest, it's going to be hard to evaluate something properly. Like I said, that was a crash yesterday, fast crash, a corner we've seen Mark crash on in the past. Front just washes out, but yeah, the comments were basically the soft tyre was pushing the front too much, making the bike a bit nervous. Lots of people complaining about the same things. I think today's race will be different. They will all go for the medium tyre. I assume they'll go.
I just wondered the way Marc Marquez said, the medium tyre has 0 drop. You can push from start to finish. As Marco Bezzecchi celebrated there with Valentino Rossi, Lando Norris, who was down there too. Mark saying, yeah, you can push from medium start to finish. I just wonder whether that prompts someone like Pedro Acosta did in Barcelona to maybe take the soft tyre as a risk. I don't know.
Yep, potentially will want it. We'll have to see obviously how the temperature sort of rises throughout the day. We're supposed to have cloud cover, so the track temperature should stay relatively cool.
I looked, Neil, and it looks like that's gone.
Okay, right.
I just looked before the start of this session. I think the rain has cleared it all out, you know, because it does feel a little cooler, doesn't it?
It does, much fresher. It's been humid all weekend. It's felt a little bit like Malaysia at times.
Well, that's come over the next few weeks. Japan and then Indonesia. Usually cooler where we are in Motegi, not that humid. But then we go to Indonesia. Not many places hotter.
Tell you what, this is a good pass. Watch this. This is when you pick someone's pocket. It's such a difficult track to overtake on. It's not the fact that he passes there, it's the fact that he doesn't go wide. That was the bit. To put your bike in, to enter much faster, and then not go wide and get the cutback. And then this is the same lap. He basically said he was a bit wide and just tipped in really quickly, and before he got his knee down, the front folded, and it was his mistake.
There's a little patter, wasn't there? Just with that being that bit wider, I don't know whether there's a bump or something. Just have a look when he's out here wide.
Yeah, he goes right to the white line, so it's on the way back, trying to get it back. Yeah, he said he wasn't riding over his limits.
No.
It almost sounds like, if anything, a little bit of a lack of concentration. He's got into the lead, and it's a corner that can bite riders.
There was a line, he said, I thought it was done. I thought it was done, I'd got through. And it was such an opportunistic pass on Bezzecchi, who'd had a couple of problems, had a couple of mistakes, made the decisive move to get through, and then actually, when he's out front, it was back to the mistakes he'd made earlier on in the season.
Yeah. And you have to say that was sprint race number 16. And did Mark make a mistake in it? Yeah, he did. And he said, yeah, I'm on the limit all the time, basically. I've been all year. I've won 14 of the 15, finished second in the other one. And, you know, sometimes it was... You can't argue with what he said. You'd be like, well, yeah, fair enough.
Bastianini.
I'm going to say this, though. For me, he starts as favourite for this race, Mark. Even though he crashed out of the sprint race, even though throughout the weekend Bez has had a fantastic pace, I still feel that Mark starts as favourite.
Bez's pace more was on the soft, wasn't it? We saw it on the soft. Mark and Alex as well did a lot of running on the medium tyre. Now, there's nothing to say that Bez's pace won't translate to that medium tyre, but we'll see. But I'm with you, Neil. I'm so pleased that yet again the Grassini team have pulled out the traditional now old Team Italia style livery that Fausto Grassini himself used to run. It always looks superb, doesn't it?
It looks fantastic. One of the best liveries. It's a proper throwback to the 80s. Watching the late great Fausto Grassini, like you say, on the I know obviously 125s, but I don't know if he did he do 80s as well, but certainly in the lower class capacity bikes.
Yeah, two-time champion 125s. Great man, but it looks great, doesn't it?
Looks really good.
It's a really good throwback livery. Fabio Quartararo, another one who has amends to make today. A bit nonplussed, none the wiser about what happened with his crash.
No, he didn't do a lot wrong. He just had a turn 2 crash, a bit like Mark's crash. There were certain left-hand corners that are tricky on this track, and turn 15, turn 2, turn 6 are the ones that, for no apparent reason, just seem to bite people.
It's so interesting this morning. A lot of people, and understandably, have gone with the soft front tyre. And that's just confidence.
Yeah, I would have.
There's a couple who've gone with the medium, which I'll run later. Quartararo, one of them. Miller, Bagnaia has gone with that one. Martin and Zarco. Everyone with the medium rear, apart from Chantra and Agura. So they're running opposite, effectively, to what they were running in the race yesterday with the soft front, medium rear. So it will be a different feel. You'd expect they'll go with that, and they'll have to go with the harder front, the stability that will offer. A lot of people reporting, again, the other one was pressure rising in the front tyre, just something to keep an eye on.
It's intense round here, isn't it? There's not a lot of long straights, but there's a lot of heavy braking zones, so that's what happens with those front tyres. They're a big moment there for... well, I guess that's a medium. He's got a medium. Well, most people got the medium rear in, haven't they?
Got a used medium front tyre in.
Yeah. Yeah, that all was on the move for Bagnaia. It was another sprint race to forget for Pecco, unfortunately, down in the doldrums.
But the line that I enjoyed most was, I need to finish this interview quickly and go and speak to my team. He said it to the TV people, said it to the press. He didn't want to be talking to them.
Do you know what? I genuinely believe that the riders should have a couple of joker cards throughout the season where if they're having a really bad time, that they're allowed to say, look, I've got a lot going on, I'm going to skip. And bear in mind, obviously, we work in television and we should push for the right. We should be able to hear from the riders and ask them the difficult questions. I think occasionally riders should have a couple of jokers a year to say, do you know what, we're going to...
Well, I think they do, really. But it's up to the teams whether they choose to do that. You know, we've had it a couple of times. Ralph Fernandez didn't do any on Friday. And been a couple of times, he feels unwell, he's got a flight to catch. That happens.
Yeah.
But I admire Pecco's professionalism, but we all sort of have a feeling, don't we, as he and Bez do a little bit of battle that will maybe serve them in good stead. There's a similar kind of move that Marc Marquez put in, although that was more because Bagnaia had come back at him through the double of 4 and 5. And then Bagnaia gets back past on the drive down to Aquercia. That was all compromising themselves. And
how interesting. How interesting. I mean, a little battle like that, and then Bagnaia goes to the next corner and can't get his bike stopped. It's the problem he's had from day one. So a graphic example of it, really.
Commitment there, wasn't there? And we said it in the race about the bikes looking nervous. We actually mentioned it, and I thought it was just, you know, maybe front tyre pressures, that kind of thing. But it was a feeling that the riders were experiencing out on the racetrack. So out to the final corner. Yeah, there is a thin layer of cloud, isn't there, over there? That will play perhaps in some people's hands. It'll make people consider the soft tyre as a rear option if it stays like that, if the track temperature doesn't rise too much. Yeah, my weather app had the clouds dissipating as the day went on, but let's see. Other people I think will go well today, Neil. I'm just looking down through the order. Alex Marquez won, but Luca Marini is one I expect with a medium tyre.
Yeah.
He did a lot of work on that on Friday. He had a decent pace compared to Marc Marquez. He was one of the best.
Yeah, it's a real long shot, but Luca Marini's got a chance of nicking a podium. The pace that we saw on Friday.
Just saying that, so if and when it happens, you know, then it's out there. You know, not just hiding it, sending it text
I'm not a
messages.
credit seeker, Gav.
I have to give Neil Hodgson credit. I know we made a joke about it yesterday, but he did. I have seen the text messages, which unfortunately aren't broadcastable. Otherwise, we'd have had them out on social media because there's, you know, a few choice phrases in and amongst it. But yeah, he did text Steve Day and say, I've got a feeling Mark Marquez might crash today. And Steve said the same. I will give credit too on that.
Actually, I will confess, Steve Day texted me to say, I've got a feeling Mark's going to crash today. And I went, I feel exactly the same.
Yeah.
Now, bear in mind, this is, I think I've had that feeling one other time, and actually Mark didn't crash. So I just felt like I knew that his pace maybe wasn't quite good enough to win the sprint, but he was going to throw it all out there.
What about today?
I 100% I've got him down as my winner.
Right. And who do you see behind him then?
I see Bez definitely close. I see his brother definitely close. I see Luca Marini, Fabio Di Gianantonio, and one of the it was Morbidelli. Morbidelli's got really good pace.
7 riders.
Yeah, I know. And Aldersgate could be a late charger. 8.
Why don't you write 22 names in a text message? Send it to me.
I'm not confident Chantra's going to be on the podium.
Okay.
So.
Okay, we'll see.
Or
we
Rins.
will see.
As for everyone else, they've a chance.
It promises to be a fascinating race later on. We've of course got Moto 3 and Moto 2 before that. You can just see the sun has hidden behind itself behind some clouds. Through there, it looks nervous.
It does look nervous. Yeah, lots of riders complaining about the bikes feeling nervous. Got to say the Aprilia with Bez, it's been twitchy all weekend, but effective. Obviously, Fabio's Yamaha always looks on a knife edge.
You know, in the past, do you remember how we used to watch the Aprilia for Maverick and Aleix, particularly in fast corners, and we said, is that bike on rail?
Yeah, they've gone in a different direction with it, haven't they? Ever since with the ground effect sort of fairing, they've got a bike that actually turns better, but then it's become a little bit more unstable.
Is that being dialed in, though, to make it cope around tracks like this?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's what you've...
Oh.
I'll tell you what.
He's got to pick it up there, sure.
Yeah, I'm going to say it. Bastianini, I don't know if Zorco was early on the brakes or Bastianini was super late, but it was approaching at an alarming pace there.
How about Quartararo today?
Yeah, I'm not feeling it.
Okay.
I think he might struggle.
And of course, made a good fist of Q1 yesterday. We'll start from the front row on the outside. Alex in the middle, Marco Bezzecchi on pole. Mark Marquez on the second row, made an excellent first few corners to get back in the mix and then threw it away in turn 15. He spent all this session behind Fabio Quartararo, and again in that sector.
That's his Achilles heel of Misano, isn't it? He ran onto the green there, so even though he's on a fast lap mark, this one will be deleted. He was so annoyed with himself, you could tell, because Mark knew about that corner as well. He knew the pitfalls of the dreaded turn 15. And it caught him. It's like, oh, I should be better than that. You just know that's what he sensed. He was saying all super positive things to the press, as he's very good at doing, but I could see the pain in his eyes. Did you feel the same?
Yeah, he'll have been kicking himself, won't he? He hates it when he doesn't win. Yeah. We keep saying it, and it is true. Oliveira and Miller just went 5th and 7th. I was wondering about the Yamahas. There is no drop, there's grip available. We'll see, won't we? Got all that to come later on today. 27 laps of Misano. You can see the clouds overhead.
Well, we've got a great Moto 3 race coming up. That's spicy as ever.
They've got to keep Rueda in check, haven't they, in Moto 3?
Yeah.
Because he looks like he's got really searing pace there. You can break away at this circuit.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that one. And Moto 2 is again this weekend looks so hard.
How do you call that?
Yeah, it's like this weekend's been the hardest to call. I mean, like Jake Dixon's got incredible pace, but he qualified 9th. It's a bit of a mixed upside down grid.
Yeah, it's a head scratch. I wouldn't rule out Danny Olgado of going again.
Pole position again, winner last time out. Like, Just sensational rookie.
It's brave up there, isn't it? The speeds they're at.
It's brave up there at about 180 miles an hour.
But what I'm saying on top is, damn curve.
That's what I was thinking, right on the edge, right on the top of the curve.
And he went onto the green, didn't he? And I'm like, that's going to be damp.
Yeah, but when I think of bravery, I don't really think of Mark.
No, you're right.
Not really a risk taker.
No, never has, hasn't he? Well, that's one thing. If he adds that to his arsenal, he'll probably do all right.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Push a bit more.
I was really pleased for Bez, Aprilia as well. Lots of celebrations here yesterday. Their first sprint win of the year. Good to see the Ducati stranglehold broken as well.
It's such an old school practice start then. He pulled the clutch in and then did the old schoolboy motocross, sort of blipped it a little bit and then thought, no, actually I don't do that on this. You just have to give, once you press it into start mode, you actually just give it full throttle and then just dump that clutch. They are drag bikes now.
Good crowd already at this time of the morning, just coming up to 5 to 10 local time here in Italy. And it will be a packed house later on. We saw a lot of cheering. We're not, when Marc Marquez crashed, we're not fans of that. And, you know, we're here to support and commiserate every rider, whatever happens. Thankfully, everyone's okay after it.
There's one thing we know, and we've known it for a decade now. Mark's not very popular here in Italy.
It's going to happen. You're just going to. We're going to have to wear it, aren't we? That's basically what I was about to say.
Yeah.
Some people are going to be like that, and you know, if they feel they want to do that, fine.
There's one thing I know.
You don't have to like it, but
Marc Marquez, he don't care.
Well, as we saw last year, actually, it pushes him on that little bit more and gives him a little bit more impetus.
Yeah.
So I sort of almost think that, you know, those people doing that help him.
I'll give it him power.
Give a bit more. I quite like that.
Oh,
the ET, that is brilliant.
EB, I love it.
EB on it, and I think he's got his dog. Because, you know, he's got his little dog called Hagrid, who's an odd-looking thing, isn't he, that little dog?
I was thinking that he looks like you.
Exactly! He was like my kindred spirit.
An odd-looking thing.
But he's got him as ET on the back of his helmet. I love that.
We need to check that out. We need to get a close-up look. I like it when someone gets the helmet right.
Yeah.
Obviously, we see a lot of patriotic helmets, but sometimes someone just gets it right. Obviously, Valentino, you said, get it right 9 times out of 10.
Could Anea consider himself an alien? I don't know. Sometimes he has alien-like...
Yeah, he does.
Skills, doesn't he?
Yeah, from absolutely nowhere, they just seem to, oh, I've just married.
Oh.
Unlucky, mate. What are you doing?
Congratulations.
And she's let you come to the racing? No, that's superb. How cool's that?
Well done to them.
Oh, yay.
Oh, steady.
No, they don't.
It's early morning.
They work together.
He's not going to have to write a letter on Twitter.
We're at the Coldplay concert. That wasn't awkward, was it?
Oh dear.
I can't cope this morning.
I'm welling up.
Do you know what? As well, we met me and Sylvan and Gabriella Martin. Look at that young love. We met this lovely couple last night, a British couple. The lady was called Sarah, so into Moto GP. The questions they're asking were that in depth, better than anything you've ever asked, Gab. I've got to say, they made our evening. Do you know when you meet some like really, really nice British fans? And Sarah said, "Oh, just so you know, I'm taping all this as well. So when I get back, I'm taping you lot." I went, I don't know if you call it taping anymore.
Wait a second, was it? If it was after 9 p.m, we do not want to hear that. Yeah. Joan Mir was out there. Hopefully he will be able to race today after sitting out the sprint yesterday. But it looks like we are set fair for a good race day here at the San Marino Rimini Riviera Grand Prix. We'll have a breather for now, but when we come back, Susie's in the paddock with the boys.
Moto3 leaves the Circuit di Barcelona Catalunya and heads over to the Mazzano World Circuit Marco Simoncelli for round 16 of the 2025 season. Jose Antonio Ueda is dominating so far, but we're moments away from the green light going on. Let's head down to the track and join Susie.
Track here, and just staying on Angel Piqueras for a second, you get the sense that kind of likes a fight. He loves to overtake, and going from mid-pack never seems to be a problem for him.
Not at all. I mean, anyone normal starting on the 4th row, a track like this, you'd be
panicking, you'd be a bit nervous, but Piqueras always goes forward, super aggressive. He's well aware that Rueda's probably got the best race pace, but so is everybody else, your David Munoz, the aggressive riders all around. So what they're going to do, they're going to prevent Rueda from using those flowing lines that we've seen him use so many times so effectively. I mean, he's won 7 races this year as Rueda, but Rueda's going to get dive bombed left, right and centre.
And one of those riders is probably going to be David Munoz and probably Adrian Fernandez as well, both going from the second row. So it could be a very spicy start.
Yeah, the super aggressive rider in Munoz and Fernandez. And it's a bit of a... I like the look of the grid because people are out of places a little bit. And normally that always gives a good show, you know, during the race. These guys that maybe just missed that a little bit on qualifying. It was very, very tight as well. But they've got better race pace than their position. So we're going to see some comebacks. We're going to see some dive bombs, like Neil said. And we're going to see a great fight. Hopefully, they stop Rueda from checking out.
Yeah, and so we've got Munoz there. We've also got Max Quiles. We did mention him earlier, but he's coming from the third row, just throwing him in again at the end.
Yeah, again, a rider that, don't get me wrong, Quiles can qualify well, but it's not the be-all and end-all for him, is it? Because we know how quick he is, so he'll go forward.
But it's Valentin Peroni in pole position as we get our racing kicking off for the first time today. Moto 3 is about to get underway. Michael Laverty is alongside Gavin Emmett. Ciao.
Good. Here we go then. Time to find out what the Moto 3 lot have got in store for us today as we get set for the total of 20 laps around Misano. Here we go. Round 16 of the season. Welcome to the Misano World Circuit, Marco Simoncelli, where Valentin Peroni is on pole position from Joel Kelso in second and Jacob Woolstone lines up in third. Jose Antonio Rueda alongside David Munoz and Adrian Fernandez. Then it's Tayo Furusato, Rusi Yamanaka and Maximo Cuelas running on the order. Alvaro Carpe from Angel Piqueras and Dennis Foggia, David Almanza, Luca Lanetta and Scott Ogden down in 15th place. Gidi Pini alongside Rishi Moodley, Stefano Neppa, Nicola Caro, Marcus Jurdatai, Cormac Buckerman alongside Eddie O'Shea, Ricardo Rossi, Evan Belford, Abi Matamara, Noah Deltweller, Marcus Rueda is the 27 runners as we get started here today for the Moto 3 Grand Prix of Misano. The San Marino race. Let's head down and check in with TNT.
Sort of getting to the point of the season where Piqueras needs something dramatic to happen. Can he force it to happen here?
He can. He loves to force the issue. Piqueras is good in terms of racing from the front, but I think today he's got to attack Rueda at every opportunity, especially in these early laps. Jose Antonio Rueda's got pace that could see him make a gap on the rest of the field. We've seen him do that quite cleverly on occasion this season, and I think he's got it up his sleeve today, but attacks will come from everywhere, and I think it's mainly going to be Piqueras in terms of the championship race. If he wants to claw back enough points to bring himself into contention, he's got to make something happen here.
There he is, Jose Antonio Rueda went off even on the warm-up lap to head the field. He leads by 64 from Piqueras, but 3 races ago coming into the race, it was 85, and every single one of the last 3, Piqueras has pulled back with victories in Austria and last time out in Barcelona. Sort of stemmed the bleeding, didn't he, Rueda, with second place there. So who's going to make life hard for Jose Antonio today, apart from Angel?
I think Peroni's got some good pace and good attacking form. David Munoz, he's looked really strong around this racetrack all weekend long. He's actually had a good look at Rueda and Piqueras. They've rode on track on a number of occasions, so I think they've all sized each other up. There's going to be a proper scrap. Piqueras out of place really in terms of his rhythm, only qualifying on the 4th row of the grid, but yeah, you look for the Leopard boys, they've been looking fast as well, both Fernandez and Almanza on the Hondas, and we know of late, Furusato always makes his way into the battle, so I think Tayo could be there from the 3rd row of the grid as well.
Yeah, last year, let's not forget, this is where Piqueras took his first Grand Prix victory. It'd be remiss of me not to mention the 2 Aussies on the front row. You just signed one of them in Joel Kelso for next year. But Kelso and Ralston have been great. Ralston's looked really good all weekend too.
Yeah, he's on form at the moment. A fantastic weekend in Barcelona as well. Unfortunate to DNF there with a technical, but front row start for him and looking fiery, feisty, and trying to get a seat for next year. So yeah, he's fired up.
Yeah,
we'll see how that goes then as we get ready. KTM have won every Moto 3 race so far this year as a heads up back over there. So are we going to see something different, or are we going to see the standard procedure start to come into the racing factors. Red flag at the front, green flag at the back. Watch the lights. Here we go. The Moto 3 San Marino Grand Prix is under starters orders. Lights are on, lights out now. We're underway. It's a good start for Valentin Perrone. Brilliant start coming in from Jacob Rulstone. He'll go side by side with Jose Antonio Herrera down towards turn 1. Rishi Moody up 2 places into the first corner as well. The top 5 align astern as they still try and do battling in positions to come 1, 2, into 3. Kelso's taken the lead of the race. He cuts back underneath the inside of Valentin Perrone. Kelso leads. Perrone is second. Rulstone holding off a 3rd position as a little bit of contact there. Adrian Fernandez losing out on places as they come through. Luca Lanetta has dropped down 2 places as well from where he started as the racing action continues. Down now in towards turn number 8 on the circuit. Anyone going to go from him on the inside line? This is the opportunity. The 99 of Herrera looking for a way to go through on the inside. Still nothing going to happen there. Perfect getaway from the majority of the field, I must say. It was pitch perfect to try and get something else done. They've all done brilliantly to keep this action going, to keep this race momentum on as well. Still going side by side, still having a little bit of drama between the rest of the field. One by one, round the outside, David Munoz trying to get ahead of Perrone. He's going on the inside line down towards turn 11. There's a little bit of a touch. Perrone goes out wide, but now taking 2nd position is David Munoz. So a bit of a surprise between the two, but we'll take it on lap 1 of this bizarre race in Moto 3 already.
Close for comfort at this stage in the race from David Munoz, but all's fair, I think, at the moment.
Munoz is as Munoz does, and he's up into 2nd place now behind Joel Kelso. A little switch between 15 and 16, but still leads them across the line at the end of the first lap. So he leads. Munoz 2nd, Perrone is in 3rd. Then Rueda's just got ahead now of Jacob Ralston. Piqueras is up 2 spots off the start, and he's tucked in now behind this battle. Quiles and Carpe in front of it.
Yeah, I actually expected Piqueras to make more inroads on lap 1, but yeah, he's got some work to do from there. Back with his teammate just ahead of Ryusei Yamanaka. Carte's had a good start and a good lap 1 for him, but yeah, Piqueras needs to make inroads.
It works for Piqueras, the fact that Rueda is not at the front, and in fact that Kelso is there, because that will help them keep together. What Rueda will be wanting to do now is keep his nose clean for now, hit the front and try and break them as Fernandez now attacks Ralston.
A bit of smoke off the boot from Fernandez as he was dragging his heel on the way into La Quercia, but made the pass cleanly on Ralston this time.
I want tickets to a Perrone-Munoz face-off here, isn't it? It has got a boxing match all over it, that one. And Perrone was very strong into 9 and got through on David Munoz. He's not going to attack into Carboni, is he? He takes to the inside of Joel Kelso. You are able to get a bit of slipstream there, which is sometimes then we see people slingshot into 12 or even here into 13.
Yeah, the run through Carboni, it does provide a good draft, but for me it looks like Perrone, he's almost riding a little bit too close to Joel as he runs through the turn. It is compromising him a little bit, but yeah, I'll tell you what, he's making a bit of a name for himself lately. Loose by Quiles into turn 15, fully attacking.
Yeah, what they can just see there, and I think there's a bit of desperation to get through on Ralston there. It's just the front 5, slight gap opening up there, and Quiles is very high on the curbs, as is his want. He does that quite a lot, Max Quiles, but just making sure this front group don't pull away, because their pace on that last lap, Michael, with Fernandez the fastest of them, was 4/10 quicker than the chasing group.
Yeah, it's a fast pace at this stage in the race. We've seen, I think the best race lap was 40.6 from Colin Fire last year. We're already at 41.0. Then we had 40.9s, 40.8 from Adrian Fernandez, so we're already inching closer to that lap record.
Heading out onto the middle straight, we'll call it, through the little kink of turn 7 here. That's the curb on the inside, and then fanning out once more for turn 8, La Quercia. Jose Antonio Rueda again thinking better of making an enemy out of David Munoz as he sits in behind his compatriot, both of them Andalusians. Munoz, is he going to attack Perrone this time? No.
No, backs out of it.
Decided, look, I'm in that front group now. I am happy here.
Yeah, seems to be the way it's going at the moment. Kelso leading, Perrone 2nd, Munoz 3rd, Rueda 4th, Fernandez 5th, Rueda 6th. Oh, hang on, Piqueras gets ahead of Ralston, so that's changed over in the overall pack position. You can see that one coming earlier on. as they continue on the attack, continue on the momentum, downhill into the braking zone, accelerating through, trying to find out the best momentum between them all so far. But Kelso leading the race with a huge advantage at the moment, but that's made a mistake. Kelso's made a mistake, so Valentin Perrone is now going to be right on the back of him as he comes down towards turn 1. So a small mistake from the race leader is going to cost him now as he goes down towards the first corner. Where they're going to go? They all go side by side. Kelso, Perrone, Munoz and Moreda. So Moreda, who is 68 clear of Piqueras in the championship, doesn't want to do anything stupid before we go to the flyaway races. Japan, Indonesia. That rounds out a back-to-back later on in September. Kelso, Perrone, Munoz, Moreda, 4/10, then it's Fernandez, Cuellas, 2/10, then it's Piqueras, Woolstone, Carpe, Almanza, Yamanaka, Pini, all running down that order as well. As the gap at the moment, no jump starts and race control on the official messages. That's the good stat that we like to see. But everyone so far just in a continuation of ifs, buts, maybes. Let's see if that works. Let's see if this works. Is it going to be a difference between them? But yeah, it's not as bad as we were expecting, and it's doing all right as we are on an interesting lap of this one with lap 420. 17 remain here of the San Marino Grand Prix at
the group. There's not too much silliness going on.
Foggia passes
Steadily picked
Lanetta.
myself away, turned tighter through Curvone on that occasion. He's in third on the 99. In front of him, the 73 of Valentin Perrone, and out front, the 66, the orange 66 of Naranjito himself, Joel Kelso.
Yeah, Kelso's setting a good pace, but Perrone is so close to his rear wheel at points of this racetrack where I think he could force an overtake at the moment if he wanted to, but yeah, the pace from Kelso, it is hot. He set his personal best last time around. I think he looks set to match it again. Pretty much, yeah, just a 10th faster this time around for Kelso.
Personal best for everyone, down to Almanza in 9th, who's trying to bridge the gap that Carpe's not been able to. 1.6 now, the gap from Almanza to this front group of 8, led by Joel Kelso. Jacob Ralston is the 8th of the 8 riders. Already it's starting to get tasty, isn't it? Oh, and Munoz, he got onto the curves on the inside. Did he clip the back of Perrone? It was getting tight in there. You just saw it start to rev him up a little bit because Rueda got through on him. Perrone was there. Perrone's dropped to 7th place, but we need to see what happened there again.
Yeah, I was looking at the timing screens. I missed it, but obviously maybe a little bit of impatience from Munoz trying to go down the inside of turn 4. It's one of those corners that loops back at itself so tight. And yeah, collision. That's ruined Munoz's shot at this victory today.
Yeah, he got on the curbs on the inside. There you can see Perrone straight away back at Ralston. Ralston just set the fastest lap of the race at 140.675. You know, it's not far off the best race lap around here. But this, if Rueda can just see his pit board before the end of this lap, if he were to pass Kelso now, and I feel like he could if he wanted, he's got a gap ready-made behind him. This is what happened,
the time's
Michael.
there, yeah.
He thought about it, then Perrone let off the brakes, it seems, from the outside, closed the door and left Munoz nowhere to go. He tried to avoid contact. I wouldn't say that's David Munoz's fault, to be honest.
No, it's one of those, isn't it? Racing against each other. Perrone's turned in to try to defend. Munoz is behind him. Perrone's just closing the door on him. As we head up towards turn 1, does Rueda pounce? The gap behind him, 0.6 of a second.
Thing is, Joel Kelso's lapping so consistent at the front, another 40.9, identical to his previous lap. Rueda, he might get the signal on his pit board to say he's got a little gap over Quiles, so he may look to go through and try and stretch it away with the young Aussie.
Yeah, just slightly quicker than him on that previous lap there, Jose Antonio Rueda. The longer this happens, it gives that pack of Quiles, Fernandez, Piqueras, Perrone and Ralston chance to chip away. I think Rueda is lining this one up down into La Quercia.
I'll find a way
showing not an easy rider to pass when he's in the flow.
Yeah, strong on the brakes down into La Quercia. A little bubble for him as he cracked onto the throttle on the exit, but yeah, good push for him at this stage in the race.
He's pushing on really well. Here comes Perrone once more on Piqueras, who I feel like Piqueras bides his time in races and saves something for the end. He might not have that luxury at this moment in time. There is work to be done here because the gap is at 0.7 0.8 now, actually, between Rueda and Quiles.
Yeah, you can't afford to when you've got Rueda stretching it 0.7 of a second. No further action taken for the Munoz-Peroni incident.
Yeah,
it is, as we expected, a racing incident, and yeah, good, quick analysis from the stewards up there.
Still Kelso setting a really hot pace out front. Can he hold on to it for the remaining 14 laps of the race when they cross the finish line? Here we go then. Kelso from Rueda. This is where he made a move previously.
Yeah, well, Rueda wants that turn 1 action, but there's nothing coming at the moment. He's trying to look left, he's trying to look right. He's trying to find the right opportunity to sort of go, I'll pounce here, I'll get through here, but there's no momentum. Yellow flags out sectors 3 and 4, so don't know what exactly that's for, but they've opened up the yellow flag graphic, as you can see on our timing tower. So somebody's gone wide. Well, I don't think, interesting enough, into the pit lane has gone Albi Adamada, and Marcus Rueda has stopped at sector 3 and 4, so I think he is the reason why the yellow flag's out. Rueda dives through on the inside line of Kelso, down in turn 8, and takes the lead of the race, and Kelso looks behind him to see where Maximo Cuelas is. Piqueras further back as well, lunging through, but Rueda leads, and this is not what we wanted to see, because they can't let Jose Antonio Rueda just take away at the front, just start opening up more time. He will be the Moto3 champion this year, but look at Kelso. He's right behind him, trying to look for a slipstream down in towards turn 14, and that definitely out of the race is Marcos Rueda for the Anglers MLAV Racing Squad. Michael, sorry, but your boy's out.
He's with Aurora Angelucci and your team here this weekend, so shame for Marcos Rueda. But Kelso, if you're in his position, do you try and attack Rueda? Do you try and stick with him? What do you do? Do you have a choice? If Rueda's pushing on like it looks he is.
Yeah, it looks like Quiles is working really hard on this lap and actually has made some inroads to the leaders. It is a new lap record for Maximo Quiles, 40.594. And you can see how hard he's working even into turn 1. That's the effort he needed to do to make sure he stayed in this race.
So Kelso was being told Quiles' pace was actually 0.3 slower than what it was, because Quiles just done that new race lap record on lap 7. It feels like we are going to get a group here.
Yeah.
They need to start challenging Rueda.
Yeah, we know Rueda's possibility of lapping mid-40s for a long period. We've seen it yesterday, but yeah, at the moment, that pace was being set by Kelso without a slipstream at the front. And obviously Quiles, he worked really hard to get across, but in that first sector, lost a little bit. Not a huge amount,
Eddie O'Shea,
it's just been
penalty.
A tough one.
Bad news for you, I'm afraid, Michael. Your man, Eddie O'Shea, having a really good ride here, in with Marcos Uriarte and Ricky Rossi and co. And unfortunately, he's been given a long lap penalty for track limits. A lot of it around here this weekend. I expect there'll be more in the race. Nicola Carraro is retiring, or at least back into the pits. So his shot at points looks like it will have gone.
Munoz all the way down in 17th, but lapping again at the same pace as the lead group. So yeah, unfortunate we're not seeing the number 64 in this battle at the front after that incident at turn 4.
It was one of those things, a decision, split-second decision that went wrong, wasn't it? Bit of jockeying through 1, 2 and 3, got himself on the inside. Perone's closing the door on him and just got it wrong.
Yeah, we've seen it many times. Looks like Ralston just struggling a little bit there. He was over the curve and you can see he lost a little bit of ground on that group.
The reason why he's struggling is the pace here, Michael. Valentin Perone and Adrian Fernandez have just done 140 0.5 for Fernandez, 0.4 for Perone, and a 0.5 for Piqueras. So that it feels like they've all been holding on to their tyres.
Yeah.
And it's like, right, well, we just can't let that gap open up anymore.
Yeah, you mentioned tyres. Pretty much everyone's gone for the soft rear tyre, but on the front side of things, there's a little bit of a mixed bag. Actually, sorry, Adrian Fernandez is on the hard rear, which could bode well for him later in the race. It's only really the Leopard riders who chose that hard rear tyre today. For the front, though, Kelso's on the soft front, Ralston's on the soft front, Adrian Fernandez on the soft front, but then you've got Rueda and Piqueras on that harder front option, so it may come into their hands at the latter laps of the race.
Valentin Perone through. He only knows one way. I've said it before, just knows forward. That's it. And he goes through on Fernandez. and it passes him. He just wants to tag on to the back of Quiles. Rueda still leading on the 99 from the 66 of Joel Kelso. The 28 of Max Quiles is the turquoise and pink bike chasing down the lead duo. Kelso's doing a good job of keeping Rueda honest, and he has upped his pace to match that of Rueda.
Yeah, I do think Joel was fairly comfortable at the head of the field, and it's good that he's been able to respond to the upped ante from Jose Antonio Rueda. He needed to, obviously, with Quiles coming from behind, and Peroni, last lap around, new lap record, he needs it again just to get across the last little bit of daylight between him and the lead 3.
Yellow flags out, sector 4, so someone else has gone down on our timing screen. Trying to work out who it is. I think it's not Nicola Caro, because he's just circulating in 25th position. Eddie O'Shea's completed the long lap penalty, but I don't know why. Here we go. That's Belford at turn 14. That's at the hairpin. So Belford's running was in the mid pack. The front just dipped away mid corner, and he's gone out wide. So that's a shame for Belford, but we kind of expect that to happen 9 times out of 10 in this race. We're halfway in the Moto 3 Grand Prix of San Marino. Rueda leads, Kelso second, Quiles in third, fourth for Perone, fifth for Piqueras, Fernandez sixth, Rulestone seventh, Yamanaka eighth, Almanza ninth, Pini 10th. And up the inside, Quiles going for a move, but Kelso doesn't know he's there. Rides right to the side of him. They both stay on at the exit of turn 10. Down 11, 12, 13 and 14 coming up now, the top of the J section. Just a little bit wide and a little bit foolish to come through. There's confirmation that Belford's rider okay on our timing monitor. But Rueda leading at the moment by 0.286 of a second.
But Joel will hopefully fight back here.
It's where he needs to give as good as he gets, isn't it? That's the gauntlet at his feet, isn't it? If they're going to rough you up, you've got to come back. And we have seen it this year. We saw it in the early races, didn't we? Joel said on the grid to Rachel that he feels like he's got the bike underneath him to do that. So let's hope we see a bit more of it. You've got to box clever, though, as we get to half race distance. He is going to attack down into turn 1. I like to see that. That's exactly what we've been asking for. And straight away, Kelso responds. The only drama, the only problem, and why I said box clever, is Rueda out front.
Yeah, you can't have too much back and forth because it allows Jose Antonio a little bit of breathing space. Yeah, I'm glad to see Joel fight back. It is a slight criticism we've levelled at him over the years. When you get into the last third of the race and everyone gets a little bit fired up, perhaps Joel doesn't have the sharpest of elbows, but today he looks like he's ready for this.
Absolutely, and it's really good to see. The gap, though, 0.4 between Rueda and Kelso. Rueda can just sense, can't he? Maybe he can't quite hear the motorcycle behind him in the same way he has over recent laps. And you just wonder, I want to look at this lap from Rueda. Did a 140.8 on the last lap. I'm really intrigued to see what it is on this one, if he's got the hammer down and trying to brake.
Joel's got 10th back in second too, so he's working hard here to get across to Jose Antonio Rueda.
That's all tyre, isn't it?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, using a little bit too much at this stage of the race. We're only just past the halfway point. Yeah, it's a long way to go.
Yeah, 10 down, 10 and a half now, and 9 and a half to go in this Moto 3 Grand Prix of San Marino and the Rimini Riviera, including the points on offer today. 175 still on the table. The gap at the front, 64. As it stands, that gap will be opening up by another 14 as Piqueras takes one of his track limits transgressions. I think Piqueras is labouring a bit here.
Yeah, it's not looked like the Angel Piqueras we seen a week ago in Barcelona or prior to that in Hungary. He just looks like he's struggling. You can see the gap back to him and Adrian Fernandez. He's going to work hard to get back over to these guys. But yeah, you never rule him out. Obviously, we've seen what he pulled off here a year ago, taking his first ever victory in the Moto 3 category with 2 double long lap penalties. So yeah, it's not over yet, but yeah, it doesn't look easy for him today.
Needs to respond, doesn't he? Rueda did not improve on that last lap. We've had another track limits warning come up, and it's for Max Quiles. So in the front group, he needs to keep away from the green now. Eddie O'Shea has stopped with a technical issue now, I'm sorry to say. We get to that point of the season, aren't we? When I know Eddie's limited with one of his engines having a problem earlier this season. So yeah, that's unfortunate for Eddie. At the front, Rueda from Kelso. Peroni and Quiles having a little scrap. Then behind, Piqueras is working this lap. And it looks like already he's quickly got back onto them.
Yeah, it's just as we were about to write him off earlier in the lap, he's done all the hard work and he's back in this battle.
After he's hit the front, you know, Rueda's pace has slowed. It's not like he's continued. He's obviously managing things, wanting some tyre left for the end of the race. But clearly he had a limit as well, because otherwise, oh, wow, that is so late, isn't it, from Quiles?
Yeah, it's a good pass, but it is dirty. It's a late one, all the way up the inside, and just had to force the issue on Peroni, and Peroni had to give best.
Is already starting to light the touch paper here, because when they start knocking lumps out of each other, just helps. Rueda and Kelso out front.
Right to go.
Yeah, Quiles track limits warning is always one of those things that now you've still 8 laps to go, you've got that hanging in the balance, and the way he rides, he typically opens the throttle early, goes to the edge of the track, so it just takes his natural rhythm away because he has to think about how he exits each turn. But I'd say, yeah, it's always how he rides, up over the top edge of the curve on pretty much every occasion.
The championship, the gap would be set at 78 after this. That'd be a 3-race cushion for Rueda, and then you're starting to think, oh, there's a possibility of winning this title when we get to Phillip Island. You know, that's what we're looking at the moment for Jose Antonio Rueda. It's up to Angel Piqueras in 5th on the number 36 to close that gap, to prevent it from happening. Can anyone show a wheel to Rueda and make life difficult for him here? He is leading. Kelso 2nd, Quiles 3rd. Good to see him as they run down to Curvone. Peroni is 4th, 5th for Piqueras, and just clinging on, Adrian Fernandez on the Honda, having a good ride on the Leopard. You feel like, again, he is just clinging on at the moment.
Yeah, he's working hard there.
Of course he serves it back at Quiles into Caro corner.
I love it about the young Argentine. He's definitely not intimidated in the slightest by the reputation Quiles has. He just dishes it back the very next lap.
Piqueras into the final corner there. That was all after that move. Didn't want to lose any track position. Quiles came back at Piqueras, but that's just cost them both on the exit of the final corner. And this to and froing here between Quiles and Piqueras. Got lots of form for it in the past. Just need to watch what they're doing at the moment. Good to see, though, isn't it? Everyone, you know, there was a bit of steadiness, wasn't there, in Barcelona? This one, a lot of toing and froing.
Yeah, we had a lot of tyre wear issues in Barcelona, or concerns from the riders, so perhaps they didn't go the typical Moto3 all guns blazing. It was a more considered race. Whereas today, we've certainly seen a bit of back and forth in the pack, although not too many attacks on Rueda over recent laps.
Caro has been given an exceeding track limit, so a long lap penalty on the list.
But I think you're right. He seems to be punching well off the corners, that MTA KTM.
Yeah, Joel certainly looks like he's got taste on certain parts of the racetrack. I think he may have something up his sleeve here for Rueda, although Peroni's got something up his sleeve for Joel. He's not contact this time, but yeah, that's the point where he has had a couple of riders down the inside already in this race.
Brilliant to watch, isn't he, Valentin Peroni? Sketchy at times, but I tell you what, on the brakes, he's a demon, and he just loves going forward. Kelso, is he going to come back at the Argentine? Quite rightly decides not to. That looked really tight there for Peroni on the front. I thought he was going to have a look. Rueda at the moment, he's just able to sweep through some of the corners. I reckon before too long, Peroni's going to start attacking Rueda.
Yeah, pretty sure that he will. Obviously, they are KTM stablemates, not teammates, in different teams, Tech 3 versus the AO squad. But yeah, Peroni won't be thinking about Rueda's championship today. He just wants to win his first Moto3 Grand Prix.
The moment we start to think about counting someone out in this race, they come back, and I'm just thinking of Adrian Fernandez. He's got in front of Piqueras. They're still just trying to cling on to this lead quartet. Heading out towards Rio corner, turn 4. Still Rueda from Peroni. Shoney strong into turn 10. Shoney strong into 14, Peroni. Is he able to set a move up here?
The first part of the lap certainly looks like it's Rueda territory, but certainly Peroni through Curvone, through the fast turns 12 and 13 into 14. That's a very strong part for him, as you mentioned. And this turn 10 into Tremonto, very good potential for him up the inside. I don't think he's close enough this time around.
into Caro Corner, turn 14. Action will undoubtedly happen here on the last lap. My apologies, that was into Tremonti. Action will undoubtedly happen there on the last lap.
If last year didn't have to go by, there was certainly plenty of action there on the final lap.
Looking to the inside line of
Got the
Moreno.
calculations wrong of where we were on the circuit there, but this is through turn 13 and now into turn 14. And here comes Quiles. Action on this lap as the Mercian comes through on Joel Kelso. Kelso, look over his shoulder again, just seeing where he is. Oh, a twitch from him as well.
Looked like he touched the inside curve, the front just bubbled, but yeah, saved it okay there.
Needs to look forward at this moment and see those riders in front of him. Quiles was very close to the green paint there, you know, coming out of that final corner. Pace at the front, Rueda has steadily hit 140.8 or 140.9 consistently over the last 5 or 6 laps.
Yeah, it's such a good rhythm from Rueda. It is matched and bettered on each lap by the group behind, but yeah, it looks like he can just set that lap time at will. Does look like Takeras though struggling today. He's not looking his typical late race form that we always see him coming forward, positioning himself well. He just seems to struggle to do those lap times.
You can see the gaps again. Kelso behind Quiles, is he lining up a pass on the brakes? Look how much ground Quiles makes up just on the brakes. I know we get the usual concertina effect in the braking zones. Braking that much later. Again, you see it down into 9 and into 10. Won't have the drive necessarily on the back straight, but he has eaten up some ground on just those 2 corners.
Yeah, you can see it from the overhead shot with Quiles, how he rolls into the turn with a lot more entry speed and claws back a little bit of the margin, but then it does compromise his exit, although look at the draft. That's a perfect illustration of the slipstream effect. Ooh, Joel's getting a little bit wide.
Yeah, but he's attacking, isn't he? And Quiles blocks him off in there. He was winding that one up for a move.
Coming up with 4 to go. Yellow flag
Still
out.
Rueda leads as he has for the majority of this.
Yeah, and yellow flag's out to 3. Well, everyone's still up. No, it's Luca Lanetta. Luca Lanetta's crashed out as we got 3 laps to go now. Are we going to see any sort of movement down to the first corners? So Luca Lanetta, timing screen says Ryder okay, but he's out of the way. I can confirm he's okay. He's walking away now. It's a shame for the 58. Let's see what happened. Oh my word! Dropped out right underneath him, and who was that? David Almanza! Save of the season with a bike right underneath him. Managed to go, did not fall off. That's amazing. Almanza wins that one 110% as they come into the braking zone. Rueda, Perrone, 2/10, and Quiles and Kelso.
But done well, legs off and stayed on board.
I think he has recovered, Almanza. Has recovered, but he's now riding alone in 14. Track limits warning for Piqueras now. He's done. He's done in this race, Michael. Was that fair for me to say back in 6th?
Yeah, pretty sure that he's not getting back from there. The 41.5 a couple of laps ago, he did respond last time around, matched the leaders, but he's obviously used track limits to do so.
Here we go then, Perrone. Is he lining up a move here on Jose Antonio Rueda? Quiles behind. Looks like he might be. Kelso is.
Kelso's
Once
in.
again.
Kelso's
so
back.
Joel, the last time around he was turning and through 13 under Quiles. Could have made the overtake then. The door was ajar this time. Nicely done.
Really good to see now Rueda on the outside of the green paint there. So Rueda adding 1 to his tally. Is he's going to get tasty this in the latter stages of this race when they cross the line? There are 3 to go in the San Marino Grand Prix. It's Rueda on the 99 from the 73 of Perrone. Then it's Kelso, who's having a brilliant ride here in 3rd on the 66, with Max Quiles working hard, you can see, to stick with this front trio.
I was just about to say the same, Gav. Quiles is having to dig deep just to stay in this battle. He's taking liberties, he's taking risks in the front end. It doesn't look like his CF Moto machine is as strong as the other KTM. Same engine in all 4 of these bikes. It could be that it's just not feeling as good today, but it doesn't look as strong, or perhaps it's his attack on entry that's caused to lose a little bit on acceleration.
Meanwhile, Kelso still looks good. He drove the drive out of turn 6 there. He closed right in on Perrone and on Rueda. Look at Quiles having to sweep around the outside of La Quercia corner. Into Tramonto. Here comes Perrone. First attack. First
and he's
to the
through on the inside line. Fantastic move. So Perrone's taking it away, but Rueda's going to fight with him. He doesn't want to give this up any other way as they come through on the inside line, trying to find the position as well. Can they go through on the inside line? They're having a little bit of a dive through. Can they break? Lifted off. Second place to Kelso. Rueda's fighting back. Onto the green goes Perrone. They're 4 wide into turn 16. Fabulous moves between them as they come into it now. But there was a brief yellow out of that sector. Rueda has the lead of the race. Perrone's in second. Queilas in third. Kelso fourth. Over the line, 2 to go. In San Marino. On the inside. Queilas going for the race lead. Gets ahead of Perrone. Perrone cuts back round the outside of 1 and 2. They're running nose to nose. This is the time to go. This is the punch point. It's been a long race where they've all been running together. Queilas back on the inside at turn 3. Perrone shuts the door. I can't see Kelso getting back into this at the moment. Pushing back through, down. Queilas touching the blue. What about down into turn number 8? Kelso's got it lifted off massively. Nothing from Perrone to have a go at Rueda. Still in the waiting game, I'm afraid. Maybe for a last lap move.
Through now, down towards Tramonto. Rueda with Perrone just behind him.
Here we go
Perrone loves that tight line. Is he able to turn underneath him? Not on this occasion. They all go line astern down towards Carbone. This is allowing Fernandez to come back in. But with the slipstream just wants them in here. A lap and a half to go. Who's got the run down towards the tighter part of the
Perrone! Perrone on the inside. Queilas coming through as well. They're 4 wide through turn 14. Did they make it? Yes, they did. Fantastic. What a battle! Maximo Queilas has got the race lead. Rueda's down to second. Kelso's up to third. Perrone's going to fourth. Bringing back is Fernandez and Piqueras now. It looks like we're going to have a fantastic last lap battle. Here we go then around Mazzano, into the last corner, pull the throttle back, out towards the racing line, don't touch the green, one more time you'll get a penalty. Track limits warning for so many riders, already on the timing screen as it comes through, into turn 1, Queilas holds the front line, Rueda under pressure, at the inside of Kelso goes Perrone, and muscles his way through, he tries to keep the momentum to get back ahead of Rueda, hasn't worked out coming through 2 and 3, into turn 4, Fernandez back on the mix. He dives through on the inside line of Joe Kelso and makes the move. Is Fernandez in this hunt? Out of turn 6 and 7. Down the back straight we go. Rueda finding a way. Inside line at turn 8. Thinks about it. Trail breaks in. Queilas knows he's there. Runs it wide. Keeps the lead of the race. But it's down into Tramonto, that's the one. Rueda's looking, so's Fernandez. Perrone trying to go right around the outside of Jose Antonio Rueda. Not working out the way he wanted to. Now here comes the slipstream battle. Down we come through turn 11 and 12. 13 and 14 coming up. Perrone gets a little bit of a wiggle on mid-curb. He stays with the power. Rueda's closing in. Last of the lane breakers. Perrone's going to go wide. Perrone's messed it up. Touched the grass. He's on the curb and straight off. Perrone's got out of it. 2 corners left here, Mazzano. Queilas and Rueda battling together. Fernandez running in P3. Perrone's dropped back to 6th. He's made the mistake. Into the last corner. Perrone has backed off massively, but Rueda's gone for it on the inside line. It's a drag race to the line. Jose Antonio Rueda wins. Queilas second, Fernandez third, Kelso fourth. The top 4 separated by 0.164 of a second. Wow. The checker flag waved by Andrea Zanini as well. The lucky Moto GP fan. Jose Antonio wins again. You can't stop him. You can't. Rueda on course to be world champion in Moto 3 in 2025.
Position things perfectly on the last lap. This is the run through Carboni. Watch the front end of Peroni as he goes round the outside here. Well, it gets sucked in with the slipstream and then the bubble. But yeah, that was so clever from Rueda as well. He just foxed it so well in the last turn.
Final corner, this was Jose Antonio Rueda. I need to get some oxygen. I need to go and have a lie down in a dark room for a couple of minutes. So while we do that, you take a breather. When we come back, we'll try and pick apart what just happened in Moto3 here at Misano, where your championship leader, Jose Antonio Rueda, has just won a stunning San Marino Grand Prix.
I don't think we will. That was absolutely fantastic. Gav's right. You need a few minutes just to sort of catch your breath back. Here's the results then as they currently stand, because they might change. You never know. It is, Jose Antonio Rueda victorious. Second will go to Maximo Cuevas, Adrian Fernandez in third, Kelso fourth, Piqueras fifth, Perone sixth, Munoz in seventh, Yamanaka eighth, Pini in ninth, Alvaro Carpe in 10th. So he did manage to get it through in the end. Then we go with Rulestone 11th, Forosato in 12th, Foggia 13th, Almanza 14th. Scott Ogden does pick up the last points-paying position, though, in 15th. And then I dropped that down with Rishi Mooney in 16th, Comat Buckerman in 17th, Stefano Nepa 18th, Noah Deltwell at 19th, 20th for Riccardo Rossi, 21st for Marcus Urtai, 22nd Nicola Caro, out of the race Luca Lanetta, Eddie O'Shea coming through with Elvan Belford alongside Marcus Rueda and Arti Adamita as well, also out of the race. I think we all need to lie down after that one. Gav is very correct. What a bizarre, fantastic one. Certainly, I think one of the races ending of the season. It was an exciting, dramatic sort of switch around that we're going to be expecting to witness. If you're watching also our coverage on the Goodwood Revival meeting, there's been a red flag in the Sussex Trophy. It will be restarted for 10 minutes, and that's coming up soon. And that's live on JB Motorsport as well on the YouTube channel. So let's go back over then and join Gavin. Hopefully Gav has calmed down a bit from that last lap, and we've got several other riders there with him, as well as the wonderful Michael Laverty. Susie Perry is going to be with Neil Hodgson and Sylvain Gintoli in the paddock, ready to talk some more action. Reminder, Moto 2 coming up. We'll finish this broadcast and immediately go on air for Moto 2 as well, so you won't be missing out on anything here this evening. Let's cross back over to the paddock and join Gav.
Welcome back to Misano World Circuit. Marco Simoncelli. It's the San Marino Rimini Riviera Grand Prix in the Parc Fermé in Moto 3. How on earth Adrian Fernandez is in that Parc Fermé, I have no idea, because we have got so much to watch back of just that last lap, never mind everything that happened before it. Yeah, he had to work hard over the last few laps. There was the jostle and the back and forth from the lead three there, as brother Raul down to congratulate. It was a clever race. Obviously, Adrian had to work hard there, and on the last lap, he was attacking. He took the opportunity that was presented to him. Max Quiles looks disappointed. He should be proud of himself because, wow, he pulled out some moves, didn't he, on the last couple of laps. Wasn't to be. Last corner pass, and we saw one earlier in the rookies, actually, but a last corner pass to win the race is one of those things. It is not easy to get right. No, tricky turn 16, not an easy one to pull off and not run onto the green paint on the exit. But yeah, once again, Rueda able to make it happen on Quiles. So Quiles is obviously annoyed because he probably didn't expect it, but you should always anticipate it in Moto 3 action. So I think he can be proud of himself today. Hold his head high after that one. That was
a quality performance throughout. On a day when he didn't quite have the pace, it didn't look like he was as fast as Rueda, Kelso. Yeah, it just seemed like he was struggling a little bit, having to work really hard on the brakes.
First win since the Czech Republic for Jose Antonio Rueda. That's his 8th for the season. A really good year for Jose Antonio, of course. 78 now, the gap between himself and Piqueras. 3 races in your back pocket, Michael. He's stemmed the bleeding, hasn't he? Yeah. And that's a big step towards the title. Yeah, when you've got 6 races left and you've got 50% of that already covered, that's a nice comfortable margin now for Rueda. That allows him to go into the flyway races in a much more relaxed fashion. He, as you mentioned, was bleeding a few points in recent rounds. It had come down to 64, but yeah, he stretched it out nicely. Valentin Perrone going down to speak to David Munoz. Just talking to Lele, and I think they honestly, he said, yeah, he was there. Well, they're annoyed. Oh, so it's always him. It was the line. From Lele? No, someone said it wasn't Lele, I don't think. But again, Perrone can't see him there. He says that he was there and I was turning in. I don't know, what's your take? Yeah, it always depends on the peripheral vision. Do you have blinkers? Have you seen that wheel? Sometimes if you see the wheel, you've got to give it up a little bit. It's hard from that front angle, though. True. For me, it looked like Munoz was behind him all the way. Let's hear from Adrian Fernandez about what happened there.
Adrian, what a roller coaster season it's been. You've had some really difficult moments, so just how much does this mean to be back on the podium again?
It's incredible. I don't have words for explain this. I say only thank you to Carlito, Jordi, Christian, all the team, Didi, Danny, all the team, because he helped to me too much in this time, because it's not really I have a little problem, but now I have one team incredible, one family, also my brother, my dad and my mom, and I say thank you and thank for all.
Huge congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, fantastic job to come back at the end. He wasn't that far off the win in the end. I know Rueda got it across the line. He was 4 thousandths behind Quiles. Look at this. Oh, how much in that last corner did the fact that Quiles had a track limits hanging over his head, how much does that affect him being able to defend in that last corner? Yeah, because his exit of 15 would have been compromised. He'd been so worried about running on the green, although they all are, because if you touch the green paint, it is an immediate penalty on the final lap. But yeah, he just left the door slightly open. Let's hear from Max Quiles, another brilliant ride from the rookie.
Well, Max, you gave absolutely everything there. To just miss out on victory, what are the emotions like at the end?
Well, really happy with the race because it was really difficult. They were pushing and I had to catch them, and this made me get like physical really tired, and the tire was completely destroyed. So yeah, then when I arrived to the group, it was a bit difficult to do the opening, because when I opened gas I had some sliding, and I said okay, I'm going to try to be defensive on the last lap. I was first. But yeah, the last 2 corners I had some wibbles, so I said it's going to be difficult. I saw Reda that did a great overtake, and when I saw him I said I don't know what to do, so I left and I went a bit wide, but he made an incredible overtake, and we are really happy because we are fighting for the top 3, that this is the objective, and we keep going now.
Another top ride, well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, last time it was the first time we hadn't seen him in that battle. He struggled over the Barcelona weekend. Some of the moves down here into Curvo. Look at that from Perrone. And the opportunism here from Quiles with the rear bouncing on the curbs on the inside.
Full chat through Curvone, over the curves on the inside. Oh, he's out onto the green paint on the exit, but it was all attack, as he mentioned. He just had to give best in the last corner. He's seen Rueda up the inside, had to lift. But as he mentioned, we thought he was struggling a little bit, and it was the rear tyre that gave away on him today. But to still come away at second, he's obviously happy with it.
By half a wheel, takes second place ahead of Adrian Fernandez. Joel Kelso, I feel for him, because Joel had put that's perhaps the best I've seen Joel Kelso ride.
One of the best races I think I've seen from him all season. Fought back on every occasion. He had the bike turning so well. He was probably arguably the fastest rider on track, but yeah, just didn't get to stand on the podium today, so he'd be slightly disappointed, but he can be proud of that ride.
Even more so this man, though, with the title on the line, stands up to be counted and wins in Misano.
Antonio, after the frustration of last weekend and missing out in Barcelona, it felt like nobody was going to beat you today. Talk us through that phenomenal final lap, final corner move.
Yeah, I know that we are strong pace, and I just taking that for the race. I pushing every lap to break the group as much as possible, and at the end, you know, Moto 3 is like this. Too many riders in front, too many overtakes, and yeah, this race is for all the people that support me and believe me in the beginning. Also for the team, because always make a really good job. My family, and thank God for that victory, because it's one of my special and the best one for me.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, if that's not a champion's ride, I don't know what is. 0.004 of a second, superb action. Let's get stuck right in to some of those moves then and talk about it, because what a start of a 10 that was today here in Misano. Absolutely brilliant from all of them.
From all of them. And Gav and Michael commentating, because I tell you what, to call the race like they both did.
I thought Michael was braking a bit late though, don't you?
Oh, I mean, but it is hard to call because there are so many moves happening. Each corner, brave, dangerous, over-the-limit moves. Thankfully, no one went down. I mean, we all enjoyed the race, but there were times me and Sylvan were watching it through the cracks of our fingers. I mean, that Cavone corner is flat out 6 gear, and the corner after it, and they're going 3 abreast through there. It's one line through there, and it's like threading the eye of a needle, but there was...
How about that last corner move by
was...
there? I mean, that was such a good move. He set it all up. He had to get a corner exit out of 15, got the track position, and then do that late dive as well. Perfect, inch-perfect move. Doesn't run wide, doesn't go in the green. Just look at that. I mean, he managed his race like a champ, and once again, he proved that he's the man to beat. And yeah, well, looks like he's going to be a very well-deserved world champion, isn't it?
Kudos to him, and completely managed it beautifully. Max Quiles, the last of the late breakers. Some of that braking was extraordinary, wasn't it?
Well, I think Gavo Michael said he shouldn't have been there. He didn't quite have the pace, but he was like a dog with a bone. He was hanging on for the first half of the race near the bike. But then when it comes to that crucial point, 3 laps to go, he is the Marc Marquez of Moto 3. Something clicks in his brain, and it's like, right, now I go superhuman. Now I ride over the limit and precise. And, I mean, he almost won the race.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Obviously, he's managed by Alex and Marc Marquez, so, you know, there's an influence there. And in a situation like that, where you perhaps haven't got the bike underneath you, he seemed to rely on his innate aggression that he has.
The front end, the trail braking, and the bravery, and the skills.
And the skills.
To stop the bike like that. It's one thing, you know, wanting to do it and thinking about doing it. It's another thing to dive up the inside of these guys and making it stick. So he really sort of like, it looked like he was overriding the bike there for the whole length of the race, and it was unreal. He made very, very few mistakes, looking really good. And I agree with you, Neil, very Marc Marquez-esque, you know, the way he can override the bike like this and make it all on the front end. So, yeah, very exciting rider, very exciting prospect.
Adrian Fernandez taking the spoils there. I mean,
from nowhere.
No, from nowhere, because you have to feel for Kelso, for Peroni, who looked so aggressive in there.
Yeah. When we say, look, they're on the limit, you saw on the last lap, Peroni was an example of that. He's 1 kilometre an hour faster than he was the previous lap, but that puts him over the limit and he's off the track. And yeah, Fernandez picked up the pieces. I mean, 2 laps ago, Fernandez was way back, but it just shows when they scrap that aggressive, it costs them a bit of time.
Well, congratulations to all of them. What a race, Gav.
Absolutely brilliant, wasn't it? What a wake-up that. Who needs coffee in the morning when you've got Moto 3? That's what I say. An injection of that every morning would be perfect, wouldn't it? Gets you set up for the rest of the day, and hopefully more to come with Moto 2 and Moto GP at the end of our race day here. But the riders are just taking their steps up on the podium. Jose Antonio Rueda. Is that the one? Is this the day that he can really consider himself Moto 3 World Champion-elect, because he has 3 races of advantage in his back pocket now. Andre Albani here from the circuit hands over the trophy to the IO squad. Win number 8 for the season. As I say, only 4 different riders have won this year. The Italian Federation President Giovanni Coppioli hands over a first podium trophy for Adrian Fernandez since Argentina. Second round of the championship. So 14 races later, he's back on the box. Max Quiles holds aloft his trophy there. 7th of the year now for Max. Remember, he has missed 4 races, so 7 out of 12 is incredible. And the mayor of the town of Misano handing over an 8th trophy for victory this year for Jose Antonio Rueda, his 11th podium, and opens up plus 75 gap in the championship.
And now it's champagne time. What a race here for Moto 3. Next up, it's Moto 2 from San Marino. But Jose Antonio Rueda bangs the Prosecco and sprays it aloft. He's the winner of round 16. What'll happen when we head to Japan? We'll see you then. Bye-bye. Moto 2 leaves a very exciting race at the Circuit di Barcelona, Catalunya, and heads over to the World Circuit of Marco Simoncelli here in Misano for the San Marino Grand Prix and the Rimini Rivera. Daniel Holgado lines up on pole position. He's already had a win this year, but the championship is very dramatic. Let's head down to the grid and Susie.
Holgado is in pole position. Loving life, I think it's fair to say at the moment, sitting 7th in the championship and just kind of embracing everything around him, it seems like, doesn't it?
Yeah, but let's remember back a couple of years when he came into Moto 3, he was a rider that the pressure really affected him. He struggled a little bit. He went through that period. I remember he sort of started the season good, battling for the championship, and then he literally did let the whole occasion get to him, and he looks like a different rider.
Yeah,
he's more settled in that Aspar.
He was very young then, though, wasn't he?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, he was only 17 then, so yeah, a couple of years older now. But now he's sat on pole position, and genuinely, he looks relaxed. He knows he's got a good. He knows he can do it. It's that inner belief.
And in a situation, as we were speaking to Paolo Bonora earlier, he was saying so much is about confidence, so much is psychological. You've got to have the right people around you, and what a team he's got around him now. But you've gone for Celle Vietti as your favourite. Is that because of local knowledge, do you think?
Yeah, that little bit of local knowledge, that bit where he's been in the hurt locker at the end of races, when your tyres are gone, with the experience, he knows the pitfalls of this really treacherous, slippy, technical Misano circuit. So, yeah, but I'm picking him, but it's by a fraction. I can't see him running away with it. He's going to have to get he's going to have to take his gloves off, and it's going to be a bare knuckle fight. That's how I see it, similar to the Moto 3 race.
I mean, that Moto 3 race was very, very special. Let's hope we get something similar in this. We're looking at the number 7 of Senna Aegis, and we can hear from him now. Rachel spoke to him just a little earlier.
Senna, 3rd row for you today, but everything is so close. 0.2 off of pole. Can you make something work from here in this really tight circuit?
Yeah, sure. Starting towards the front is going to help a lot. We put a really good weekend together, like you said, it's so close. So, yeah, it was nearly on the pole position yesterday. Everybody seems to have quite a decent pace, so, yeah, it can be a group, but also the race is long. So, yeah, we're feeling good. We put together a really good weekend, and, yeah, I'm ready for the race.
Great job so far. Good luck.
Sounds race ready. My apologies, we were looking at Barry Baltas earlier, obviously the number 7. Let's talk about Barry then, shall we, from the 2nd row?
Yeah, Barry really strong on the brakes. He's got that riding style where he does make up a lot of time in the corner entry, and he's able to brake really late. And on a track like here, it pays off. You know, there's so many braking zones around here, so many overtaking opportunities. So he's one of those riders that really attack the corner. He's one of those riders that could use as well maybe the harder compound in the front, because he loads that front so much. And he's looking really good, you know, only a 10th of pole position heading the second row.
And on the second row, Diogo Moreira as well. We know he'll have his elbows out.
Yeah, absolutely. We know his talent. We've obviously moving up to Moto GP next year. He's one of the stars of Moto 2. And it's these sorts of races where Moreira will need all those skills, because, like Sylvain said, tyre wear is going to come into it. It's going to feel greasy. When you tip in, you're going to have off-throttle slides. But that's what he's very, very skillful at. So Moreira is definitely in the mix for the win.
He's directly behind Manu Gonzalez, who goes from the front row, our championship leader. What a campaign he's put together so far.
Yeah, looking in control, looking strong, but also a lot of pressure, you know, with these guys that have speed. Obviously, Canet had that crash in Barcelona. Sorry, was it in Barcelona? Yeah, and he's feeling a bit hurt, but still really strong, still with the pace. You got Moreira, you know, this year he's been so strong, looking so good on that bike. So yeah, them two, they're going to be fighting it out all the way to the end.
Going to throw in an anomaly. Here he is, Tony Arbolino, this season. What's going on? Yesterday, Fabio was talking to him. Obviously, they're really close friends, and he seemed to put in a good qualifying campaign session.
Yeah, he's lost his confidence. He's been sort of... It's the last 18 months, really, that we've seen from him, but obviously a home track for him. Sometimes you just need that one weekend where everything clicks and it just comes a bit more natural and you don't overthink it. So he's got pace. Arbolino, starting from 8th, middle of the 3rd row. Start's going to be key, as always. That first sector is ridiculously tight, so let's just hope all the riders get through it. So you need a bit of luck on the opening lap when you're starting from the 3rd or 4th row, but I'd really like to see Tony Arbolino get a result, because it's never nice when you're seeing someone that sort of lost a bit of confidence, especially him, because he's such a sparky character, one of the paddock characters.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. As we look at the man in pole position, let's hear what Jake Dixon has got to say.
Jake, looked like you had some great pace throughout the weekend. Obviously, you had a bit of a mistake yesterday, but from where you are and the pace that you did show, are you feeling pretty confident about this one?
Yeah, to be fair, I'm actually really enjoying it here. I made a mistake in qualifying yesterday. On my fastest lap as well, I just run off the end of the curb and it cost me a 10th, but it is what it is. We've got good pace, I'm going to get stuck in, and yeah, I can't wait to have it in this one.
Give us another podium to get excited about. Good luck.
What should happen at the start of the race for Jake? How should he play this?
He has to be aggressive because of ending up on the 3rd row of the grid. He's been caught up in incidents in that first sector before. I remember in previous years, I think 2 years on the bounce. So that sometimes can sit in the back of your mind. But yeah, I know I've said this line before, but it's a reality of those opening laps around those tight sections. It's pass or be pass. And that's one thing we know Jake's very good at. All through his Grand Prix career, he's always been aggressive. He's a rider that will go forward. He knows that. He sounded confident then, didn't he? He knows he's got the race pace, so he's up for it. And yeah, I think he's going to put on a show.
Let's find out if Barry Baltus thinks that he has got the race pace.
Barry, 10 places ahead of where you started just a week ago. Much better starting point for this. We know what happened there. How are you feeling ahead of this one? What kind of pace can we expect to see from you?
Well, we are pretty strong since Friday morning. Yesterday's race pace was quite fast, so yeah, we try to get profit of the second row and try to make some nice move and enjoy in the front during this race, and yeah, fight in the front.
Have a good one, thank you.
Intention there from Barry Baltus. What about David Alonso? He's got to go from the 4th row. He's had a win around, you know, as a rookie, which is very difficult in Moto 2. He can see his teammate just in this purple patch. What does he need to do in this race to launch himself forward?
Just need to carry on what he's doing, because, you know, his Balaton part race was just, I mean, the comeback, the second part of the race was really impressive. So the way he was able to manage the tire degradation was great. And he did that in Barcelona again, starting from far, but really coming back strong. So yeah, I think he's still got a good race in him here, Alonso. It's going to be a bit tough, because from 11th, you will lose quite a bit of time in those first tight corners, and by the end of lap 1, if he hasn't got a great start, there will be a gap, and it will need, you know, a lot more pace to come back, and that means you need to push more on the tires and use them more. But we know he's a very strong finisher, so still think David Alonso, obviously, he's going to be inspired by his teammate that's on pole position, and he's going to want to try and get him.
Shots of Izan Guevara, who's going from 13th, heading the 5th row of the grid. The temperature is soaring now. We were worried about the track temperature earlier being lower than it had been all weekend, but it seems as though it's there or thereabouts now, Nick.
Yeah, back into the window what they've had all weekend. So it's quite nice when you sat on the grid. If the temperature comes up a bit, you're like, right, we don't have to worry about, let's say, slight colder tearing with the tyres. I know it sounds ironic because it's not cold, but do you know what I mean? And the setting, the base setting of the bike, it is set for these conditions. So I'm intrigued to know who Sylvain's going for. Who are you going for, Sylvain?
I am going to... This is a really tough one. I'm going to go for Bottas.
Okay.
Wildcard, I'm Vietti.
Yeah, and you're Vietti.
Susie?
All right. The first offering was incredible from Moto 3, and Moto 2 is about to start place. Danny Holgado is in pole position. Michael's alongside Gav.
Yeah, his rookie season just keeps getting better and better, doesn't it? Pole and win in Barcelona, pole and a new lap record pace at Misano. But Celestino Vietti and championship leader Manuel Gonzalez right there alongside him on the front row trying to stop him.
Moto 3 is about to commence the commensal as we get Moto 2 is about to get underway here at the Grand Prix of San Marino and the Rimini Rivera. Here's how they line up on the grid then. It's Daniel Holgado from Celestino Vietti and Manuel Gonzalez, Barry Bottas, Alan Canet, Diego Moreira, Senna Igas alongside Tony Alberino and Jake Dixon, Albert Arenas, David Alonso, Amon Sasaki, Isaac Guevara, Alonso Lopez, Adrian Huetas, Sonta van der Gerberg, Daniel Munoz. Then we get Philip Salak, Ivan Altola, Colin Vaya, Jorge Navarro, Marcos Ramirez, Mario Argi, Alex Gray, Joe Roberts down in 25th position. Disastrous qualifying for him. Alberto Sura, down Binder, Alberto Fernandez, Unai Ordado, and Yuki Kuni, the 30 maximum out riders as they head off on the parade lap here around the San Marino circuit for this 22-lap Grand Prix of San Marino.
Gonzalez, championship leader. You know, Aaron Canet and Moreira need to fight back. Dixon's had perhaps the best pace of anyone, but he starts row 3. It's a tough one to call after it looks like a horrible problem for Adrian Huertas, who'll have to start from pit lane.
Yeah, it's a shame for Huertas. He's going to hopefully get the starters on it and get out at the back of the field. But yeah, as you mentioned, difficult to call this weekend. Holgado, obviously, pole man. Coming off his recent victory in Barcelona, he's going to be fired up. But Gonzalez looking sensational again this weekend. Vietti, what he did round here last year, you've got to say, perhaps he will rise to the occasion at home. But yeah, there's I think another 5 riders are probably named Jake Dixon, Diogo Moreira, Arbolino, Aegis, all looking fast this weekend, and Alonso coming forward as well.
Yeah, Arbolino got 2 podiums here a year ago. The Bosco-Scuro frame being ridden by the likes of Vietti and Arbolino and Dixon back on that 3rd row. That won both of the races that we had here last year with Ayagura and Chele Vietti. So it is a tough one to call. Times are tight. Does that mean we get a barnstorming race?
Not always, unfortunately. Sometimes when the gaps at the front are, what, 2/10 separating the top 10, it sometimes means that everyone's just on qualifying lap after qualifying lap, and it can stretch it out a little bit. But let's hope we're wrong. Let's hope today it breaks the script a little bit from what we've seen in Moto 2 when we get this scenario, and it is a fight. This man needs to go for it in terms of the championship race. 38 points down at the moment. He's had a tough-ish weekend after his crash in Barcelona, but yeah, he's in there fighting on the 2nd row.
Yeah, he's been feeling a little bit second-hand since that crash on Sunday. Took him to hospital in Barcelona. Enjoying that day more than anyone was Danny Holgado, and he's doubled down with a 2nd pole in back-to-back races here in Misano, rising to the occasion. Home hero Chele Vietti alongside him on the front row with the championship leader Manuel Gonzalez in
3rd position on the grid. Here we go then, it's time, 22 laps ahead of us for the Moto 2 Grand Prix of San Marino. Safety car at the back, red flag will get taken away. Holgado, Vietti and Gonzalez down to turn 1, green flag is given. Who's going to have the launch down to the 1st corner? Eyes to the lights then. Here we go. Red lights on. Lights out. We're underway. It's a good start immediately from Giustino Vietti, and he's jumped Holgado down to turn 1. Poor getaway, actually. Coming in from Manuel Gonzalez. Senna Higas makes 3 places up into turn 1. There's one of them going wide and cutting off the exit curve and just gets back on the circuit okay. Can't tell who that was. I'm sure we'll find out shortly. I believe it was Mario Argi, and as well, going back, it's the lead of the race for Giustino Vietti. Huertas has started this race from the pit lane as they turn in once more. Dixon up to 9th, Aaron Cadet's down 5 places. So it wasn't in the overall run as they come through. But 22 to go as they approach turn number 8 for the first time. It's Vietti in the lead of the race, coming in from Holgado, Moreira, then Gonzalez, Senna Higas up 2 places, Tony Alberino now moving up a place as well as Joe Roberts going down, Alex going down. So the whole field now, Navarro dropped back massively. The entire field now just trying to capitalise on where they need to be as we complete now the first sector times coming through here in what has been a chaotic, crazy and bizarre race. They continue to improve as they turn through into turn 14, a nice inside section of the circuit. Vietti leading this race. And I think now it's safe to say we might be just in the holding pattern for a little bit. The Pirelli tyres need to take their time and just lift off ever so carefully. But it's a good run. It's a better run in total as 3 riders look further back as well to go side by side. But, okay, race 1 is looking better already. As Navarro gets that long lap penalty, so does Sura on the 67, both getting long laps and a double long lap for Sura as well. Vietti leading the race as they continue to charge through. Lap 1 complete.
What a start it was from clean first set of corners, and yeah, it looks like he's already trying to get his head down.
Through 4 and 5 out of Rio corner onto the middle straight through the Kinka. Turn 6, Kinka's a fast corner, running them onto the straight. Dixon's already made up 3 spots from his early problem that he had on that opening lap. It'd be good to see what happened there because he got really messy in the first few corners. Canet lost position and then looked like there was contact coming out of turn 6 just where we were. And as I say, it's a fast part of the racetrack.
Yeah, the direction changed from 5 to 6. It did look like something happened with Arenas Canet, and obviously that did hamper Jake's run onto the straight. So it's hurting things for Jake and Owen down in 15th, and yeah, a long way to get back to the podium battle from there.
Yeah, let's focus on what we've got up front with Celestino Vietti trying to pull away. He was victorious last time we came here. That was in a week later in September last year, the second of 2 races at Misano as a replacement for Kazakhstan in its time. A long time ago now, doesn't it? This was the opening lap, so look behind, look at Arenas. Oh, just out of shape, and then Dixon. Oh, actually, it looks all self-inflicted, perhaps. Yeah. That's where he crashed, of course, yesterday in qualifying. So, apologies.
Oh, no. Self-inflicted. Yeah. Assisted by Aaron Canet.
We were right first time. Yeah. Okay, I'll take that apology back.
Yeah, going 2 to 2. It is one of those turns where you keep the throttle open slightly, just building the momentum onto the middle back straight. But yeah, collision from Canet. He's wanting to find his way through.
Yeah, he'd obviously not had the greatest of starts from the second row of Canet and was aggressive and just making contact with the inside of Dixon's machine. Right, we've got on board with Moreira. He's all over the back here of Holgado. They just want to keep Vietti in check. That's going to be wide from Daniel Holgado. You can go deeper and recover, though, down into La Quercia. But I feel like Moreira is going to want to get through on Holgado before too long. Now, what we've seen from Holgado is he will have pace middle part of the race. That's what we learned, didn't we, in Barcelona? We thought he was dropping off, and suddenly it all came back to him back in Barcelona.
Yeah, for a rookie, he's very good at controlling what pace he needs to put into the tyres. It is super softs here this weekend on the rear, the entire field going for it. So I don't anticipate a huge drop like we had in Barcelona, where it was really a case of managing both front and rear tyres. This weekend, the soft options front and super soft rear are the choice of the day. But yeah, all riders saying the grip is really good here in Moto 2 this weekend. So no issues, no tyre management. Yeah, you can push on all 22 laps.
onboard re-ride. Was that with Barry Baltus?
Yeah.
Looking at the rear of Senna Ages' bike, might get a handle on who we were on with. Adrian Huertas' day goes from bad to worse. Pit lane start, and now he's had a crash, and in a fast part of the circuit, Michael, look, that
lot of
like
gravel.
It's been to the beach, that bike.
Yeah, you got to be careful re-entering the track with that amount of gravel falling out of the top of the fair end. But yeah, the marshals will obviously pull him aside if that is the case. But Huertas, horrible day, stalling on the grid, restarting the machine from pit lane, starting the race, and then a crash, which, as you mentioned, looked like a fast part of the racetrack. But yeah, some good news though for Huertas, re-signed for the Italtrans team next season, so he will go again and get a second crack at it next year.
And he forms a partnership with Danny Munoz, who in this race, after his podium last time, is just behind.
We've added to our battle screen here in the commentary box now the championship standings, as Gonzalez, of course, is 39 clear as it stands to Diego Monreira on the timing graphic. So we thought it might help you back at home witness some of the action and help out a little bit for the standings.
Well, Gonzalez, the second between them. But good to see Aegis back, because just a couple of weekends when it's looked that little bit tougher for Aegis. We expected more from him in Barcelona.
Yeah, I think obviously the crash in Austria did hamper him. He sat out a weekend. Sergio Garcia jumped on the bike, returned to form. It looked like in Barcelona, but it was a tough-ish race for him. But yeah, perhaps still feeling the effects of the crash in Austria. But certainly looking back at the match this weekend.
Two big boys do battle, don't they, with Senna Aegis and Barry Baltus. And Baltus gets the better of Senna on this occasion. I think Barry feels like he's got that bit more pace than the Australian, and he's got through on him.
Yeah, Barry's had good pace again this weekend. He's one that sort of went away a little bit over the last couple of rounds. Barry had a fantastic season, or has had a fantastic season, fourth in the championship. Then it was just a little dip after those two runner-up positions in Germany and the Czech Republic. It was a 7th, a 12th, a 10th. So, yeah, his scorecard dropped a little bit, but back on form here in Misano.
At the front, it's bunched up again, I'm pleased to see. And this is the thing, I think the early laps of Daniel Gardo was the same, wasn't it, in Barcelona, where he was just a little bit circumspect. And now it's all bunched up, and it looks like they've all found their pace.
Yeah. Similar to last week, though, in terms of the championship race for... I'd say Gonzalez will be watching Moreira more than Canet at the moment. Obviously, 38 points he's got over Canet, but only 42 on Diogo. So Diogo's probably the bigger threat in Gonzalez's side at the moment. And they're in the lead group, those four. And then, obviously, Canet's in there battling in 9th, but yeah, he's got some work to do.
I don't want to sound cruel, Michael. We're on board here with Aaron Canet, but the last 7 days have, to me, told me why Aaron Canet isn't going to be in Moto GP, why he isn't going to get that opportunity, as in, there are big crashes, he hurts himself, you know, he just puts himself, it's just inconsistencies.
Yeah.
Is that fair?
Yeah, I think it is. It's fair. It's tough on the assessment of Aaron Canet because he's a quality rider.
Absolutely. There's no doubting that.
You look at his copybook over the years, and there are just one too many incidents at the wrong time in his career, and it may cost him the championship this year. He's had a few big injuries, big crashes, and yeah, tough cookie obviously fights it back every time on Sunday.
I mean, it's as fast as anyone on his day. That's the thing. Unfortunately, look at the season Gonzalez is putting together, and that's what a MotoGP team is looking for, isn't it? They aren't necessarily looking for how many wins you're taking. It's the consistency, the way you go about it.
Yeah, but if you speak to Manu Gonzalez and his manager Eddie Ravelli, yes, that is what the MotoGP teams in theory are looking for, but they didn't quite want it this year, so he feels slighted a little bit to be passed over for the man in front, the number 10 Diogo Moreira, but Diogo perhaps just a little bit younger and showing a little bit more potential, maybe, but yeah, Gonzalez's season's been fantastic.
A bit more exciting, though? A bit more untapped potential that people might feel there?
Exactly, yeah, and there's been a lot of talk over the years from, obviously, Diogo's peers. He trains and rides with a lot of MotoGP riders, and they've always talked about how good and talented this kid is, and he's now starting to show over the second half of this season. So we haven't had the announcement, but the move to MotoGP, I think it is deserved for Diogo, and I would be frustrated if you're in Manu Gonzalez's shoes. You completely understand that he's not happy. He looks the champion-elect at the moment, but yeah, passed over for the GP scene.
Could be another opportunity at least for Gonzalez, whereas even if for me, if Canet had a stellar year, and he's going to join the Mark BDS team next year, and he was battling with the championship, I still think, because of how long it's taken him to get there, I still think that the offers might not come in Moto GP, because there are only a couple of seats available. There's probably only going to be a couple more in 27 when the change of format happens in Moto GP. Whereas I think Gonzalez will have a shot again next year.
Yeah, I do completely agree. I think when the reshuffle happens, he's certainly putting his CV at the top of the pile. This is better for Arbolino this weekend. Good to see him in the mix in terms of the group battle. Good qualifying. Looks like he's going to back it up with a good race. And it's been a few rounds since he's been ahead of his teammate, Izan Guevara. He's been the lead rider in that team.
Tried to get the bike picked up early then, didn't he, coming out of Tremonto? It might put him a little bit of peril here, with Canet running right in behind him, because he just on exit, he will have had to roll the throttle ever so slightly. Got on it maybe a touch too early. The rear...
Oh, Marcus Ramirez, track limits penalty, a long lap coming now.
Yeah.
Canet now under pressure, does it on the inside, Tony Arbolino, and Canet goes 7th.
Canet spilt blood in the water. Seen a little moment from Arbolino and just set it up, run through Carboni. It was lovely to have the onboard shots there. Just see how he backshifted, turned a little bit tighter through 13 and set up the move down the inside at turn 14. Cleanly done, and he's already gapping Arbolino a little bit here in those turns 15 and 16.
Into turn 1 we go. We are 7 down, 15 to go. Still Vietti leads, as he has done from the off.
Shortcut turn
like the Italjet livery.
Yeah.
A little bit different for Arenas. We've always seen the San Marino style livery, the old Team Italia when we come here. But yeah, with the Fantic, the Italjet branding on the side, it is a little bit different this year for Arenas and the Cassini Moto2 squad.
Oh, our TV pictures have gone off up here in the commentary box. That's not ideal.
G. Scalvini, if you remember. G. Scalvini, yeah. That is one for the...
No, okay, it's gone for, it's done for. We're pressing buttons to see if he'll come back.
Down towards Tremonto. Arenas now has got through. It looked like Arbolino just labouring a touch, wasn't he, at the front of that group. This is a little private battle now going on between Moreira and Gonzalez. Gonzalez, you can just see in the slipstream picking up some pace. To go through 13 into turn 14 now. Gonzalez just needs to bide his time. This is all right in terms of championship. I've got mine, what he perhaps would consider his main title rival now. I know he's 42 behind, Canet 38 behind, but I think in terms of form, Moreira's the one that you're looking closely at. Although had a really off weekend back in Barcelona.
Yeah, he's had 2 this year, really. Brno was a tough weekend following the incident in Germany, and again, just never arrived in Barcelona, but he is set to gain the 2nd spot in the championship race today if things finish as they currently stand. And I do think he's building over these last 6 races after this weekend. There's a challenge in the mix for Diogo. He's got to steal a few points off of this man chasing him, Manu Gonzalez. But see how Gonzalez has his bike turning. Turns 4 to 5, it just turns a little bit tighter. It's easier, not taking as much out of the tyres, gives him the run down the straight. Could have made the overtake if he'd have wanted, but yeah, you can see the little gap up front as well.
It's closing.
It may look for a move on Diogo before too long.
Yeah, well, Gardo has now pulled 9/10 of a second here on Moreira. The thing is, Moreira is not an easy rider to pass. Gonzalez, we are only on board. We can only see from the front of his bike. I'm sure I can hear him thinking. I'm sure I can hear him thinking every single time. Is there? Yeah, I'm just going to hold firm for the moment. He'll want to get through, won't he?
Yeah.
Because he'll want to win this race if he can. But Moreira is a tough nut to crack. Little squirt. Yeah, it was coming, wasn't it?
I think he's too deep, though. Cut back.
And Moreira let him know that he was coming back through. You saw it from the overhead shot. Perhaps looked a little bit more dramatic than from on board the bike. But Moreira saw that move from Gonzalez. You saw him lining it up, Gonzalez, as well.
It's an aggressive cutback, though, because he didn't hesitate. He really gunned it up the inside, which sometimes if the rider turns a little tighter than you anticipate, it means you take out their handlebar and you could wipe the rider out. But yeah, Diogo confident that he wasn't going to make contact. It was clean, obviously, but yeah, there is always a risk factor there on a cutback at a tight turn, first gear at Caro corner.
But that shot even there down into turn 3, you can see how Gonzalez's bike is. We had a little moment there, but it's turning better.
Yeah, that's what most of the Moto2 riders level against Gonzalez just say the bike turns when he throws it into the turn. That angle, it just seems to make a better radius and just pick it up onto the acceleration part of the tire. Oh, we got a little bit close to Diogo in the braking zone there.
How is he doing that then? What's he doing? What's the setup? What's the difference maker there?
There will be an element of the rider. Oh, yeah, he's deep in there, but the rider plays a part in it as well. How his inputs are, where his body position is. But yeah, a lot of it could be set up in terms of head angle, fork height, fork set, and just something to give him the feeling from the front end. And it is WP suspension in there, which is different to the machine in front. So obviously you got to give credit to the guys there at WP suspension, making the difference over the last few years.
Yeah, they've worked hard, haven't they, WP? Not the necessarily always the suspension of choice. They are, though, for the KTM family, for everyone involved in that. And Dynavolt, Intact, GP have been in bed effectively with the KTM factory over recent years. Them and the Aspar team too, as Gonzalez comes through. And it feels like actually now it might be the one to be on actually in the Moto2 class.
Yeah, it's certainly an argument to say it's well, at least as good. That was close there on the inside curve, but it's going to be a fight back for Diogo. This is allowing Baltus and Senna Aegis to join the party.
There we are, Bastianini on Martin, or
Cooney's
Moreira
out.
on Gonzalez. Very, very similar, although Gonzalez knew he was coming, allowed Moreira the room, and because he knew if he didn't, he'd be skittled out. So Moreira reclaims third spot, but now the gap is up to 2.4 seconds, and this could be costing Gonzalez race. That's a really late pass that is from Gonzalez. Will run wide. Moreira will make him, make him eat the paint on the outside of the circuit there.
You called it earlier, Gav. He's a hard nut to crack, Diogo Moreira. Manu's getting frustrated here. You can see he's just trying at every opportunity. You can see Holgado and Vietti, they're 1.8 seconds up the track, and he feels that he can match them. But yeah, Diogo's not laying down. Oh, a little moment up the curbs.
And that means Baltus will come through too, and almost lost another position to Senna Aegis. The head got a wobble on there for Diogo Moreira, and unfortunately for him, he's lost 2 positions in the process.
Yeah, as you step off the curb, you need to use the curb on entry to widen the Curvone corner. It's a funny corner because it's so fast on approach, you have to be precise, but what can happen, as we just seen from Diogo, if the bike just moves ever so slightly, it can go into a big pump. He done well to roll out of it, but yeah, it just cost him those 2 positions.
Anyway, back now from here, or is Aegis going to get through on him? Hasn't looked comfortable at the start of this race.
Baltus running down in the order now as well as we ride with him.
On board with Baltus, that closed him fast, didn't it, with Gonzalez in front.
Good to see Barry back on form after a tough weekend in Barcelona. He's had to work hard to get across to this group. Yeah, the number 7 machine of the tall Belgian. He's had a good season and looks set to be confirmed again with the Fantic Racing team in 2026. A well-deserved second season with that squad. Looks like Arbolino will join him. Obviously, Canet announced that he will go to Mark VDS and ride a Bosco chassis next season.
There is Diogo Moreira in 5th place. Senna Aegis, the Aussie, behind him. And then a 4-second gap back to Aaron Canet, Tony Arbolino, Guevara, and David Alonso, who is now past Albert Arenas. David Alonso working on second half of the race, but will be frustrated that he is 8-9 seconds down on his teammate Danny Olgado.
Not easy for Alonso to take when you see the form that Holgado's shown. The last 2 weekends he's been outstanding, the class act of the field as a rookie. Alonso did take his victory in Hungary, but yeah, Danny Holgado, he's really stepped up to the plate in Aspar colours this season. Yeah,
Holgado's, for the first time, the gap's over half a second, Michael. It's been hovering around the 0.3, 0.4 mark. Now 0.6, the gap between Vietti and Holgado. And Holgado with a track limits warning hanging over his head. Here comes Baltus on Gonzalez down into Rio corner, turn 4. And the way he passed as well allowed Gonzalez no way back to defend. In fact, there was a little front wobble for Gonzalez. So the Belgian comes through. Good to see. You know, it's a return to form, isn't it, for Baltus? A return to form to Vietti who's leading in this race. It's one of those kind of seasons where the only person putting it together week in, week out really is Manu Gonzalez.
Yeah, always there, and it's how Ayagura won his title last year on his bad days, being inside the top 5, and that's what Manu's able to do right now. Yeah, very consistent. And even Diogo's had those couple of off weekends. Obviously, we talk a lot about Gonzalez consistency, and a couple of non-scores for him, no fault of his own in Austria with the stone through the radiator, and then earlier in the season, the wrong tyre choice in America, and then
which Moreira did as well.
And Diogo did, yeah, that's right. And then Silverstone, the collision with the man in front, Barry Baldas, they both ended up on the deck. But yeah, overall, he's been there every session, every qualifying, and every race day, and that's so important. It does, yeah, sets himself up in terms of the championship, but still a ways to go. 25 points on offer today. That was green paint, wasn't it, for Senna?
For Senna. Go on board here with Diogo Moreira. I wonder, with Gonzalez in front of him, is there any way for Moreira to get the hooks into his title rival once more? Moreira's got to see this as a personal battle between himself and Gonzalez, doesn't he? Just try and get in front of the Spaniard at any cost. Out front, Celestino Vietti. We haven't seen him for ages now in this race, but I can tell you the gap is opening up to 9/10 of a second.
If you could untap the Celestino Vietti we're seeing today, that we've seen in Austria every weekend, he would be phenomenal. But it is one of those things that sort of been a hallmark of his Moto 2 career so far. Ultra fast one weekend, off at the next. Boy, he's got the bike on the move. I was watching him in the overhead shots, and he just seems like he's full attack mode at the moment, trying to stretch out the gap, and he's doing just that. Got it over a second at the moment, 1.1 at the second intermediate split.
Yeah, remarkably, we've had all those different winners, 8 different winners this year in Moto 2, and Vietti's not one of them.
Certainly set to change that today. A ways to go yet, 8.5 laps remaining, but he's on form this weekend. Obviously, a rider who practices and tests here a lot with the VR46 Academy.
Marco Bezzecchi said they only come here 3 times a year.
Yeah.
What was that, Neil Hudson, in the back of the commentary box? Like you didn't believe it. That's what he said to us.
Yeah, the man who won the sprint yesterday, the man who's leading the Moto 2 race comfortably at the moment. They have no advantage from Misano circuit and the practicing that they do here with the VR46 Academy. It's obviously clear, it's quite evident that they love this place and they do work hard around here. And it pays dividends for them, and the teams take profit of that when they arrive. They know they've got this circuit figured out so well, know what they would need from the setup to get the lap time, to get the race rhythm.
Just further back, Canet 7th, Arbolino in 8th, 9th for Isan Guevara and David Alonso. Is he going to attack Guevara? That got a little bit on the move, didn't it?
Yeah, a little bit squirrely on the brakes, but the skill of the man, David Alonso, stopped the bike with no threat whatsoever. He is comfortable riding really close to the machine in front.
Colombian not able to match his teammate again this weekend. Of course, Daniel Gardo, 7th in the championship, is the rookie of the year as things stand. Alonso is nearest challenger. Delgado's on 112, Alonso on 76 points. Here we go then. Senna Aegis finally able to level Moreira.
Finally.
And Moreira won't want to be on the outside there. Well,
that's taken a while to get through as well, but Senna gets through on into 4th position. Vietti leading by 1.6 seconds to Hologado. What has been a remarkably uneventful Moto 2 race. It's not really been what we have in the front, but look at that. Gonzalez leads Canet by 42 points now in the rider standings, as you can see alongside us on the screen here.
He's done well though.
That's where it happened in Tramonto, and Moreira just turned over the top of him.
Yeah, they toughed it out side by side all the way up the back straight through the fast kick at turn 11.
Gave each other room.
Yeah.
Good racing. So Aegis through and doing his teammate a solid there. All edges. Manuel Gonzalez, that little bit closer to for him it's the 50-point mark. That's what he'll see as his next buffer that he needs over the likes of Moreira and Canet.
Does that last move mean that Moreira won't step up into second in the championship at the moment? Canet just 1 place behind, 6th and 7th.
Yeah.
They are 4 points separating those two.
As he's dropped back in this race, he'll stay in 3rd in the championship. There we have it, confirmation. Gap at 42 to Canet, 45. The reason we talk about the 50-point mark, or even the 25-point mark, we are heading into some races. Japan, it can rain. Indonesia, we've had some awful rain. If Gonzalez has one of his off days in rain, Phillip Islands, Malaysia, you know,
all four could be wet.
They are, you know, unpredictable at the best of times. And so, what Manuel Gonzalez is, to have something in his back pocket, to have a bit of a buffer. 25 points, great. That if you've got that, you can have a race off. If you can have two of those, where you can have two no scores, then suddenly life becomes a lot easier, because you hope for no scores, but that's easier said than done.
Yeah, it just allows you the comfort blanket of another green paint. You can see a shake of the head for Senna.
I was ages not got track limits warning. I've seen about 6 on this lap.
It's coming. Yeah, he shook the head. He knew he'd made that mistake. And yeah, he will pay the penalty. You'll see it come up beside his name before too long, I would imagine.
I'm sure I've seen 3 over the last couple of laps. Oh, there it is, right on cue. Pops up, Senna just track limits warning, yeah. Jake Dixon has just fallen back behind Sasaki and Daniel Munoz. So it just shows, doesn't it, in Moto 2, you get in the pack, you might have the pace of the leaders, and he did, didn't he, in terms of practice this weekend. But you get in the pack, you get pushed wide, and your race changes.
It's difficult. Look at Barry Baltus. He's trying to come back here for Danny Holgado. He's made some serious ground on him as well. But yeah, that is the thing about Moto 2, as you mentioned. We looked at Jake's pace all weekend. Seemed like he had cracked it here. And Misano is not a track he's typically had a lot of success at. Not enjoyed it so much over the years, but it looked like he had it cracked. And bad start, bad first lap in terms of the moment at turn 5 after Canet went under him, and it's just mired him in the pack, and it is tough. He wouldn't have been expecting to be battling behind Danny Munoz and Sasaki in this race after a good weekend last weekend in Barcelona.
What's Bazar had for breakfast?
Hey,
because suddenly he's closing rapidly on Holgado.
Yeah, he's taken half a second a lap out of Vietti. He's took 0.8 of a second out of Holgado. It is the super soft tyre, and somehow Baltus is able to make these tyres last, but with his riding style being ultra aggressive. He's loose, he's fast, he takes liberties, and yeah, he's making it work. Well, we got 5 laps to go. Could Barry Baltus steal this one?
There is Vietti out front, 2.3 seconds now back to Holgado. It's Holgado losing pace to Vietti, but then Baltus 6/10 quicker than Holgado. There you can see that. He was 3/10 quicker than Vietti. Probably not enough for Vietti at the moment, but who knows how the tyres go on these last few laps here.
Yeah, you would imagine the team will be able to signal Vietti and give him a warning, but yeah, it's it looks like at the moment Baltus has definitely got the pace over everyone.
Keep an eye on the left-hand side of Danny Holgado's tyres. Looks like maybe a bit of banding. I thought I saw some on the right of... oh, actually, no, it was left of Vietti's earlier on in the race, so that's just something for us to keep an eye on. And you can see it all bunching up here now with Gonzalez. So he's clinging on, isn't he, now, in front of Angels?
Yeah, the left side of the tyre doesn't get much work around here, so that would be like a cold tear banding. And it's surprising to say cold tear when we've got 26 degrees of ambient, probably high 30s on the track, but it can happen.
Hang on.
Oh, let's have a seat. Try and...
Yep, track temperature is at 30 degrees Celsius, air temperature 26, 10 km/h wind speed, as you can see on our timing monitors up here in the commentary booth. But the battle is just brewing again and again and again, time and time, with 4 laps to go. Cestina Vietti leading the race, finally on course for a win for the first time in ages.
Vietti as well. This isn't over. 2.5 seconds. He's took a full second out of the leader here.
Here we go.
Yeah,
Big Bazar Baltus, who has never won a Grand Prix before, just turns underneath him.
Yeah, you can see the left side of Holgado's tyre on that camera from Baltus Bike. It just looks like it's completely tore on the left shoulder. So, yeah, he's got no grip, no turning. That will hurt him so much in these last few laps.
And I'm sure I'd seen that for Vietti earlier as well. Now, Gonzalez is now behind Moreira, so it's all changed all of a sudden. This race is not done, ladies and gentlemen. 3.5 laps to go, and Barry Baltus has got 2.5 seconds to Vietti in front. He took 9/10 out of him on the last lap. 2.6, right, divided by 3 laps and 0.9 a lap. That is crossing the line, and Baltus is alongside him.
Yeah, I love it.
Or in front of him, even. Here we go. This is crunch time in this race.
I said earlier in the race that tyre drop, oh look, boys jumping the curb as they enter it, that tyre degradation wasn't going to be an issue here, but I didn't count on tyre banding from a cold left side, and that's where Barry actually being bigger, being a little bit more aggressive with it, it will work it and keep it in that temperature range.
And Senna Aegis, you know, the front lot, he's one of the fastest at the moment. He's also coming forward, and Gonzalez just cannot.
It just looked like he could not turn it in, whether that's a front tyre for him, giving him some issues.
But just riding around the outside of him there, Moreira in the left-hand side. So I'm not quite sure what's going on there with Gonzalez, but Vietti now, he needs to respond here. He did on that last lap.
Yeah, he's responded. He's up the ante in the middle two sectors. I think he's got the signal on his pit board.
Just look at his rear tyre, though. Can't see the marking.
Yeah.
So what has Baltas got here on that number 7? He's had second places in Spain, in France. He had a second in Germany, a second in the Czech Republic. Is it going to be another second to add to his collection? Or is there possibly a chance that Barry Baltas could win his first race? Behind, Senna Aegis is sniffing the podium, as is Diogo Moreira. Because Daniel Gardo is coming back to them at a rate of knots.
I just think it's a stretch too far for Baltas at the moment. He need Vietti to drop even more.
Well, he's taken 3/10 out of him in the first half of the lap. We'll keep a close eye on that. It's going to be the last couple of corners, perhaps, that might cost Celestino Vietti. We will see. All the third sector is all right-hand, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's when we get into those two left-handers of 15 and 16.
Yeah, sector 4 hurts. Obviously, sector 1 as well as you exit turn 6 onto the middle straight.
And this is it for Aegis and Moreira. Here we go then. 2 laps remaining for Celestino Vietti. What's the gap across the line? 4/10 out of him. You think he's got enough of a buffer here. The gap down to 1.9.
He's got the bit between his teeth here, Barry Baltas. He can just see Celestino coming back towards him.
And you also feel like Barry is pushing in every corner, don't you?
Well, the gap now 1.8 seconds. Baltas is just flying out there.
But you almost wonder if overriding that little bit, trying to, knowing that he can close the gap. 2/10 in the first sector.
Yeah, he's throwing the kitchen sink at it. Once you get it under a second, although he's only got a lap and a half remaining, he just needs another lap or 2.
And you can just see that trophy in front of him in the front.
He's crawling! He's crawling
down into La Quercia corner. Oh, this would be a miraculous victory if he were to do it from here. Celestino Vietti just has to manage it. Another 3/10 in that second sector. Senna Aegis. How's he got back to Manuel Gonzalez? What's happened there for Aegis? There's been a big moment. I think him and Moreira might have come together here.
Yeah, there's been contact.
Yeah, that's a big old drop in time for Senna on that lap. So, yeah, some issue somewhere.
He's just lost like 2 seconds all of a sudden. Oh, he's got out off on the high part of the curve. And he couldn't get it stopped. That was on the curb.
Yeah. Yeah, tricky into there. We've seen it. Catch riders out in the past. Raul Fernandez in Moto 2. His championship winning crash, potentially, that was.
Vietti in the third sector has stretched it. I wonder if Baltas pushing. He needs to focus his pushing on the left-handers, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Here comes Gonzalez on Senna Aegis. Don't come together, you two. Senna has got a track limits warning hang over his head.
Munoz 2.
Gonzalez turns underneath him. They are side by side across the line.
Last lap.
Diogo Moreira, meanwhile, is hunting down Daniel Gardo.
Gonzalez right at the back as we now see Vietti holding off Baltas. Vietti hasn't won since Malaysia last year. He's on course for his first win in so long. Whether or not they'll hold off, I don't know, but they're in the sectors now as we open up the battle between Senna Aegis and Manuel. No, this is Holgado and Moreira. Battle for 4th still brewing as Diego Moreira is going to go to the inside line. He's going to try and capitalise on the inside line here of Holgado, who outbreaks. So battle for 5th now brewing on our screens. This race is just being another absolute barnstormer. It's giving us everything we wanted and everything we didn't know would happen in the Moto 2. It's been a bit dull, not going to deny it, but it's starting to come into its own right now. You're starting to see the differential between it, and you can respect the differences. Cestino Vietti is going to hold off by about a second to Barry Baltus as he comes out the last corner. For the first time this year, since Malaysia last year, Cestino Vietti is a Grand Prix winner in Moto2. The hips go up over the line. He's the winner. Vietti, winner again in Moto2. Barry Baltus finishes in second place. Hologado is third. Diego Moreira in fourth. Senna Igas goes in fifth position as well. What a brilliant race. Too late for Barry, but that was energetic at the end, and I think that was the critical time that everybody was wanting. A nice end to the race and a nice end to opening overall. Vietti got the fastest lap at the end of it as well. Look what he does to the points-paying standings. Look, Gonzalez now 39 clear to Moreira. What a session.
Went down. Barry Baltus had the bit between his teeth. He needed another lap or two, but yeah, what a performance from him.
We don't get enough roly-poly celebrations there, but someone's had one alongside Celestino Vietti. Another win for the VR46 Academy as Vietti celebrates here. We'll have all the reaction and a chat with our winner when we come back from the break.
Well, there we go. Cestino Vietti is the winner. And I hope everybody enjoys the addition of the points on our timing screens. We're going to try and implement that across all classes now that we've been able to do it. It's just that the negative space that was left on the screen was kind of bugging me. So trying to give you at home the most information possible to cover the racing action. So fingers crossed we've got that for you as well here today. Checker flags out then. Cestino Vietti is victorious. From Barry Baltus, Daniel Hologado, Diego Moreira, Senna Igas, Manuel Gonzalez, Aaron Canet, David Alonso, Tony Albino, and Isaac Guevara is the top 10. Albert Arenas in 11th, Daniel Munoz in 12th, Ivan Ortola 13th, Amon Sasaki 14th, Alonso Lopez goes 15th, Jake Dixon in 16th, just outside the points-paying positions, down 7 places from where he started. Zonta van der Gerberg is 17th, Philip Salak 18th, Marcos Ramirez 19th, and Joe Roberts in 20th. Colin Vine 21st, Alberto Fernandez in 22nd, Darren Binder in 23rd, Mario Argi 24th, Alex Escray 25th, Uni Orlando is 26th, Alberto Sur 27th, and out of the race was Cooney, Navarro, and Rietas as well. There are 3 retirements. Gonzalez leads the title now, 227 points to Diego Monrella on 188, exactly the same as Aaron Canet. We've now got a 3-way fight for the title with a few races to go in this year's standings. That already is an interesting sort of side note to try and raise back up upon about what we could be seeing in Moto2 and Moto3 throughout the ending of this season. It's a nice charge in total. It's a nice run-up that we could be experiencing. But Moto2, I don't want to say it delivered, but it had an exciting end, and I think a challenging end, which was critical. Let's head back over, though, to TNT and rejoin Gav, along with Michael.
Welcome back to Misano, where a local man is celebrating victory in the Moto2 race. Just brought it home in the end ahead of the charging Barry Baltus, but Celestino Vietti, just as he did in the Emilia-Romagna race here 1 year ago, celebrating success in front of our home crowd. A brilliant ride from the off, took the lead right away on the first lap. I would say he didn't look back, but I expect he was getting a bit nervous on that last lap.
Yeah, I think he probably thought it was all covered, and then all of a sudden the gap started to come down rapidly, and he had it up the ante. It was a controlled race. I want to say start to finish. It looks like
Manuel Gonzalez, I'm just looking at his sleeves. He's pulled the zips up on his sleeves. Is that an arm pump issue, maybe?
It could be. He definitely looks in some discomfort as he gets off the bike. Yeah, you see, visor up, leather zipped down on the chest, and then the arm zipped up. There, definitely not a happy man on his in-lap.
This was how it was with a lap to go, and Manuel Gonzalez, I just wonder if he was having an arm issue. struggling. He was struggling, but we thought that was tired, didn't we, in a couple of corners? But I do wonder. You see that, don't you, when a rider unzips their forearm? Oh, he said, I've got a problem with his shoulder, and he couldn't brake. That was what he said.
Yeah, obviously in some discomfort there. It didn't look like the normal attacking Manny Gonzalez in those last laps, giving best to teammate Senna just at the end. His tyre did look quite okay from the overhead shots we've seen earlier, but yeah, still okay. Championship-wise, give away a few points to Diogo Moreira, but not a disaster by any means.
Well, Celestino Vietti gets his first win of the season. Barry Balta still to rack one up, another second place for him.
5th one of the season. He's going to be chasing that win, and it's coming, no doubt. After performances like that today, and obviously the season he's having, Barry Balta cementing himself as one of the top runners in Moto 2. Currently 4th in the championship, and looks set to cement that position.
And for Vietti, first win of the year, that makes him our 10th different winner in Moto 2. That is the first time that has ever happened. We had 9 in the first year of Moto 2 in 2010. Tony Elias winning the championship. We had 9 last year. But 10 different winners in a season.
Balta set to make it 11 before we get to Valencia.
Yeah, well, the point is, MotoGP have to pick out of this crop, don't they? And that's why this is the hardest class to win in, because you've got 10 different winners in 16 races.
Yeah, you've got so many riders capable on any given weekend. You turn up, get the setup dialed, everything works, you enjoy the track, and all of a sudden you are the man to beat. Celestino's just showed that this weekend at home. He's at one with the track, with the bike. Bosco Oscuro works around here, always has done over the years, and he's got top honours today.
They're obviously listening to us. The graphic coming up there. Roberto Locatelli asking for his own kiss there from Barry Baltas. Oh, Celestino Vietti can enjoy that one. And Luca Bosco-Oscuro taking the team's first win of the year. You know, when they've challenged for the championships over recent seasons, the expectation is high, isn't it, inside that squad?
Yeah, definitely. You've seen the frustration with Luca Bosco-Oscuro yesterday to miss pole, but obviously made up for it today with a race victory.
Diogo Moreira came back in the end. We have these mid-race lulls, don't we, for a few riders, and again, I'm assuming it's all to do with the tyre management of finding the level of your tyre and then realising when it comes to the last stage you actually have more than the others have.
Yeah, having something to fight with at the end. Everyone's went for the super soft today. It seemed the safe option, but obviously not working for everyone over the complete race distance.
And that super soft is the development.
Yeah,
it's a development tyre, isn't it? But it's almost one step softer than you think is possible, almost like a qualifier.
Yeah, that's typically what it was designed to be in World Superbike, and then they've evolved it into a Moto 2 specification, and it works good here in race trims, good for qualifying, good for time attack mode. But yeah, it's an impressive tyre from Pirelli.
It's getting softer and softer, aren't they, all the time? What I think about whenever I watch Pirelli here and in World Superbike is what it's going to do to MotoGP. When we get to MotoGP, all bets are off about who's going to manage the tyres there. Daniel Gardo fought staunchly and bravely today, and another podium to his account.
Danny, what a great week you've had. Victory last time out, backing it up with a podium here, but that looked like a real tough one to manage. How do you feel at the end of it?
Yes, very happy with my podium. After the win in Valencia, this was positive for me because now we have a good performance after the summer break. Yes, very happy with the race. It was very difficult because Vietti was really fast in the first lap, in the first 10 laps. Was amazing. But in the end, it was a bit difficult for me because the rear tire was destroyed. But no problem because I have a good pace during the race, during the weekend. I am very happy with my podium. This is so positive for me and for the team. Thank you all.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Did he say win in Valencia? Is that a premonition perhaps for Daniel Gardo? He is from down in Alicante, part of the Valencian community. I wonder if he's projecting, manifesting for the last race of the season.
Yeah, manifest indeed. He's manifested a quality rookie season in Moto 2, and you wouldn't doubt him to deliver at home later in the season. He'd be looking forward to these flyaway events and keeping his current run of form. He looks so good on that Kalex machine.
You mentioned, because of the left-handers, aren't many around here. It must have been a cold tear, and actually we've seen that, haven't we, with really soft Pirelli tyres, that they have this kind of effect.
Yeah, it's weird.
It's weird.
They need more temperature to work the softer option.
It baffles me, fries my tiny mind, as does Barry Baltus' performance today. He looks proud, and so he should be of second.
Barry, what a brilliant ride. Your pace was phenomenal in those closing stages. Do you feel like you just needed one more lap to get Celestino?
Well, super happy to be back here in the front and in the Parc Fermé. I feel amazing. It's a home GP for the team, and they deserve it, this podium, also this victory. But well, second is already pretty good. I missed some time in the beginning of the race with some fight, and then I recovered all the race, and yeah, it was really hard, but really happy to take this 20 point before the overseas race. And like always, I like to dedicate the race to my podium to someone, and in 10 days, a birthday from my father. So this one is for you, Papa, and see you in Japan.
Brilliant ride, well done.
Thank you.
Great touch, isn't it, from Barry Baltus? I'm sure that win's not too far off. With that kind of pace at the end of the race, the only rider apart from Moreira down into the 35s.
Exceptional. Yeah, so impressed with Barry Baltus this season, and once again today, he is proving his mettle. Yeah, I look forward to seeing him have a proper championship tilt next year, but he's delivering everything that's asked of him from the Fantic Racing team.
Yeah, and there've been ups and downs this year, haven't there? There've been fits and starts, but every time he has come back.
Always bounces back, always strong, always a fighter in their race as well. Yeah, it's good to see him develop as the season's gone on. He's matured.
Well, Celestino Vietti, he's had his chances this year. Remember, in Thailand, he was battling with Gonzalez and cleaned out by Senna Aegis. In Argentina, he was on the podium. He was back on the podium in Austria when he looked strong. Finally, Chele can celebrate success, and no better place for Vietti to do it than here at home in Misano. Let's hear what he has to say to Jack Appleyard down there.
Celestino, what a brilliant ride. Dominated it from start to finish. You've been victorious here before, but after the journey you've been on with Boss Oscuro this year, how special is this win?
Really super happy. We work really hard the last races to improve and close the gap, and every time I do something qualify to don't achieve what we can do, but now we do a really great weekend every session on the top, so really happy for me, for the team. Now it's time to be consistent, but yeah, we have to enjoy here. A lot of people come here to support me, so really thanks to everybody, and this one is for my grandfather.
Congratulations.
Fantastic day today for Celestino Vietti. Wanted to keep that going from last year, but a fantastic weekend, crucially, across the sessions, and he was able to, you know, put his bike up there and do what he does around this circuit. He was splendid today.
Yeah, splendid. You know, like, obviously, for me,
Round 16 of the Moto GP World Championship brings us to Misano. San Marino is a wonderful country, and of course it's too small to host a Grand Prix. That honour gets held to the Emilia-Romagna region. That means that this race is actually the Red Bull Grand Prix of San Marino and the Rimini Rivera. Here's your starting lineup then on the grid. It's Marco Bezzecchi on pole position from Alex Marquez and Fabio Quartararo. Marc Marquez, Franco Morbidelli and Luca Marini on row 2. Then it's Fabio Di Giannantonio, Pecco Bagnaia and Pedro Acosta. Ferdinand Aguirre then alongside as well, coming through with Jorge Martin and Juan Mir. Miguel Oliveira, Raul Fernandez and Ayagura. Brad Binder alongside as well with Maverick Vinales and Alex Rins. Johan Zarco and Airbashi and Jack Miller. Augusto Fernandez and Zomkat Chantra. Back of the field, Megan, as we now get confirmation that it will be a 2-lap penalty for Martin for his failure on the warm-up lap and leading the grid, similar to what we see with Marc Marquez back at the Austin Grand Prix.
So that's a penalty that they have. I'm just going to turn this down a little bit because I can barely hear myself. So that's a penalty they face if they do what?
Mark yeah.
Do you think he's going to crash out?
I don't think so. I don't think it's that realms of negativity really coming in. We'll see how it works, I suppose. Look at that, though. Marc Marquez, 173 clear to Alex Marquez. Just such a rocket at the moment.
Definitely.
What do you think we're going to see in this one today? As we see 174,821 people here at the circuit, a new record. What are we going to witness? Is it going to be chaotic, you say?
I reckon midfield might be a bit too chaotic. I reckon that the top of the field won't be as chaotic.
Well, Enea Bastianini running in 24th position. Marc Marquez running, sorry, it was 2024 winner, so was Marc Marquez here. They won it in the two, San Marino and Emilia Romagna. Just a one race here this year, with the calendar finally regulated normally across the season. There's the Aprilia grandstand. Are we about to see home hero win a Grand Prix here as well, Marco Bezzecchi? He won the sprint.
I would hope so. I mean, at least he's won one thing this weekend. I mean, just be thankful for that, but I'm hopeful in the fact that he might.
Let's see what's going to happen then as we really smoke up the rear tyres and get ready to get going. The warm-up lap complete. Marco Bezzecchi on pole position. Alex Marquez, remember, by the way, the Grassinis are in their anniversary livery, so it's the white livery bike with the black dot on the front, so similar to Silverstone last year. Thoughts down to turn one?
Pile up in mid to upper field.
Red flag at the front will get taken away. Green flag at the back. 27 laps to go then. Round 16 of the Moto GP season. Eyes to the lights and pull the throttle back as we go racing in San Marino. And Alex Marquez lifting up down to turn one. Quartararo's got the inside line. Mark's gone round the outside of Alex immediately. Meantime, that's Alex Rins and Augusto Fernandez nearly having a bit of a ding-dong. Oh, and you're right about Martin Megan. He nearly dropped it coming through 1 and 2 already. He's gone up in the mid-pack. Mark's up into second position already. Quartararo's having a look on the inside of Alex. The two VR46s, Morbidelli and Adigi. There's Bagnaia, and there's a yellow flag out in the first sector. Can't see why as of yet. It's Zarco and Mia have crashed out. Zarco and Mia have gone down as they head down towards turn 8 and skip over the first time. Can Marquez come on the inside of Bezzecchi? No, but another fast start coming in there as well for Marco Bezzecchi. That Aprilia now, once again like last year, the best off the line.
Turn 4 they've gone down at.
Yeah, so they've gone down together. That doesn't have to stop the race. We're coming towards turn 8 and turn through Tremonto for the first time.
Rins has just lost a lot of positions.
Oh, hang on, they're the team. I forgot about that. They're the teammates. Zarco and Mia, the two teammates together. That's their factory HRC and customer LCR. They've gone off together as well. So the two Hondas are out together.
Why were their bikes together?
They were different places on the circuit as well, because Mia down 11 places, Zarco down 3. I think Mia's gone down first. And Zarco with him, yeah.
And dragged Zarco. Zarco has that happen to him a lot recently. Also, yet another week where Zarco is being put into the crashed out position and being sad about it.
Lap 1 complete then here of 27 on to lap 2, 26 to go. Bezzecchi leads Marc Marquez, Alex Marquez. Quartararo, there's the long lap penalty confirmed for Jorge Martin for the abandonment on the grid. He can now do it to come through.
And we're coming up to the area now where the crash was, and you can just see loads of marshals just casually trying to quickly run off.
The Delta time trying to follow through, but look at this. Mark's got such an accelerant out the last corner. Can he get anything back? Just sort of grasping at straws, isn't he? Again, Bezzecchi's got medium front, medium rear tyres, so he hasn't launched the softs as we were expecting. That's Acosta diving through on the inside line of Fabio Di Gianantonio. Makes his move up into 6th position.
Bit too close to G's getting to the rear of Acosta, and that is Miller passing Vinales for 17th. And we haven't had a replay yet.
No replay at the start just yet, because Marc Marquez, 0.145 for gap at the moment. Look at the fog coming in from the grandstand and Ducati as well. The red smoke. Oh, that was Bezzecchi running a bit too deep. And you saw the anti-slip device sort of bucking up and down. Mark is literally reeling him in. Will he go to the inside line? Down at the inside of turn 13. No, he's looking for it. He's trying to go through. Zarco's rejoined the race.
But it doesn't seem like Mia's going to rejoin the race.
No, so Juan Mia, who set out yesterday due to injury as well, crashes out on the opening lap of the race. He didn't ride Saturday, remember? He's literally running the warm this morning and now the race here.
So he's got approximately 11 minutes of time this weekend.
Fernandez, long lap penalty. Double long lap penalty for Fernandez and Rins.
No. That is
jump start for Rins. Jump start for Rins. That's why. Yeah, Rins jumped the start.
Okay, I want to see the start.
Yeah, because I didn't see him get away to begin with. But apparently he did jump the start and we lost out on it.
Mark! He was also a jump start for Fernandez.
Yeah, so both the Yamahas jumped the start, but Mark was throwing on the inside line of Bsky down at turn 7. That was never going to work out. Alex has now caught up to these two at the front. We've got a three-way fight here as, Rins and Fernandez, both of them jumped the start.
And Quartararo right now is looking like the good child out of the Yamaha.
The sort of pat, pat, pat. Well done.
He is in fourth.
He's closing in, actually, and what is a better result here today, isn't it? So they're really going for it out here. Lap 3 of 27.
It both feels too early to be lap 3 and also too late to be lap 3.
Is Alex going to have a go on Mark here?
Maybe.
Just feels like he's closing in, doesn't he?
I think he might wait a lap or two. Who is it? Oh, that is Igora.
Ayagura's gone down. Yellow flag in the third sector. So 3 retirements inside 3 laps. Oliveira passes Bastianini as well, I think. Yep.
Yeah, he has. And what turn was that? Can we get a replay of at least Ayagura crashing out? Because I would really like to know how everyone is crashing out.
1:31.440 for Bsky. Fastest lap of the race so far. As you see the yellow still in the third sector. Hasn't come in just yet.
You haven't even seen it.
It says Agura rider okay, though, on our timing monitors. We haven't had any replays so far today, have we? That's quite surprising for the lap 4 of the race. Now we're seeing on board, this is Pedro Costa. Ahead of him is Franco Morbidelli. Ahead of him is Fabio Quartararo running in 4th position as they come out of the turn 6 down to turn 7 and 8 at Sapir for the first time. Can we have anything on the inside? Yes, he can. Acosta's got so much more power on the brakes. He's going to hug the inside line. Morbidelli's just going to hold him around the outside, but I think Acosta's going to have the out drag coming into Tremonto. Should be able to get ahead and does so. Wonderful bit of racing there. This is what I like to see from Acosta. He can really make that KTM work.
I reckon that if you give him enough time and catching up, there's another yellow in sector 3, then he could possibly get onto the podium.
Yeah, who's gone down this time?
I do not know. Everyone is still moving.
There. There was a brief, there. It's still Marshals.
Okay, so it's just the Marshals. Okay, that's good.
Yeah, the yellow flag came in a bit prematurely there. There were still Marshals in the firing line recovering the bike of Ayagura. As Zarco is a lap down, but at least he's being confirmed at the moment.
Yellow flag has now been rescinded.
Yeah, we're going back to green flag then, onto lap 5 of this event. Marco Bsky leading with Marc Marquez second. Alex Marquez running in P3 as they come in towards the first corner now. Hugging that inside line, desperately trying to get the traction back underneath him as well. And there is Pecco Bagnaia, who's in 8th position at the moment, Megan. Well, he's made, how many places has he made? No, he's made at no places, exactly where he started. But it's better than he was doing the sprint race yesterday.
It's better than losing places.
Yeah, which is what he did yesterday.
Yeah.
Down and down and down and time as well. But Mark's up by... Mark's 25.759 for Bsky, 25.711 for Marc Marquez as well.
But then you see Acosta, who is faster than both.
Yeah, close. And now...
Yellow sector 2.
Yeah, sector 2 yellow as Acosta dives up the inside of Fabio Quartararo. Yellow flags out in the second sector. Why is this? See, I thought the camera was dragged. Vinales is out. It's Vinales. He's crashed out of the race from 18th position.
Oh, he's so far down, that's why we didn't see him properly. But he's still going.
But Martin, Rins and Fernandez hasn't actually taken the long lap penalties yet. Either of them. They're all 3 of them got doubles.
Are they ignoring it or something? Martin's down.
No, hang on. Is he taking the first of the long lap penalty loop?
Okay, better.
Yes, he is.
Did you see that?
Yeah.
Why did that look like lightning?
Just a camera crackle, I hope.
I really
hope. Vinales has crashed. Jorge Martin has taken his first long lap penalty loop. So he's taken the first one.
We haven't seen a single replay.
No, we haven't. It's getting quite hard to tell this race apart, actually.
Is that?
I thought it was rain for a second, didn't you? Track temperature 32 air.
It's not a spontaneous thunderstorm, is there?
3 kilometres an hour wind speed, 51% chance of rain at the moment on our timing screens for it. So I think we're okay. I'd say we're relatively okay, wouldn't you think?
It might be that case where you get like a spontaneous sprinkle of Martin, done one of them, sprinkle of like water.
Out of the 2, yeah. Look at Acosta trying to look on the inside line. Not going to work out there for position, I'm afraid.
So we now have no idea.
We've been on this onboard for Acosta for a couple of hours, and the trackside camera's gone down something, because all we've got is onboard and the helicopter of Bsky.
I think they must have.
He's going
Fernandez has taken his first long lap penalty as well. And
Acosta's dived on the inside line of Fabio Quartararo, turn 8. Has he made the move stick? I hope he has. Yes, he has. Trackside cameras are back, and Acosta moves up to 4th.
we have absolutely no idea what is causing everyone to go down. We have no idea what problems there could be.
Yeah.
Please, just give us a replay, since that's what they're for.
We've had literally nothing, and we're 6 laps into this event as well. That's 11 minutes, by the way. 12 minutes now, and no replays.
It's quite shocking and a little bit disgraceful.
The replays were working in the pre-show because we saw Martin go off the circuit. So, yeah. Augusto Fernandez now has taken a second long lap penalty. So I believe everybody's completed their times now.
The first one, yeah. Well, Martin's definitely has.
Martin's done it. I presume everybody else has because they have to serve them into successive laps. You can't just do one out the other. Yeah, they're coming through it now.
Yeah, there we go.
Look at that hammer down for Bezzecchi. Just go for it. I hope the Aprilias have not forgot the tyre pressure issue because the Ducati had that sometimes.
Well, if they crash, then I'm sure we won't see it.
Yeah. What's that? 9 times out of 10 it goes a bit wrong?
Yeah. They could at least put something on their Twitter. Just saying, oh, sorry, the replays are down. That'd get.
Yeah, well, we'll see how it all goes. Yeah, just a reminder, if you're joining us on JBMotorsports 2 live coverage here and you're watching the replay on JBMotorsports 1, apologies, we can't be on the main channel. A technical issue has just affected all our stream keys. We can't get streaming for some reason. It's an issue that's affected a couple of YouTubers. So thank God we've got a second channel and it's working, and that's where we are now. So apologies we're not on the main channel. There was a technical issue. Luckily, the second channel has got all our dear viewers from Moto GP Bike Worlds.
People who are watching this without the timing screens, they won't know that anyone's crashed.
No, they haven't. They've had no information come up on the screen. We've been telling you back at home what's been happening. So
I'm really annoyed.
Martin, Fernandez and Rins have all completed their second long lap penalty loops as well, so they are continuing on. Teague says Alex has to push Mark to the very end and just hope for the best. Hopefully Mark makes a mistake. Alex has to give it his everything. And don't forget, if Mark finishes today, it's match point in Japan.
He's more than likely to finish, but then again, we fought that in the sprint as well. So yeah. I feel like this is a track where we can't be completely sure of anything because of how complex it can become. Even though it doesn't look as complex from the outside, from a riding's perspective,
yeah,
it's so quick to just have to go around each of the corners. I mean, you don't get much of a chance to actually not be leaning down.
So Bezzecchi 25.6, Mark 25.7. This is on board with Mark into turn 8. You can see the rider tracker feature that they've got operational. I wish we could have that soon. Oh, hang on, that's Acosta's blown up.
No!
Pedro Acosta, his bike has gone off, and he can't believe it. He's whacking the bike as he comes in. He's off the circuit on the outside, but Acosta's out of the Grand Prix. That's a disappointment from such a fast starter in this race. Confirmed technical problem.
Well, at least we got to see him have a problem.
That's so unfortunate.
I bet you we'll get a replay of him having a problem, but we won't get a replay of anyone else. That's such a shit. Oh!
Middle finger to the bike there and punches the the boarding coming through.
He did it so casually as well. He's just like middle finger to the bike and then walking like nothing's happened.
And punch the wall.
Yeah.
Yep, I feel like that as well with our technical issues in the first channel today as well. Can I just point out, everybody's watching us live on JB2. You have warmed my heart by watching us because I was really worried that we wouldn't have the viewership as there's some debris. That's a chain. The chain's come off of Costa. The chain came off. So that's what happened to the KTM. The chain broke. Have you ever seen that? We've seen chains come off.
I've always imagined it doing that, but I've never actually seen it.
He got lucky. That didn't get caught in the rear wheel and just jackknife him.
Yeah. He could have had a high side.
Yeah. Oh my God. But yeah, thank you to everybody watching on the second channel because literally, the end of Moto 2 on the podium, all the stream keys failed. There's a technical problem with YouTube. We couldn't get everything through. And I was like, oh, right, second channel. So thank you, everybody. This is a broken winglet on... No, that's the new winglet on the Aprilia. So that's on board with Marco Bezzecchi.
So we can do a replay of absolutely nothing for Bezzecchi. Yellow sector 3.
Now, hang on, the leaders have just gone through us. The leaders have just gone through there. It's Bagnaia! Pecco Bagnaia has crashed out on the Grand Prix! I do not believe it! And this man, how much more misery can he take in 2025?
I don't know, Mark could punch him in the face.
I think that'd be a blessing. He just dropped, it's such a small error. Dropped it coming out of turn 14.
That's quite a dangerous drop as well, because if anyone else had dropped it, he would have been hit. Because he got up on the sideline. Also, where's the other replays if you could do those ones?
I think they've got the replays back now, but they haven't got the replay at the start, so we'll have to imagine the jumping, I'm afraid.
I really, really wanted to see Mir and Zarco.
Well, this is going to be an interesting battle to go through. An absolute disastrous season for Pecco, says Tig. Ivan says go, go, go 20. That's Quadraro. He's now in 4th position. He's closing down. The gap 4 seconds at the moment. No, 3 seconds.
18
to
left.
Alex. Yeah. There's a long way to go in this race, isn't there?
Yeah, and Chantra's just happy not to be last.
Yeah, Chantra's going to finish in 16th place at the moment.
His teammate, however. I'm really hoping someone else from up there goes down, and then that just gives Chantra at least a point.
Well, Luca Marini in 8th position is the highest Honda once again. He's continuing to improve week upon week.
Maybe not him going down.
There's Pecco. Ah, my heart breaks for him. He's having such a terrible year.
So sad.
I don't remember he crashed out here a couple of years ago and gave Quadraro the championship. In the Emilia Romagna race.
And now he's in 4th, and it better feels like he's rubbing him in the face.
Still battle going on.
Yellow
flag, sector 3. Who now?
Oh, can Chantra actually have a point then?
Who is it? Is it Rins?
Oh, jeez.
Rins has crashed out. Alex Rins is out of the race. So yeah, Chantra goes to 16th.
Okay, one more. I'm looking for one more to crash out. That's in front of Chantra, where he can actually have a point. Because does he have any points yet?
Yeah.
Not enough.
Still going strong.
I love how long it is taking to get to Zarco for Rins.
Yeah.
So he's... Did we actually see a replay for that either? No. Please have a replay right now, because I am missing a replay. He's really catching up there. Oh, he was about to make a move there on Bezzecchi, but Bezzecchi immediately closes the door. Nearing sector 3 now. Mark's still really going for it. I think he's looking for a move on the inside now. But I don't think he has enough pace right now. I think he has to wait until another lap. It's only lap 11 of 27.
It's still... Oh, it's taken a long time, actually, isn't it? We haven't gone a hard distance, and 18 minutes in. It's a long race, this one.
I swear the sprint was quicker.
The sprint was quicker. Yeah, we're done by now, weren't we?
Also...
What's the lap times we're doing? 1:31? Yeah, the sprint was 2 seconds that faster.
Yeah.
Oh, look at how slow Bezzecchi is at the turn 14. He's got no traction, is he?
Mark is wobbling.
He's going to get him. Mark's going to get him here. But Mark can't fall into the same procedure he did yesterday.
Or take him off trying.
Yeah. Just like to point out, the Yamaha V4 of Augusto Fernandez has snuck into the points.
Only by fortune.
Yeah.
I'm hoping the same thing happen for Chantra. Please.
Oh, Mark's getting very close to Marco Bezzecchi. Which way is he going to try and find a little dive bomb? Pulls around the outside.
The inside. He'll go for the inside.
Yeah, but will it be down? No, the inside line down to turn 8, do you reckon?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got such traction out of 7. Here we go again then. Can Mark get the exit speed? Wheeling him in, reeling him in, reeling him in. Inside line, last. No, Bezzecchi's just got the power on the straights. Aprilia seemed to, I don't want to say it, but oh, he's gone too deep, he's gone too deep.
Ooh.
Mark takes the lead of the race.
On 8.
At turn 8, Bezzecchi outbraked himself. I was just saying he had too much straight line speed, and Mark takes the lead of the race. Bezzecchi goes out of it.
Oh, that's frustrating. Either that or Bezzecchi feels like he has a problem.
Can't believe that. Come on, Bezzecchi. I'm hoping it's tyres overheating.
Something. Oh, so we can replay this, but not Rins.
So let's have a look. Yeah, so look, trail braking in, the rear steps out, and Bezzecchi just goes too deep. Open door to Marc Marquez.
Something's wrong with that bike.
Yeah, I wonder if it's tyre degradation, something like that.
Yeah, but earlier on I also saw something fall off it.
Yeah.
I can't be sure what fell off it, but I think it was one of those rear things. Yellow, sector 4. Bastianini, a former winner here. Oh, and that means Chantra gets a point.
Yeah, Chantra goes into the points-paying positions. So Enea Bastianini has crashed out of the event. Yeah, that rear's locked up massively.
Oh, he wants to go back out, but I don't think that's wise.
Let's have a look. Same as Bagnaia, I bet. Yeah, Bagnaia thought he had a playmate for a second.
That was like the most slow-motion crash I've ever seen.
Sadly, that's the way it crumbles sometimes. Marc Marquez leading from Marco Bezzecchi in second, Alex Marquez third, Quartararo fourth, Morbidelli fifth, Di Antonio in sixth, seventh for Aldeguer, eighth Marini, ninth Oliveira, 10th for Binder, Raul Fernandez in 11th, Miller is 12th, Martin 13th, Augusto Fernandez 14th, Chantra 15th, Bastianini 16th, Zarco 17th. That's the running order at the moment.
Do you know what I just realised?
What?
Acosta always holds on to the bike when he crashes, right?
Yeah.
Well, this time the bike got so fed up with the possibility of him holding on, it decided, I'm just going to let the chain go instead.
Yeah. Get rid of the most important thing. Simon's just put out a great thing. We're not even half distance yet.
Oh my.
It's 22 minutes on the clock, and we've only got 16 riders left. This San Marino Grand Prix is pushing everything out to the maximum here.
So that means another 7 will go, so we'll have 9 left at this rate.
It's one of these crazy things, isn't it?
7 have gone down almost every lap.
Yeah.
Lap 14. Now we're at half distance. 14 done. 14 to go.
They're going to be pushing in quite massively now as well.
Right, so who's going down next? Ducati, do you feel like letting anyone go?
Mark, maybe.
Yeah.
Both of them out of the race.
Maybe both Marquez's.
Well,
they deserve a break.
We did commentators curse him yesterday in the Tissot Sprint. If you joined us for that.
Maybe we should say they both win.
Yeah.
You go Mark, I'll go Alex.
Sean saying this scene basically just summarises Bagnaia's season. Yeah. Right, here's it. Here it is again for the front angle, Megs. Just went. It almost looked like he didn't try to go wide. It just went off.
I could have sworn I saw something fall to the ground during that part as well. So we can get 2 angles of that, but most of the crashes we don't get a single replay.
What's happening here?
Make it make sense, please.
Just noticed that our monitor's gone a bit different as well, though.
Don't fiddle with the monitor halfway through the race.
I'm not touching anything today. Not with our technical problems on the first channel. I'm arms behind the back, keep going. Get to the end of the race, then do. Zarco's got a track limit this morning. He's already out of the bit effectively. Zarco crashed out lap 1. Might actually get a point here if anybody else goes down.
Let's hope. Actually, you know what? Mia will probably be hoping against that, since we don't know what happened there.
V4.
We don't know who took who off.
V4 getting a point, by the way. That is a couple of points. He's 14th. That's amazing. Absolutely amazing.
It is.
Lap 15 of 27. Marc Marquez leading here in Mazzano. Bezzecchi in second. Marquez third. Quartararo fourth. Morbidelli in fifth. Digi 6.
See, now it seems to be speeding up a little.
Yeah. Speeding up a bit now, isn't it? That's what you said, right?
Yes.
Yes, thought so. 25.7 for Mark. Well, Mark's lap time was a 1:32.3, so we're 2 seconds lap slower than the sprint time. Tyre wear starting to become a factor as Pedro Costa, as Franco Morbidelli dives through on the inside of Fabio Quartararo.
He's long gone.
Yeah, nice on the inside of turn 8. Morbidelli gets ahead of Quartararo. I've got a headache.
Morbidelli is having a really nice day. And that's not me trying to curse him.
Might get up past Alex, actually. The gap's 6 seconds, but Fabi's just dropped back massively. His tyres have gone.
Mark will pay him money if he gets past Alex. I mean, I'm pretty sure that's part of the reason why Bezzecchi is in second now. I reckon there's been a tip-off.
Yeah.
It's like, I will give you whatever I get from winning this race, if you make sure Alex does not get anywhere near first. I mean, it wouldn't be a bad thing. I mean, it'd be fixing. But I feel like it'd be more a family element of it. Oh, Mark gets a track limits warning. He's obviously really trying extremely hard to keep away from Bezzecchi. Speak of the devil, here is Mark. Bsky is actually catching up quite nicely to Mark. Aldo gets a track limits warning as well. It's all coming in now for the track limits warning, and now there's only 12 laps to go, so it seems to also be speeding up just in time as well.
Well, I would say it's the last 5 laps where anything can happen strangely, so that's going to be the factor coming into it.
For us, it's the first 13.
Yeah. Take it for a sec.
Right, so I'm going to read off where everyone is right now. Right, currently is Marc Marquez in first, with just about 4 tenths behind him, just under 4 tenths is Marco Bsky. Alex Marquez is in third. Currently there's a battle to fifth going on, with Morbidelli, Quartararo, and soon to be Digi. Right, so 7th is Aldo, and I said that in order because those are 4, 5, and 6. 8th is Marini, Oliveira is in 9th, 10th is Binder, Ralph Fernandez is in 11th, Jack Miller is in 12th, 13th is Martin, Augusto Fernandez is in 14th, 15th is Chantra, and Zarco is in 16th. Now, Augusto Fernandez, on the new bike, not really showing, oh, that's Binder with a track limits warning, not really showing much of anything good from this new engine that they put in. Obviously needs a lot of work, and it's the one they currently have, which Quartararo is currently on. It seems to be working a lot better.
Mark's going wide, Bsky's wheeling him in. This isn't over yet, is it? Mark's tyre pressures are starting to have a little bit of a factor as we are down towards turn 8. I've just
now
had
2 temps.
I'll try and time my sentence well until after Bsky goes through a little bit of a go here to tell you all something.
You might fail.
Right, very quickly then, just had it confirmed that our stream keys won't be fixed until next week. So everything will now move to JB Motorsports 2. Stay tuned for the update of where you're going to watch the Moto GP in-season test. It could be on JB Motorsports 2, which is where you're watching live now, or it could be on JBSportsXtra. The links are in the description. Subscribe so you know where it is, and I'll put it out on all the YouTube channels about where the coverage will be. So it's out of our control with the stream key issues.
Digi has a track limits warning now as well.
Yeah, trying to get through on the inside, isn't he, as well, for all of the action. But Marquez still by 0.2 of a second, but my money's on Bsky.
I am not sure who will win, to be
Not him.
honest. No. He's looking up at the screens like a puppy would look up at someone with a treat.
Master?
Yeah. I'm not surprised if Mark has Bagnaia on a string.
I wonder if one day that you say that. If you say you love me,
And every time he goes off, it's really just Mark going this.
I thought I was clever. I told you, whatever's got in Bagnaia's head, it needs a reset quickly. Because I said as soon as Mark would be on the factory bike, he'd make Martin and Bagnaia look like amateurs. And that's exactly what's happened.
I reckon... Oh, there's a little bit of a twitch there for Bsky.
I'm hoping Bsky can make Mark look like an amateur at the moment, because that would be the best comeback. And only the second weekend of the year where Mark hasn't won anything. The first was Silverstone when...
And Bsky's involved again.
Yeah, because Alex won the sprint, Bsky won the Grand Prix at Silverstone. Now here, Bsky's won this one. Can he now win the Grand Prix and do the double? Because Mark's really looking on the back foot.
Aldegar has just gone... Okay, it looked... I think he's gone wide.
Yeah, he lost out to Quartararo, but then gone back, so they swapped over for a second.
Because it looked like he'd crashed out, but I think that's just him going wide, and that is Quartararo getting passed by Marini. What's going on with Quartararo? It's got a chain, right?
Has he got a problem on that M1?
He might do.
Could be something coming in.
Oh, that's a problem.
10 to go, about to become 9 to go here.
I reckon Bagnaia's got it in his head because Mark's won so many championships, and that's why he's being psyched out.
One thing I don't want to say, I don't want Bsky to go too early here.
No, he's still got like 9 laps to go. 9?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Don't go if you go early. That's 1/3 of the Grand Prix.
Why is this Grand Prix so long?
It's a long Grand Prix, isn't it?
It is currently 1:30.
Usually it's
English
40
time.
to 45 minutes, isn't it?
Yeah. For some reason this feels like it'll be 50 minutes.
Well,
Here's a replay.
There isn't. That's Fabi going wide. Oh, and he nearly got taken out by D'Antonio. Coming in to try...
And here comes Aldo Drudy.
That's Aldo Drudy diving to the inside, yeah.
And they did go wide.
And pushed him out. Marini capitalised.
So not a problem, just really bad luck with being ganged up on.
Marini went on the inside at turn 14. That was insane.
Well, he's got something to prove. It's his home race as well.
Yeah, that's true. He's half, well, his brother. I hate saying half. His brother, Valentino Rossi, is here.
He's got something to prove, and I'm pretty sure Rossi has said to everyone he cares about in this race, please get at least in the top 6. So, Marini, you've got one more to pass. And that's Bezzecchi getting a track limits warning.
Closing in hard, isn't it, at the moment?
But Bastianini has not followed Rossi's instructions.
Yeah, Bezzecchi's been given a track limits warning, but so is Marc Marquez.
True.
So Marquez, Bezzecchi, D'Antonio Aldeguer, Quartararo, Binder, Martin and Zarco all got track limits warnings. So
Yes,
really, they get another Alex.
Yeah. I don't think Augusto Fernandez has the pace to get a track limits warning.
No, I don't think so either. This race is a bizarre one, isn't it? I think he went. It's 3 tenths behind, but I think Bezzecchi's gone too early. I think he's just taken that go point too soon.
He needs to go around 5 laps to go. Also, can we just appreciate how it looks like everyone from 14 down has crashed, but they actually haven't? Only one of them has. That's how far behind they are.
Time and time again, we're seeing this happen. Trying to push it back together again.
Quite similar times there for Marquez and Bezzecchi. I won't be surprised if they completely matched each other, to be honest.
Would be quite comical, go on.
I was just looking at Quartararo with his journey through the laps, and then you can just see down 1, I'm here for 1, down 1, and then another one.
This keeps going down and down and down again and again and again.
It looks like the world's most unfortunate line graph.
Yeah. We've just had it confirmed. So the in-season test will be live on JBSportsXtra tomorrow. That's where it's going to be. So I'll put the link in the YouTube channel chat now. Next.
Right, so lap 21 of 27. There are 7 laps, left to go. And it's the gap between Marc Marquez and Bezzecchi is currently 3 tenths. It's just gone up again from 1.5 tenths. It's difficult to tell whether Bezzecchi will actually manage to make a move on Marc because... Oh, here's a replay of Marc and Bezzecchi right now. Going into turn 6, the corner speed is as it should be. Let's look at their tyres. They both seem to have the same degradation. So they're both pushing equally as much. But it seems like Marc is going faster because I think he's noticed Bezzecchi's increased speed. And now he's actually increasing the time between him and Bezzecchi to about 4.5 tenths.
Yeah.
So, especially since Bezzecchi last lap was about a tenth quicker than Marc was, and this lap seems to have just slowed down a bit.
It's one of these days, isn't it, really? I'm enjoying this race.
Marc's just gone 4 tenths quicker than his last lap. He's noticed.
I'm trying to get my device working up here in the booth. It's not working 100%. What do you think, Megs? Time and time again, we're going to have an interesting run?
I think so, but there's just something about this. Oh, jeez. Bezzecchi's noticed that, Marc's noticed, and he's now increasing his speed.
25.633, 25.653.
And then you just got Alex in 3rd. She's just happy and stable throughout the entirety. Look.
Running it together, aren't they? Go on.
Look at Alex's ever since, like, lap 1. No one's bothered him.
Just closing time and time again, are they?
Everyone else has had some sort of move going on in between lap 1 and now. Alex hasn't. He's gone down into 3rd and stayed there.
So I've put the link into the YouTube live chat for where you can follow the in-season test tomorrow. It will be live on JBSportsXtra. Follow the link. That's where we'll be tomorrow. So everybody watching now, check that, subscribe, turn on the bell for JBSportsXtra. All 8 hours live tomorrow on JBSportsXtra.
Woohoo!
Fine by me. Get some action in.
Morbidelli has a track limits warning.
Yep.
And it's... just look at Alex. Just all the way back there.
He's lost, what, 3.7 seconds?
No one's beside him. No one's bothering him.
This means, however, with Mark being victorious here, it's match point for Japan.
It is.
So that's even more great news.
Be a lot more tense.
Yeah.
Tell you what, the Hondas have had pure luck in the fact that, well, apart from Marini, in the fact that everyone keeps crashing out. Or apart from Zarco. Zarco's still out of the points.
Massimo Raverlia watching on the Aprilia Racing CEO. Can they get their second Grand Prix race win of the year? By the way, there's been not a lot of overtaking. Take a look at the graphic. Race control. It's been stagnant for quite a while in this race.
Most of the downs you see in it are actually crashing.
Yeah. So it's been a remarkably smooth operation. You may smooth operator at this point. Yeah.
It's been far too steady.
Steady Freddy. So it all comes through. 5 to go. This is where anything can happen. About to come 4 to go at Mazzano. Is Mark human? Will he make a mistake again? He said that the mistake was coming a couple of weeks ago.
I wonder if their father's in his pit box today.
They're on the start straight there.
That'll be from Bezecchi.
But, oh, Alex, track limits warning.
Oh, he's actually trying now.
Top 6 track limits warnings.
And then you've got Marini. Marini, who's just going by what he sees other people do. Just like, oh, you're passing someone. I think I shall also take that route.
And then there's Marini. And then there's Marini. Simpsons line there, if anybody didn't get it with. And then there's Mard. And then there's Mard. Mark's gone wide to wait. But Bezecchi's too far back.
History repeating itself.
Just can't. Bezecchi can't get the under traction to push back through. Come on, guys.
I don't know why looking at Alex right now feels so sad. I think it's because he's so far away from everyone else.
Reeling him in, little fishy. Reeling him in, little fishy.
When Alex is stuck out there like bait.
Oh, hang on, we've got a problem with our monitor up in the booth.
Oh, not the other one. The good news is it's 4 laps to go.
Yes.
Someone just passed. Someone just passed, I think.
Overtake? Really? In Moto GP? Are you sure?
I'm not sure.
I don't know. I can't see it myself.
I think it was only brief.
3 to go.
Someone crash or overtake someone.
Bezecchi, 131.357. He is catching up here.
Woohoo! But can he make it?
Yeah, that's the question, isn't it?
I think if he had a few more laps, which I don't want him a few more laps, then he probably could.
Catchy, catchy, marky, marky. So much more power on. So much more. Would it be pressure? Is pressure the right word? I feel like pressure is the right word, don't you? Mark's going to be really under attack.
He's definitely going to be feeling the tension of everything. Ooh!
Chancho, track limits warning.
He's actually trying!
Who hasn't got track limits? Marini, Oliveira, Raul Miller, and Augusto Fernandez. That's it. Everyone else got track limits warning.
He's caught up to Augusto.
Yeah. Come on. Come on, Marco. What have you got in the end of this race? Can you push something together? Have you got that bite point to find it? I really hope so. That'd be quite something. Mark proves he's human, like when Vettel did it to Button in 2011 in Canada.
He proved he was human yesterday.
Yes, that he did.
But now he needs to prove that it wasn't just a 24-hour occurrence.
Yeah. Feel the pressure, can't you?
Unless he's been talking to a sea witch named Ursula, who gives him the ability to be human during the races. And that's 2 laps to go.
1:31.290. Mark responding. Fastest lap.
Oh, I've just noticed something as well.
What?
Acosta. He wasn't such a fast lap.
Yeah, it was
Before.
25.8. So fast that the chain came off.
Yeah.
Something going downhill when your chain comes off and then your brakes go and you're like, I'm in danger.
Was he actually going down a hill as well, do you think?
It's slightly downhill if the brake is over turn 8. It's not that big.
Probably why he could keep going.
Mark missed the apex there, but so did Bezzecchi. They're both getting towed off by the own aero device.
You can see it actually working.
Look at this. It's Mark. The thing is, yesterday when Mark crashed, all the Dorna cut to the Valet fans, you know, hating on him. Allegedly, Valentino Rossi laughed. French TV, Canal Plus, recorded it and said that it was live when he crashed, and Valet was laughing.
It could have been a laugh of disbelief.
Yeah, but I don't know.
Also by the fact that one of his team got onto the podium because of it. I mean, the man can laugh.
You don't want the king in the counting house, you know, stealing all your coins, do you?
Yeah.
Mark will come through. This will be a last lap decider then, as Marco Bezzecchi's inside 0.3 of a second.
Right.
Sector time's going up and down. He was quicker.
Oh,
last lap.
Bezzecchi has managed to be quicker than Marquez by about 1.5.
1.5, 90 seconds, mate. That's all you got. Can Bezzecchi find anything, or is Mark going to win again this season?
Looks like he's pushing it.
He may have been defeated in the sprint, but he might not be defeated in Grand Prix to go and win 8 in a row.
Too much of a gap. Unless, oh, Mark went a tiny tad.
25.6, 25.6. Yeah, Mark's going a tiny bit wide, but he's still quicker by a fraction to Bezzecchi. They're matching 25.6s each in the first sector. Down into turn 8. Mark goes a little bit too deep on the entry. Can Bezzecchi fight it back? The home hero battling the main championship man.
Right. Only 2 sectors left to go. And for all we know, one of them could win it.
Yep, it's not over yet. This is a very difficult part of the circuit to get right. Chantra, by the way, has gone over to 15th. He's now going to take that last points playing position confirmed with Zarco a lap down.
I have just realised that KTM only have 1 left. And that's Binder.
Yeah. Into the last 2 corners then. It may have been a crash in the sprint, but it's going to be a Grand Prix feature. They matched each other in Sector 3. A fantastic dogfight in Mazzano, but it's Marc Marquez who wins the San Marino and Rimini Rivera Grand Prix with Marco Bezzecchi in second. Alex Marquez will come home in third. And that means that it is match point for Marc Marquez. Can he win coming into Japan in 2 weeks' time? That was a good end. Bezzecchi gave him his all. Giving it probably a bit more time. They're back.
I really hope so. Also, Mark just almost fell off the bike.
Yeah.
I want to say Mark and bike at the same time.
I am not surprised. Not surprised. Fabulous race. Take that. Win number 99 for Marc Marquez as well.
Ooh, can you imagine if he won the title next time out with win 100?
Yeah. Sets a new record for points scored during a single season of 512. He's number 1, and he's done it here at the home of his rival, Valentino Rossi. 99 career wins. The Valet fans today, 8-1. Well, that doesn't usually happen, having an ad break at the end of Moto GP, but we'll accept it. Megs, we'll let you go now in a second. What did you make of the San Marino Grand Prix?
I thought it was fascinating, especially given we had so many go off. But I'm very annoyed by the fact that we didn't get to see most of them. I'm especially annoyed that we didn't get to see Mir and Zarco with their crash, because that one, I'm still not sure who is to blame.
Yeah, I know a lot of people are going to tune off now before the podium ceremony, so just a reminder, link in the description and in the YouTube comments as well, in the live chat. JB Sports Extra. That is where tomorrow's in-season test is going to be covered live here on JB Motorsports. The second channel, that's going to take Baku, the trucks, the touring cars as well for all the action next week. That is going to be on our second channel. We're hopeful to have our main channel back with the technical issue fixed with stream key issues by this time next week. So they're going to need time to reset them all because we've got a lot of keys. So just keep an eye out on the JB Motorsports YouTube channels and the socials at JB Motorsports IG for Instagram, at JB Motorsports X on Twitter, at JB Motorsports BlueSky and all that, all the usual places. They're all in the description below to all the links as well. Make sure you're across all of that and join us for all the action tomorrow with the in-season test live on JB Sports Extra. It's going to be classic. The V4 time for Colorado to get out there. It's going to be a good day, I think, tomorrow.
I think so too.
But no one can party tonight, so that's a slight problem.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, everyone's got to be on best behaviour. It's a
can
4-day
party-
weekend.
They can party on Tuesday.
That is true, yeah, it's a 4-day weekend. Okay, cheers, Megs. We'll let you go off now as well. From the comments box, I'll run you through the results of today. It's Marc Marquez victorious with Marco Bezzecchi in second, Alex Marquez third. Franco Morbidelli finishes in fourth position as well, with Aldeguer in sixth, Marini in seventh, Quadraro eighth, Oliveira ninth, and Brad Binder rounds out the top 10. Raul Fernandez is 11th with Jack Miller in 12th. Jorge Martin runs 13th with Augusto Fernandez 14th. Somkat Chancha 15th. Johan Zarco goes in 16th place. And Air Bashini was out of the race along with Alex Rins, Pecco Bagnaia, Pedro Acosta, Maverick Vinales, Ayagura, and Juan Mia. Still don't know what happened at the front of that action as well today on the run.